Well, I guess y'all settled down I guess we'll start now. That's great. Nice little ease in the moment. Good morning. My name is Matt Marinas. Welcome to the third workshop. For those of you on the WebEx, we have a smaller group in the room, pretty robust group, but it's not the packed house it was. We do anticipate a lot of conversations today, so let me just kind of set the expectations. If you're in the room, please log into the WebEx. And if you're on the WebEx, that is the place to be able to put a comment into the WebEx chat to say, I'd like to get in the queue. And at that point, when we get to questions in the presentation, we'll have the chance to pause and start to run through that queue of questions, and you can come off mute and ask your questions. For people in the room, we do have the two corners of the table reserved. You can walk up and ask your question when called upon. So again, we've had some large queue management, so work with us on that. Also, we will have lunch from 12:30 to 1:30 today. If I'm making it sound like lunch is served, that's not what I meant. There will be a lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30 to do as you wish, and then we'll resume at 1:30. And then I put it in the note last night to LLWG and to TAC members is the idea from 1:30 to 2:30 is that window to talk about the BYO, bring your own generation, and the controllable load resource piece. And we'll talk about those in a minute here. And then the last thing, people have asked me, what does success look like today? What you're going to hear today, and I hope that you see there's already some things that are happening. When we get to about slide 4 or 5, it'll be based on what we've heard, that is part of the proposal that you've seen on all these other slides today. So we do have a lot of work to get through today. I think there's a lot of margin for questions. There's probably not a lot of going down lots of rabbit trails. So I'll still, as the facilitator, try to pull us back when we're trying to get to the next key elements through the queue. So with that, let me go ahead and get us started by throwing the antitrust admonition up on the screen. To avoid raising concerns about antitrust liability, participants in activities should refrain from proposing any actions or measure that would exceed ERCOT's authority under federal or state law. For additional information, stakeholders should consult the statement of position on antitrust issues from members of ERCOT committees, subcommittees, or working groups, which is posted on the ERCOT website. All right. The agenda says it all. Agenda item number 2, timeline and work plan to get Batch Zero to the June board. So with that, let me go ahead and open the presentation. We did repost this 30 minutes ago. So you'll see it's a version 2 is the one you should be working off of. I'll do the same. All right, we did go ahead and just add a note there that slides 9 and 38 are the major changes, other things are minor edits. So in terms of the agenda today, what we're looking to is the first part will just take about 15 minutes. It's the timeline and governance recap. How are we managing this process and how do we get to that June 1st timeline? Then we'll talk about the Batch Zero study scope and process overview. I think that's where we're going to turn AG loose on probably 14 slides and just let it go, where he goes and gets through a bunch of slides, a lot of technical details. The reason we're going to hold questions is because a lot of what he says is then supported with more details on following slides. So we're going to give him an opportunity to get his story out there and then take questions. And then we'll get into the key design elements and talking about the transmission plan integration. There's been a lot of questions. If ERCOT's running a batch process, how does that fit into the RPG, RTP activities? Then we will, time certain, wherever we're at in the agenda, we're going to pause and do this 1 hour piece from 12:30 to 1:30. And then at the end of the meeting, be thinking about this. We are committed to getting feedback from a large group. We're going to have survey questions. We have it on the last slide before the appendix of what ERCOT thinks are some good questions to ask as a takeaway. And y'all can add to that list. I'd like it to be less than 20 questions. But what can we get it's like a snapshot vote over the next 3 or 4 days to let us know what you think is the best design element. Or it sounds like we're on some sort of bachelorette show or something. But it's what's the feedback to get, this is what our company needs most about. It's the CLR design is a huge element for us, or these pieces. So be thinking about, if you want to look at that slide, you can start to see what we're thinking about asking for that. And then questions and answers. So again, here's this, in terms of teasing out what that 1 hour bring your own gen and CLR looks like. ERCOT will still bring forward this, AG will talk about the same 3 slides we've had, very briefly. And then we're going to, Sam Brandon has a presentation. That's the agentic file that's posted with the meeting materials. He'll walk through that in 15 minutes. And then Rishi made a filing with the PUC yesterday on 841. I can't believe I blanked out on that. Yes, Eric?
I think Infineum submitted a presentation too.
Oh, is there something? Well, let's talk about that. If we can get that in, that's a surprise to me. So, okay. And then again, at that point, we'll resume the meeting on the balance of the meeting and then get to the survey questions. So we're at workshop number 3. Our goal today is to get the governing concepts out into the field of play to say, here's how we're thinking based on your feedback. And then we're going to turn around and on Wednesday file. What we're thinking is going to be a planning guide revision request as well as an NPRR. We had hoped to put it in, and I'm sorry. This is the best way to go because a PIGR and an NPR give you all the detail needed into the planning guides of how this batch zero process would work. That is a different science. I'll take the hit on this. I've been signaling whether or not it's a single NPR that overarches and kind of overlays whatever is in the planning guide is trumped by the revision request on the nodal protocols. In working with legal and with the team, we've been able to develop the actual revision request to be nested within the planning guide. And in some ways, that helps things fit into the existing processes so you know how things work. I don't like it as the chair because now we have 2 artifacts to keep in flight. But from a governance standpoint, when it's approved, we're all knowing what we're doing and how it fits into the bigger picture. So here's the race to the finish is we have a March 10th workshop in 2 weeks. And then we have a March 24th workshop. So we get spring break off, sort of. And then after that, it's weekly meetings. We'll have it's the March 24th, March 30th, and April 9th. And at that point, this is the finishing of an ERCOT workshop series to then feed into PRS and ROS approval and whether or not they have special meetings stood up. If we need to meet as a workshop again, we will. But again, we have to get this into the voting stakeholders' hands for this mid-April and May so they can actually approve what goes to the board on June 1. So June 1 sounds far away, but if you think of it as we really have 8 weeks to do our work, that's the box we're in. And one voiceover, so the filing on March 4th next week will just be for the batch zero, plain vanilla, NPR and PIGR. It will not have CLR or bring your own gen. My thinking is that by the end of March, or beginning of April should be our target for filing those 2 NPRs on those scope items. And again, the idea is those scope items fit with the batch zero provision. So it's kind of a hand-in-glove fit or a bolt-on, and if it doesn't make, it just doesn't get approved, and so it goes forward without it. But if it's voted on as these 2 NPRs fit together, then we have batch zero plus CLR. So that's how we'll be splitting that workload off is to get these next, the March 10th, March 24th, and March 30th workshop are 3 bites at the apple to get those. If we need extra meetings to go even further into details, I could add an extra meeting on there. And I think that gets us to where we are. So I'll be providing monthly LLWG updates on where we're at in the, how is the group faring? Where are we stuck? Where has there been success? Same thing to TAC. And then at PRS and ROS, stand-up updates to them on progress. So we do want to pause, and this isn't being done in isolation at ERCOT. There's also the activities down at the PUC. And so, Jeff, do you want to tee up on how these projects fit together?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Jeff Bilow with ERCOT. So we have found that internally, but also when we talk externally to people, there is I think some confusion about, okay, how does the revision request you're talking about, how does batch zero, how does that fit in with some of the rulemakings that are going on at the commission? And so just wanted to, we're going to dive in a little deeper later on 58481, but just wanted to sort of give a real high level, this is how we are thinking about it. And then I'm going to give Barksdale the mic here in a minute to share some of his thoughts. But just real high level, if you are not following what is happening with the commission and the SB6 related projects there, and we're just talking, there's several, we're just talking about 2 of them that I think are most relevant to our discussion. The first is 58480, which is the load forecast rule. And that rule has it points to, for the load forecast, it points to what will eventually be in the 58481 rule as far as what loads should be included in the load forecast that ERCOT uses when it's doing various planning assessments. And so the 58481 rule is going to lay out, here are the requirements for different load projects to meet to get into a interconnection study, and here are the requirements for being counted as you've signed your interconnection agreement, and therefore you are now eligible to go into the load forecast, and ERCOT must use that load in its load forecast going forward. So there is that tie-in between 58480 and 58481. We have had a lot of questions about the 2026 RTP compliance plan because 58480 points to what will eventually be the 58481 rule. There's this, and 58481 rule is not complete. There's this kind of tie-in there, but we don't have the 58481 rule yet. And so what the commission did is for 2026 is they laid out here are kind of special rules for 2026. And so we've been getting questions like, hey, so if my load was in the 2025 RTP, does that mean it's automatically in the 2026 RTP, or does it have to meet these new rules? And I'll say that, I think, that in my mind was a little different from the batch process. I had separated those in my mind, but I think because it's a commission rule, I wanted to give commission staff, Barksdale, opportunity to, kind of share his thoughts on, how those things fit together and what his thoughts are.
Thanks, Jeff. This is Barksdale English with the PUC. So in the load forecasting rule, there is the 2026 RTP compliance plan, and Jeff, you laid it out well, giving the background on why that's there. And if you read the words in that section of the new rule 25.370, it talks about what large loads, which criteria the large loads have to meet in order to be eligible to be included in the 2026 RTP. Those criteria are different than what they were last year for large loads, the loads that are 75 megawatts or greater. So if your load was included in the 2025 RTP under the rules that existed at the time last year, that does not inherently mean that you will be included in the 2026 RTP because there are new rules in place. This applies only for the large loads. For anything that's below 75 megawatts, then the current rules remain in place. And if you want to chat about that further, I'm happy to talk with you offline. You can grab me in a break here or send me an email. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Barksdale. Okay, Matt. And I guess just before we move on, again, the 5841, we're going to talk about that a lot later on. So don't really want to get in details right now, but just flagging that we'll talk about that a lot later.
Very good. All right. So just a reminder of the scope and priorities for the workshops. Issue 1 is committed to the Batch Zero process. That's the NPR and PICR for March 4th. Issues 2 and 3, we're committed to working on options. We've given that an hour today. So that's the CLR, controllable load resources, and bring your own gen revisions. There's no revisions yet. Again, this is conceptual talk today. And then this long-term batch process. Out of scope for now, and I may have I have a piece of paper over there that says parking deck items. If things come up that are not Batch Zero, but we want to kind of pull them to the side, as a chair, I can commit to putting that in a parking deck so we come back to it later meetings. But definitely this is about getting Batch Zero out of the chute. And then today, at the end of the day's workshop, again, that real-time input to survey questions. All right. And then here's what I voiced over earlier. So in terms of some of the Batch Zero feedback that we've received through surveys, interviews, and everything else that you've seen. So number one is we are still coming forward with a cadence or a frequency of how often those batch processes would run, with a target of being a 6-month frequency. You'll hear more about that. We heard that was absolutely key, and to balance with perfection, right? So it's that, what do we do to get this working? Also, define the commitment window to meet the Batch Zero inclusion criteria and the 30-day commitment window following the results. Also, clear readiness-based eligibility criteria, just trying to make things black and white in terms of how this works, and evaluation of development activity and feasibility for the energization targets. And then the overall concept of a ERCOT-led batch study with ERCOTs and TSPs working iteratively to identify and evaluate those transmission upgrades needed. Application of the PIGR 127 methodology for generation shortfalls, and then actionable transmission plans as an outcome out of the batch. So everything you're hearing today, we've heard that and we've tried to bake that in. And it's like, we agree and this is the right way to go. Now, how we did it, you may not like, but it's the idea of let's start to sharpen where we're at. And so with that, are there any questions governance-wise before we start jumping into the details of Batch Zero scope? Yeah, Bob?
So is there implied here a fundamental change from the utilities first doing an interconnection study and then coming to you and then being in the batch? Is it all coming earlier?
We'll let that all unpack today.
Okay.
So what's changing and not changing.
Okay.
Yep. Any other questions? All right. AG, are you ready? And again, I'm going to give AG the floor for a while to get through to slide 24, I think.
All right. Good morning, AG Springer, ERCOT. So, as Matt mentioned, I'm going to ask that you all bear with me as we go through the next, I think it's about 15 slides. The reason for that is that we are going to start with kind of a high-level overview of how we are thinking about the batch study process and kind of what the main blocks of it are. And then there's going to be a bunch of slides where we go through each step in detail. And so I suspect a lot of the questions I would get after the first few slides will be answered in the later slides. So we'll go through all. I'm happy to go back. I think the other thing I'll just kind of preface this with is, in the background that we're writing language to kind of codify this in the planning guide, and you may see a few places where there, especially in the exact dates that things are going to happen, there's some TBDs. We expect to have those filled in by when we file language next week, and then, of course, by the next workshop. So, we're working furiously. The top of the pond may appear calm, but we are paddling quite fast underneath. So just keep that in mind as we go through these. Okay. So, as Matt mentioned, we have been reviewing the feedback that we've received. We've tried to incorporate that into the concepts that we're going to go through. And so at a high level, we're thinking about Batch Zero as a sort of two-step process. So there's going to be this initial Batch Zero study, and the concepts for that we'll cover in the next few slides. They're going to be largely similar to what we presented at the first two workshops, where there's an ERCOT-led study, there's involvement from the TSPs to identify transmission upgrades that can be built to serve the requesting loads, and then results are provided at the end of the study period. Then there's going to be a period where the interconnecting large load entity, or ILLE, will be able to meet the commitment criteria to effectively accept the results of the study and continue forward in the process. And then from there, this is much more novel from what we had last time, is we're working on this Batch Zero refinement study concept. And so what this will be is we'll take the results of the first study with the information of who has met the commitment criteria, and we'll continue working iteratively with the TSPs to determine which upgrades are still needed, which may require modification, And then from that will come the transmission plan to serve the loads that move forward, and that will proceed to RPG as a single package. The eagle-eyed among you may notice that this timeline is longer than 6 months. That is true. We're going to talk more about cadence here in one of the later slides, but kind of keep it in the back of your mind that this is going to be a process that is on a 6-month cadence, but the overall process is more of a 9 to 10-month process. And also maybe keep in mind, too, that with the concept that we brought in the February 3rd workshop, the batch process was still 6 months, but then there was the RPG process that would follow it. So overall, we're hoping this is going to bring some more defined timelines and outcomes into the overall process. Okay, so let's get into some details. So first of all, with the scope of the study, this is largely similar to what we showed in the first couple workshops. So we're still expecting to, for the steady state study, look at the first 5 years of the study scope. So, for the first batch zero, that would likely be 2028 to 2032. And ERCOT will, again, we're still thinking that we would, based on the SSWG base cases, we would look at 3 scenarios per year. So that's a summer peak, a peak net load, and then a fall peak to assess maintenance outage conditions. And then the activities, again, are very similar to what we had shown in the earlier workshop. So ERCOT will determine the planning criteria violations, and then we will identify how many megawatts can be served for each year without upgrades, and then work with the TSPs to identify upgrades. One of the pieces of feedback that I think I heard pretty consistently after the first couple workshops is that our slides left a little bit of an impression that ERCOT was going to disappear into a black box for 3 months and then return at the end of that with a list for the TSPs, and the TSPs would have to scramble to identify upgrades in a short time. And that's really not what we had intended, I think. It really was meant to be more of an ongoing iterative process between ERCOT and the TSPs to try and arrive at the best results throughout the course of the study as quickly as possible. So I don't have a graphic that shows that, but I do want to emphasize that point verbally, that's still how we're thinking about it. For the generation assumptions, we're still thinking that if additional generation is needed to serve the study load, it would be added according to the methodology that's set out in Figure 127. We're still thinking that we will, as soon as the cases are prepared, we would post them on the MIS certified so that TSPs can begin work with us on identifying upgrades as quickly as possible. So that's the kind of the preparation side and what we'll be looking at. This is a little bit more of a step-by-step breakdown, although it's consistent with excuse me, similar to what I was just saying verbally. So we prepare those cases, we'll assess at a system-wide level, and then work with the TSPs on identifying the upgrades. What I kind of glossed over, and I do have another chart that kind of shows where this fits in, is the stability screening assessment. So we are still thinking about that as a screening assessment in the batch phase, the initial batch study that will screen for stability issues, and then that will be followed during the refinement period with a more robust full study. And so the idea is that the screening assessment may impact the load awards, but the overall assessment is really part of that identification of the final transmission upgrades. I should have emphasized also at the top, but we're really, as you're developing questions, please keep in mind that we have a whole section in this deck that is focused on the entrance criteria into Batch Zero. So we're really just talking about the process and what we're doing in the studies right now and how the timing is going to work. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well before we, I see questions are piling up in the queue. Okay, so then what comes out of this process? So first of all, the timeline, again, I mentioned the overall process about 9 to 10 months, 6 months for the first batch. So effectively, we're starting a batch study on a date, with the current uncertainty of when the rulemaking for 58481 is complete and effective. We're not sure exactly what the start date will be, but we will, I think, have a better view on that by the filing of the revision requests. But what's going to come out of that process is going to be a study report at the end of the 6-month batch study. Each large load will have a commissioning plan, and that's using the current terminology. There's going to be a little bit differences of how that works. It won't be explicitly tied to transmission upgrades. That will give them a view of their energization path through 2032. And then anything that can't be served through upgrades before 2032 will be automatically allocated in 2033. So again, that's very similar to the concept that we presented in the first 2 workshops. And then another output will be the estimated security requirements. Again, that's trying to maintain consistency with the current proposal for publication on 58481. And then there will, of course, be some information that's only provided to the TSP with the identification of upgrades. So effectively what the customer will get a view of is their energization path, the costs, and then at that point they're set to make a decision. And so after that decision period is done, that's when the refinement study starts. And what will happen is that loads that do not meet the commitment criteria will drop out. And again, we're going to talk about what that is later in the meeting. We will reevaluate what upgrades are still needed or need modification, and that's in consultation with the TSPs. And then a final transmission plan will be the output of the second phase of the process. Okay, so now we're going to go into the nitty-gritty. This is another view of it. We're going to spend a couple minutes on this slide. This is, I think, how we similar to what we presented in the last workshop, but there's going to be a case building period that will pre-run the start of the official batch. So there, during the period where loads are meeting the criteria to enter into the batch, that's also where we are doing our case preparation, ready for the sort of list of qualifying loads to be included. The steady state analysis, we're still thinking that's going to take about 15 weeks. And as that progresses, there is work being done back and forth with the TSPs. As the steady state study reaches a certain point of maturity, we'll be ready to kick off the stability screening. And so that will also run sort of concurrently with the steady state analysis for a good chunk of that period before we get to the end of the roughly 4.5 months. And then we will go into development of the report. And then you can see in number 5 is the point where we hit the customer commitment. And so that's the point where decisions will need to be made, is in that month of final report, commitment, and meeting those milestones, because then we get to row 6 there where we start off the refinement study. And so that's going to be, again, about 3 months where we're working through with the TSPs to update the study to reflect the loads that met the commitment criteria and stayed in the process. From there, we'll deliver the final transmission plan to RPG. At that point, there'll be a period for RPG to comment. And then potentially, if needed to address comments, there may be a short restudy period to consider alternatives before the final plan would go to TAC and board approval, consistent with how things are done for other RPG projects today. And then at the bottom, we do have the RTP timeline overlaid, so you can see how that lines up. In the boxes, I just want to emphasize again there's really going to be, we're envisioning that there's close collaboration between ERCOT and the TSPs for this process. And it's really not meant to be ERCOT does something and then the TSPs do something and then we're done. We're bouncing things back and forth, kind of similar to how things work in RTP today. So you can see there, there's defined roles for both parties, and the result, again, is a report for the customer and an upgrade path in the first study, and then the final transmission plan comes out of the refinement. Okay, so what we're going to do, you may notice the 1 through 9, those are the next 9 slides, and then we'll take questions. So hang in there. Okay, so for the case building process, we're really looking here to have consistency and transparency. So we're going to need inputs that come in terms of which loads will qualify for batch zero. Those loads will be included, and we will use the criteria that we're going to talk about later to determine who is treated as baseload within the study, not subject to further evaluation. I'm going to really try to avoid using the term firm load today. And then which loads are studied through batch zero. There's going to be deadlines for qualifying for batch zero. Projects that don't meet that will not be included. And then we're going to develop the study cases using SSWG as the base, but we will modify according to a consistent set of criteria. And then we will provide the cases to TSPs so that they have them for both transparency and to expedite the development of transmission upgrades. Steady state analysis, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I think I've covered most of these points. But yeah, system-wide study for each of the study years and the scenarios that I talked about earlier, 3 scenarios per year. And then as violations are identified, we'll begin that work with the TSPs. The output will be documented violations, load amounts that can be reliably served, and then again, anything that can't be reliably served is allocated in 2033. Let's see. So for the screening study, again, this is going to start in the batch phase, the initial batch study phase. If the stability screening criteria, if there are violations there, again, ERCOT will work with the TSPs to identify the necessary upgrades. So there's the potential that could impact the awards as well from batch zero. But then the long-term development of those upgrades will occur in the refinement period. Okay, so the final report. One of the things I think we heard, again, was that need for clarity and the clear results, clear deadlines. And so that's what the final report out of Batch Zero is designed to produce. So, one of the inputs will be that load ramp schedule, which we call the load commissioning plan. One of the outputs of the Batch Zero study will be an update to that plan to reflect what the study showed. So those will be megawatt amounts able to be served across the study timeline in the years. TSPs will use that to determine, along with the upgrades, what are the customer's financial obligations resulting from that process. And that will be used to determine who qualifies to continue forward. So clear report will have the information to make decisions, and that governs those decisions will then determine if you stay in for the refinement or not. Okay, and so that's the next step in the process is that commitment period. So the concept is it's another clear gate. The customer will need to meet the milestones at the end of that gate in order to be included in the refinement and be eligible to receive approval to energize when they want to come online. So this is really the in or out step. So to receive the allocated megawatts, the customer must execute the interconnection agreements that meet the requirement that will be consistent with 58.481. the interconnecting TDSP will be responsible for notifying ERCOT by the end of that commitment period which of the loads have met that criteria by the deadline. And then loads that have not met those criteria will be dropped and will not be eligible to move forward. And so that brings us into the refinement. So the refinement is where we are going to take what came out of Batch Zero and look at what loads continue forward, and then look at the upgrades to determine if they are needed or require modification or maybe are no longer needed. And so the amount of work there, I think, will depend on how many loads move forward or drop. But the idea is that we're taking that as our starting point. So we're not starting from zero again. This is not a restudy where we just say, okay, we're going to start from zero. We're taking the endpoint, we're looking at the changes that happen, and then hopefully iterating quickly to a transmission plan. And again, this is where close collaboration with ERCOT and the TSPs will be important. Once the transmission plan is complete by the end of that period, it will be delivered to RPG, and stakeholders will be provided a 3-week opportunity for comment. And this, the reason that we're driving this, I think I saw a question earlier in my slides that, why are we doing this? Well, it's, there's sort of several key concepts there. The first is the need for stakeholder review and transparency. But it also preserves the overall governance pathway for these upgrades. But it is time-bound because, again, I think one of the pieces of feedback we heard in the last few workshops is that there's that potential for that process to drag on. And the idea is there's a lot of work that's already gone into this, and so we want that opportunity for stakeholder comment to be there, but not to delay the overall process unnecessarily. If there are significant comments, there's the potential that ERCOT may conduct an additional limited assessment to address specific issues that are raised in those comments. But this is really intended to be a focused technical clarification and not a full-scale restudy. And I would also add this will not be necessary in all cases, but is potential to impact the overall timeline. And then from there, it would go to TAC. The transmission plan would go to TAC for consideration and recommendation, and then to the board for recommendation. And so that would be considered to satisfy ERCOT's independent review of the overall plan. Okay, we made it to slide 24. I lied. I thought that last slide was my last one, but I wanted to cover this as well before we take questions. So I mentioned that, you've noticed this is longer than a 6-month process. The idea is that while, yes, it is a overall longer than 6-month process, we will do it on a 6-month cadence. And so batch 2, or really batch 0, will feed into batch 1, and batch 1 would start 6 months after batch 0. And that would kick off the regular study cycle process. And so the refinement would happen in parallel with the start of the next batch. And then, so there will be every 6 months opportunities to get into a batch, but the transmission refinement will take longer than that. And I guess the last thing I will add here is that a lot of the details of this will be included in the batch 1 revision requests. And so happy to field questions on that, but I can't guarantee I'm going to have a lot of answers there, just given that those have not been written yet. So, all right, Matt, the floor, we're opening the floor.
All right. We have about 15 questions in the queue. We'll start with Clayton Greer. Yeah, the question in the comments, I'm sorry, can you scroll up real quick, was why do we need the RPG still? I mean, I'm going to let you ask that one, not me.
Yeah, I do appreciate the feedback. Unfortunately, this is kind of a fatal flaw for this plan. you got to start batch one with a set of transmission. That transmission needs to match what you've approved here, or the projects that you've approved already that need to go in as the load for batch one that were cleared in batch zero don't have a pathway to provide power. So you're going to have the same problems again. This is a key part of this whole, I've talked about this before, this post-processing piece is very critical. I think you saw a tool that you could manage this with last week that would really help this. So I think you maybe need to figure out what that tool can do, validate the results. If there are any concerns with the results that GridAster provides, you can just run that through a PSCC and see if it actually provides a real solution. If it provides a real solution, then I think that we're moving forward with that. And then that simplifies quite a few things in your process today. If it doesn't work, then I guess, you need to proceed forward with something like this. But that whole 3-month back end is a fatal flaw to this. So I really don't think you could kick off batch one until you've completed the full 9 months. You've got your full set of transmission that's approved, and you've got your loads that are approved to move forward.
All right. So, I'll take that. Just, I think this is not too dissimilar to what we do in RTP today, where you start with your RTP case. So as they're starting their 2026 RTP, they don't have all of the 2025 RTP projects that are in that case. But when they see those same issues that show up, then the engineers know, okay, hey, I studied this last year. I know I need this 138 upgrade, and so they can pull that off the shelf. But I think it's important to know that you can start that without knowing what all of those projects are, but you need to know which of those projects may be impacted by the loads that are in batch one. And so you have to have that accounting so that you can see that, and the engineers can know and assign those. Okay, so that's another ball of wax that I'm not opening right now. We'll deal with that in a future meeting, I think. What we're talking about here is just you have study results. Those study results account for various years. So you're going to the TSPs. You've got this pile of projects. The TSP has however much time to look through that pile of projects and say, okay, this is what I can get in 26, this is what I can get in 27, this is what I can get in 28, this is what I get in 29. That releases a certain amount of megawatts in each of those years. That allows certain megawatts to flow. At the end of this process, the hope is that you'll be able to tell, load 1, load 2, load 3, this is your revised timeline. We couldn't get them in time. At the end of this, if we then start an RPG process, and that process produces different results. We talked about this last time. Produces a whole bunch of instead of line rebuilds, we're going to do a new line. Well, that new line may be 6 years to get in place. No, it won't do that because we have to respect whatever load commitment we offered in the allocation at the end of batch zero study, whatever megawatt allocation, we have to respect that. And so if you have an alternative that takes longer than the transmission project that you identified in the batch, that's not a viable alternative. You don't consider that alternative in the refinement study. Right. I can tell you that a line upgrade that was identified for one of my projects, it was a 30-mile 345 kV line that the transmission company said, no, we cannot do this rebuild. It was an open leg tower, so they're going to do the open leg, put the string the conductors on the open leg. Yep. But that project now requires 6 breakers to be installed. Those breakers are 3-year lead time. Those are the type of situations that we're going to be getting into with this, multiplied by 30 or 40. And so we have to have a process in place that captures all of that, cycles it around to where we're not even recommending those projects, that we have caught that up front, and that we're recommending projects that are all viable. Yes. Okay, 100% agree. Okay. So we need to pre-process this going in and make sure that we have that full list of projects we can't do, which is not, I don't know if that's feasible. Some of this is going to require back and forth. Yep. But Yeah, no, and we've had a lot of internal discussion about, I don't know if you go back to slide 14, AG. So that, sorry, the text is really small, but in that upper right corner, we cannot assume a project is going to be constructed if we don't know that it's feasible. So if we do that back and forth and we get to the end of the time and we're working with the TSP and we don't know yet, then that project does not get recommended.
So what do? You have a load that you need to serve. It's dependent on a project that you can't recommend move forward.
We tell the load, we cannot serve you in this year. So if it's, hey, 2029.
Right? You would tell them you can't serve them at all, right? Because it's probably any megawatts are dependent on that project being completed. In the example that I'm talking about,
okay.
Only 100 megawatts of the 1,000 megawatts or 150 megawatts of the 1,000 megawatts could flow without that project being done.
So let's say that project, we don't identify it in this batch because we can't find a solution. What happens is we would say, okay, we think we will be able to come up with a solution in 2033, even though we haven't in this process been able to figure out exactly what that is, but we have other transmission planning processes that can find that solution. And we think, based on our history, we can get anything built that we need to get built by 2033. That's our assumption going into this. So we would tell that load until, like, through 2032, it's 150 megawatts, and you get your full, I don't remember which, 1,000 megawatts in 2033.
Okay, and so I'm going to get an interconnect agreement that says I will get all of my load served in
2033.
Okay. Without any actual transmission backing that up, how are you going to allocate cost to that?
I think we can't on that because we don't know what that solution is.
So how does that fulfill the Senate bill or what the rule is that is being developed?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I don't have an answer to that. We'll have to work through that.
Okay.
Yeah, but for those, if it is a complex project, it is, I'd use the example. If it's a new 765 kV line, we're probably not going to work that out within a 3-month study process.
So I brought up the concept of doing a trial run. Are you pursuing that at all?
Yes, not publicly, but yes, we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to do a trial run in house.
Doesn't have to be public. I don't need to see it. I just want to know that you're doing it. I want the comfort that you're doing it. You're going through and unearthing some of this stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Next up is Bill Barnes.
Thanks, Bill Barnes, NRG. Slide 10, AG. Question on the Figure 127 process. I don't know if we ever ran this to ground, but after you exhaust all of the resources that are available in the CDR, different phases, the last step of the Figure 127 methodology is ERCOT will add generation outside of the interconnection queue based on ERCOT's discretion. Have we figured out how you decide where you put that generation, the location on the system, because that will have a big impact on the transmission security violations?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any more of an answer than the earlier workshop, but we are still working on that one.
Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
we do understand that is a concern.
All right, next question, Sam Jung.
Hi, Sam Jung from EPE. ERCOT operation recently required no solar case to be studied in the West Texas region. Is this going to be considered in the, we're on slide 10 already, yeah, these cases that are presented here?
Yeah, that's intended to be covered by the summer peak net load, and perhaps should have been clearer on that. It's really meant to be assessing that no solar scenario. So it may not be exactly the peak of the net load. Sometimes that does occur when there's still some solar on, but that we're really looking at the no solar scenario there.
Yeah, and AG, if I could also jump in and give a PSA for the TSPs. we are going to be asking SSWG to start building these cases. So you will very soon you will see a request to modify the SSWG procedure manual to build those no solar cases.
Thank you.
All right. Next in queue is Shilpi. Shilpi, are you online?
Hey, hi. Hi, this is Shilpi Sunil Kumar with Mara. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So, AG, one quick clarification. After the primary study for the 6 months, one of the outputs will be load commissioning plan for each year. So, for each of that year, will the capacity that is allocated to the load be a fixed number for that whole year, or would that vary by season, assuming that the load that can be served reliably varies by season, like maybe that's less in winter and more in other seasons?
I think that detail is still to be determined. So I don't have a firm answer. It may be more granular by year, but it would be documented fully in the plan.
Okay, that's useful. And here's my question. So we talked about the 6-month primary study and then the 3-month refinement period. So you mentioned that at the end of that 6-month study period, there will be another milestone where you'll need to commit, and that would be one stop where a lot of loads can choose to drop. And after the refinement period, what I wonder is that, because you said you look again at transmission needs, etc., and that could change the upgrade requirements for certain loads. So at the end of that 3-month period, would there be a opportunity for any load to drop out at that point, or they're completely locked in?
I think that's going to be governed by the rulemaking. But there will not be something built into the process. The intent is for, if you kind of think about the two halves of this picture, the left half, the 6-month period, is what we're assessing the interconnection facilities that would be needed to reliably serve your load. The right half is, or right third is, you've committed, and we are now going to plan the system to serve your load. And so the intent is that the red box is the decision point to stay in or not.
Yeah, I get that, but my only concern, and just looking at queues at different regions, usually when a lot of loads, say for example, drop out, that's definitely going to change the allocation for other loads which are in there. And it's not possible, like it's not necessary that it always happens, but there could be scenarios where, say at that point, it just doesn't make sense for some load to continue with that project, and you might see some dropping offs there, and that is one of the things that triggers like restudies, and we get caught in that loop, right? So just wondering if there that's more of a thought, having some guideline there that we know that at that point we won't be looking at more restudies, just having some guardrails, etc., around that, and just explicitly thinking about that scenario could be useful in my mind. And so that's a suggestion or a comment, I would say. And then just wondering that even then at the end of this 3-month refining period, because you will move a lot of those things then to the transmission planning, for transmission planning to RPG. Even at this stage, your cost estimate for that won't be the final one. You'll still see more that could perhaps come from the RPG process, correct?
I don't have an answer to that last question. I don't know if anybody from. If you could please mute your mic, or we're getting a lot of echo in the room. So I don't know if anybody from the back row there can help me out on that one, but I will just emphasize the intent is for the refinement to be the final word on what is moving forward into the transmission planning process. And so I think if we were to offer another point there at the end of the 3 months for loads to make another decision, we're likely creating a process that has the same problem we have today of an infinite restudy loop. So the intent is for there to be one decision point, and then we determine the final list of upgrades, and that proceeds forward.
Yeah, I'll add. I'll add.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So, the intention is in that where AG has that kind of maroon box in the middle, after that point, there is no additional go back to the ILE with updated commitment, financial commitment requirements or anything like that. That is the one point in time where there is a ask for that financial commitment. If other projects drop out, or if the projects and the transmission projects end up changing through that refinement, the intent is not to go back and ask for an updated financial commitment.
Thanks. Thanks. That makes sense. And just to your point, to make sure that is indeed the case as you're intending it to be, might be useful to just have some explicit criteria around that what's going to happen, say if a load decides to, or just be very explicit that this is just the only point where you can, and once you commit at the maroon box, that's pretty much about it. So thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Shilpi. Haynes Strader, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'll be real quick. Haynes Strader with Skybox. Thanks to ERCOT and PUC. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job putting together a much more productive process, and we really appreciate that. I have a really simple question on slide 12. When will a load, so in the first 3 bullets, by TBD, by TBD plus 19 weeks, when will a load know whether or not it's in batch zero consideration or not?
By TBD. Hard to answer that question because we don't know exactly where that line for meeting the criteria is going to be, but the intent would be to have a feedback loop to the customers sometime between that and the actual start of the study.
All right, next question, Martha.
Thanks, Matt. Martha Hinson from Oncor. I just want to say thanks, AG, for kind of shining a flashlight into the black box that you talked about a few times. It was not apparent to Oncor that there was some envisionment of the TSPs being so integrally involved in the study process, and that was probably of great concern to us. So I'm glad to hear that sort of repeatedly emphasized today. I did actually want to pull the thread on something that Clayton raised earlier a little bit around the load that can't be reliably served in years 1 to 5 is going to be allocated in year 6. So my memory is the previous concept around that was it was being done because only brownfield projects were going to be identified in the batch study process. I'm not seeing that piece here anymore. Sorry, let me say I meant batch zero. I'm not seeing that piece here anymore, but I think what I'm hearing is that the study process as it's being envisioned now, it's identifying the transmission necessary to serve the customer request, but only the transmission that can be accomplished in years 1 to 5, which is the study horizon. And so if that's the case, can you go back through one more time, how are the projects not available in years 1 to 5 supposed to be identified and processed?
Yeah, so the idea is that we have a limited study time. So we will identify as much as we can in that limited study time. But and to your earlier point, Martha, I think it's heard the feedback. We are not going to limit it to just brownfield. If there's a greenfield project, and I think and that can be accomplished in that time period, I think we're open to that as well. So I'll leave it at that. But we also recognize that there may be, in this study time frame, may not have time to identify all of the potential projects, again, particularly large projects that are complex and just need extra study time. So our thinking on that is that we would, I think similar to what we said at February 3rd, is that we would rely on the existing processes, either RTP or if a TSP says, hey, I think I have that solution, then I think TSP can submit that solution through the RPG process. So it's, I think, relying on the existing processes that we already have for transmission planning.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Bharath?
Hey, Bharath Rawalpudi Crusoe. So yeah, I second what Haynes said. I really like to appreciate ERCOT team for all the effort you've put into designing this. I could clearly see the hard work you all put in this. I guess, did you all, there was a slide about the ILE commitment period? Number 9.
Which slide?
The one with the maroon box.
Oh, okay. Yep. Hang on.
Yeah. So I think if we have 2 decision points, probably that would be much more useful in the loads committing to this, like one after the zero study and then one after the zero refinement. Then you would actually know what megawatt amount you're getting in and the upgrades that are required. And so that's my initial thought process.
Yeah, appreciate that feedback. So maybe let me clarify and see if that addresses a little bit of that question. The megawatt awards from Batch Zero that are communicated to a load, so the left half of the slide, those will not change in the batch refinement. So there will not, at the end of the 3 months, be a modification of the load commissioning plan. It's really determining what transmission upgrades are needed to serve that committed load. Now, I'm going to echo what I said a few minutes ago, that if we introduce a second decision point at the end of that, we effectively are recreating the sort of main issue we have today, which is the restudy loop. If we allow for another decision point on the right there and more loads drop out, we now have to loop back around to another refinement to further refine the transmission upgrades that have been determined. So the intention is to have a single decision point, and then we plan the system forward from there.
Okay. And then, am I understanding this right? For Batch Zero, you'll know the megawatt amounts allocated by June 27?
I think there's a little bit of TBD from that because we're not exactly sure at this point where the study will start. But if we go on the timeline that is laid out in this chart, where we would start the study in the kind of August-September timeframe, then the allocations would be in around the February-March 2027 timeframe.
So you would know, whatever you know in Feb will be the final megawatt amount?
Yes,
okay.
That's the intent right now.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if this helps, but you think about that initial study in that 6-month time period. So we have 2 variables that we're moving. So we can move the loads up and down. We can add more transmission. And so you do that, but then you lock in your loads at the end of that, whatever the loads commit to. And then in that 3-month window, the only variable that you're then moving is the transmission.
All right. Next in queue, Prashanth Piani.
Hey, this is Prashant from Black Mountain. To go to slide 10. Yeah, on the generation assumptions, I don't know if ERCOT can add one more bullet to that, of basically maximizing the existing generation before actually proceeding to adding other generators. From the GIS report, for example, what we have seen in the SSWG cases over the period of time is the solar dispatch getting reduced. Every year they post the SSWG cases. For example, in 2023, the solar was at 80%. 2024 was 75%, and then the latest cases have like 68% or so. So I think before we add any future generation, it makes sense to basically, have the solar maybe at 80% that was used in the 23 SSWG, so that we are making use of existing generation first before adding any generation that has, not met SSWG requirements to be included in the models.
Thanks. Appreciate the comment.
All right. Thanks, Prathant. Brock Peterson.
Hey, Brock Peterson with Satoshi Energy. Thanks so much, AG and Jeff and everyone for putting all this together. This is great. The question I have is on in-flight projects and trying to understand what the thought process is on a timeline perspective. So let's say we have a project. It's done everything in the ERCOT energization checklist except for giving you telemetry data. So it's in the network operating model. Building the breakers and giving you data is the only thing left. And that's expected in, let's say, the August timeframe. Would that continue to move forward and be approved to be energized while Batch Zero is going on? Or kind of how are you thinking about some of the in-flight projects that would be looking to get their final approval to energize during this timeframe?
Jeff, do you want to save that maybe for the later slides? Yeah, Brock, if you wouldn't mind holding that question, we'll come back to it this afternoon. Yep.
All right, next in the queue, Sandeep Sharma.
Sandeep Sharma, NextEra. Hey, AG, slide number 9. I think I got a lot of clarification with the earlier discussion, but I still want to be fairly certain. So once the ILLE signs the contract, commitment contract, then the idea is that its financial responsibility is fixed at that point, or the financial responsibility could change. Not the megawatt. I think I get the point with megawatt, and I have a suggestion there. But on the financial side, at that point, it's locked. We will not come back after the refinement and say your cost increased or decreased. That's the idea.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on the megawatt, I mean, I understand you want to keep the megawatt fixed, but to the extent there is a possibility that you could allocate a higher megawatt because somebody else dropped, I think that would be a good thing to add.
So this is going to dance us into a little bit close into the ongoing batch process concept, but the way we've been thinking about that has been the next batch study would be the appropriate place for that to happen. So the customer would have the option to offer in whatever they weren't allocated in the years they wanted back into the next batch for another shot at it. But given the sort of compressed time frame around the refinement, I don't know if there's going to be sufficient time to also then look at reallocations, but we can keep that in mind as we're kind of further refining this.
Sure. So I think what I'm hearing is maybe for Batch Zero, but that's something that you will consider in the ultimate batch process.
Yes, but again, it would be if your load didn't receive everything in the years it wanted in batch 1, it would not be the batch 1 refinement where that would happen. It could be offered in as batch 2 as the difference between what did get awarded and what was not could be offered in to see if it could be served per the next batch. That's the way we're thinking about it currently, but I'm taking us away from batch 0 here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, next question, Chris Mattis.
Chris Matos, Google. First, AG, ERCOT, thank you. This is a significant improvement on all of the batch information that has been put out there. I think y'all very thoughtfully listened to stakeholders and took the feedback on one single sort of restudy, revisit option, offered a lot more clarity on timeline and at least constructible projects at the end of it. And so I'm just going to emphasize something from Google's perspective, that this is a great starting point. And, in terms of trying to fix the general structure beyond the sort of one decision point to commit, we don't really support that. You have one decision point. We need to move forward with transmission and projects and get things built. There will be, I think, some refinement in this process as we continue to hammer out the administrative details, but I think this is a significant improvement, so thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Chris, could you clarify your comment? Are you saying that Google has concerns about
Support it.
Okay.
I support this structure here where you have one decision to commit, and then we move forward with refinements and upgrades, because experience from me in other markets, restudies beget more restudies, and without firm limitations where we just somewhat have to accept an imperfect plan and move along. And the thing about planning, right, it is inherently imperfect. So there are going to be always some operational and implementation challenges, I think, as we go forward through this. We have iterative plans and overall the RTP to address any shortfalls in this that might get missing from the RPG projects that come out of this. But I do think it flows well, or at least nicely, in that load projects or projects to enable load are now informing the RTP versus the reverse direction. And so I think we have a very functional start to how to think about upgrades in this system.
Thanks for the clarification.
All right, next is Nick Edwards. And Nick, if you're online, we don't hear you yet. That may have been the sneeze one earlier. Okay, we'll go into. So, Nick, jump back in the queue if you need it. Otherwise, we'll go into Bill Bjorkas.
Yes, thank you, AG, Jeff, Matt. Bill Bjorkas Energy. I have a concern that the proposal here has the potential to circumvent all RPG's projects, those in flights right now and those future ones. Not too concerned about future RPGs because the expedited timeline, if you can go to page 14, now has RPG review in a couple of months, which is awesome. We will see projects and go through it quickly, an expedited steps 7 and 8, 2 months roughly. But what about the projects in flight? We really need to understand what is ERCOT doing with RPG projects that were submitted in 2025. Are those going to be ignored? We have 2 months. We have 4 months to get those approved. So what is ERCOT commitment towards those projects that were submitted last year?
Yeah, Bill, I don't think that's within the scope of this presentation. At the moment, there's no thinking that there would be anything impacting those RPG requests that are in flight. They would be proceeding forward according to the process that's already established in the protocols.
Yeah, but the case build starting in July should say, at least acknowledge, the projects that are currently in RPG review will be included, provided that they are completed in the review. And as you're showing here, you can complete RPG reviews in 2 months. We have, roughly 5 months until July. Can we commit to get those others reviewed and included in the case build?
Yeah, so Bill, I think whatever projects are, assuming this timeline, again, all the disclaimers that AG laid out with, we're not sure exactly when this process will start. But if you assume this process, this timeline, any projects that are endorsed by the ERCOT Board of Directors by June would make it into these cases. If there are any that come in afterwards, we will do kind of similar to how we do other transmission planning studies. We will see how far we are along in the process, and if we need to update the cases, then we'll update the cases. I think that's kind of similar to other transmission planning processes.
All right, thank you.
John Russ Hubbard.
Thank you. John Russ Hubbard with TIC. Could you go to slide 24? So at the time when the load, during the developer commitment time frame, is there, if a load does not meet the gating requirements, would they then be able to go in the following batch, or does the time overlap such that they would actually not make it till a batch one away?
So that gets us, the intention is there will be a path in the ongoing batch process for a load that does not meet the commitment criteria to go into the next batch as a load that is under study again. I can't at this point commit to that existing for Batch Zero. With the purpose of Batch Zero being to clear out the existing queue, I think and the criteria for entering Batch Zero likely will differ somewhat from the ongoing batch process. I don't know if there's going to be, timing-wise, it may work, but I can't say for sure yet.
Okay, that's fair.
Just to clarify, real quick, John Russ, so that's the scenario where somebody keeps getting into the study and keeps dropping out of the study, so how do we stop that from happening?
No, I was just asking if the first time somebody has to drop out of the study, would they then have time to get in the next study?
Okay.
Or would they be forced to do 2 studies later?
So more of a timing of knowing one fact to then make a decision on the next. Okay, thank you.
And then second, have you all thought about what the amount of time is for a developer to commit or not, and what that looks like?
It's about 30 days.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next question. Evan Neal.
Evan Neal with Lancium. I want to echo a lot of stuff Chris said. I think this is a huge improvement. We like a lot of the stuff of the skeletal structure and process here. So I think this is a great start towards getting consensus on something so we can move quickly. I do have a couple of comments just to kind of build off of some things other people have said so far, and then a few questions. And so the first is just that I think the approving all the load at a 6-year cutoff, kind of just, I'm thinking about like a 6-year like blank check that we're kind of talking about writing. I think that's probably not the best idea. And I hear that big projects that could serve load on that timeline need further study. And to that point, maybe a recommendation would be to introduce RPG involvement sooner in the process. So I think like there's nothing to say that during the 6-month study period there can be updates to RPG or during the batch refinement during the batch refinement process, like there can be presentations to RPG so that maybe the TSPs could bring their projects that they've already kind of planned for their system into that process earlier. Because I think to the comments that were made, if you get to the end and then you're asking the TSPs in RPG what they think should solve their system on a grand horizon, then we're delaying it. So.
Thanks, Evan. Yeah, I think because this also came up in one of the other recent questions we got, and so I want to make a clarification. The reason that we feel that it is possible to have such a truncated RPG review in this process is because there is constant engagement with the TSPs during both the Batch Zero study and the refinement. And so I guess I just want to make sure that is clear, that that is why we feel a shorter engagement in RPG is possible. So I guess my question back to you would be why would the TSPs not have brought up those projects? And again, keep in mind this is all just on slides right now, but I guess maybe if you could clarify why additional trips to RPG might be necessary.
I just mean in the sense of transparency, and I was responding to the comment that Jeff made earlier that perhaps that might not be the case, but if we're clear that is the case and everyone's involved early on, that's great. I mean, I think another pro to bringing RPG in sooner is just so that, TAC voting members that will ultimately be approving the project can maybe have more visibility and can understand the process flow as it's evolved, and that maybe could help there. But again, that's just, open suggestion that we can talk about more in the upcoming workshops. Just wanted to put that thought out there. I do have a couple of questions, though, on some other items. So I guess the first one is I'm just trying to get a better understanding of the cases themselves. So I guess maybe two main questions is, how are y'all going to plan to handle the officer letter loads or load that was included as part of like the Permian Basin forecast in there? Are you guys planning to keep a lot of that, or will kind of that be taken out and potentially reallocated? And then I have other questions about kind of building off what Bill was asking earlier with the generation assumptions that get added to the case, and specifically around the summer peak net load case. And I'm just curious how y'all are thinking about the dynamic of, depending on what generation you add, you're going to change what the peak net load is in that case, and if you guys kind of thought out that process further.
I'm going to phone a friend on the first question related to the officer letter, especially. I don't think that's.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about that in a later discussion on the Batch Zero criteria. So if we could hold that, and if I don't answer it, then feel free to ask again. And then on the peak net, maybe we should have clarified this. Actually, I think we had language in the earlier version, and I think I took it out. But this is intended to be that no solar scenario. So this is where, again, today we see the issues in real time. Where at sunset, when we don't have solar, we just see a lot of transmission issues. This is intended to capture that.
Okay, so it's not a peak net load case?
I think it's effectively, it is the peak net load, but I think the more the intention, though, is that no solar scenario.
Yeah, I hear you and understand the intention. I think maybe just something to think through is, if we're adding just throw a number out there, 20, 30 gigawatts of load to the batch, and then you need to go through the Figure 127 process to add generation to the case, depending on if you're adding solar, which I guess would be zero capacity factor, or wind or thermal, you're going to change what the net peak load is in your case. And so I guess just considering that more broadly.
Okay, appreciate the comment.
Yep. And then one last question. It has to do with the refinement period. And I guess there's been a couple questions on this, and so I'm just trying to understand. Is the results coming out of the first batch, where you then would sign the final agreement and the financial commitment, are those meant to be like no worse than results?
Define worse.
So, okay, so I signed the agreement, and I, on a timeline and secured everything that provided megawatts, and I can guarantee that whatever the outcome of the refinement study is I won't have a longer timeline, or I won't have to pay more money, or I'll have less megawatts.
So the megawatts will not change up or down in the refinement study process. But whatever the allocated megawatts are, that variable is then set once the load commits. And in the refinement, the only thing that changes is what transmission projects may or may not be recommended.
Okay, so theoretically, like my timeline for the same amount of megawatts could increase out of the refinement process. So like what I could be thinking of getting. No,
time, megawatts by year gets locked in.
Okay.
In that, that maroon box. And then when you get to the refinement study, that will not change. The only variable that changes is which transmission projects get recommended.
Okay. I think that's exactly how it needs to be framed, and I appreciate that clarification. And then just one other question there. So just to be clear, part of that allocation per year will be to serve the full requested amount, or will y'all dial that back?
It's you will have the full requested amount by at least year 6. So in the case of Batch Zero, at least by 2033, it would be the full amount.
Okay. Okay, I think that's right. And then I would just lean on the first comment, though, about maybe being the blank check for year 6. There could be some issues there. And so, like, as a load developer, I would be concerned that the solutions proposed would not meet the timeline I'm requesting, and it would just all be allocated to year 6. That's just a concern that comes to my head immediately.
I think we have that on the list now for for next meeting. All right, next in queue, Tiffany.
Hi, Tiffany Wu with McAdams Energy Group. Can you go back to slide 13 real quick?
Sorry, 13?
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Is it the schedule one? My question, this one here.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so for the developer commitment deadline, is that basically the interconnection agreement then, whatever's included in that? And then to get into, before step 1, you'd have to sign the intermediate agreement and fulfill whatever's in that?
So absent a rulemaking, I would say at a broad conceptual level, that's right. But the details for Batch Zero may align. We're attempting to align with that, but there may be, it won't. I can't say it would be verbatim for that, but that's conceptually that's the idea.
Thank you.
All right, next, Ian Haley.
Thank you. Question on number 4, AG. The assumptions for generation. I'm hoping that the market can get an idea of what assumptions ERCOT used as soon as possible. So I'm wondering if those could be outlined in that final report and not come at the very, very end. I apologize if you already said when they're coming and I missed it.
Sorry, and can you clarify your question?
Sure. So figure 127, ERCOT's going to make assumptions on generation. I'm just hoping to know what assumptions are made by ERCOT as soon as possible, not advocating one way or the other what they should or shouldn't be, but just would love to know what assumptions you did make and how they were included.
Okay. We can capture that. I don't know how feasible that is or not at the moment.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Next up, Bernardo.
Hi. Here. Hi. So congratulations for you for your effort. We are moving in a good path. My question is regarding slide 14. If you could help me to understand what will be the relationship between 2026 RTP and 2027 RTP with this new proposed mechanism. It's not clear for me what will be the inputs and outputs during the whole process.
Yeah, Jeff, are we going to address that in the later session, or do you just want to tackle that now?
Let me make sure I understand. So you're asking how does this feed into the 26 RTP and 27 RTP?
Yes.
Yeah. So 26 RTP, it more or less doesn't. And again, the 26 RTP, like the loads, the load forecast for that is a little different from what could ultimately be the final load forecast. But for 27 RTP, the idea is that the loads that meet the commitment in that line 5 in March of 27, I think ideally those loads get into the 2027 RTP. There is a bit of a question mark there because that is where that dot is. There is roughly about the absolute latest time that the RTP could be adjusted with those loads, and so there is some, depending on when we start the Batch Zero, there's some question there if we can actually make that work or not. But I think the happy path would be that happens in time for those loads to be included in the 2027 RTP.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, next question, Monica.
Hi, Ajit. This is Monica from Vistra. A quick follow-up question to something you said in response to a question. Whether the approved LCP could vary by season. And you said you're thinking about it. Is that even a possibility that an LCP can change?
Yeah, sorry. I apologize if I was not clear. This is what happens when y'all let me answer questions and not just give prepared statements. The question, at least as I understood it, was related to how granular we might make the LCP, but there is no concept of an LCP that would potentially allow for a higher amount in the spring and the fall, but a lower. That's not on the table.
Thank you.
Very good. Wayman Smith. And Wayman, if you're online, we don't hear you yet. All right, I'll come back to you in a minute. Greg Blue.
Greg Blue with Peak Energy.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Are load projects that get into the 2026 RTP, are those projects going to be put into Batch Zero?
Yeah, so I think we'll address that later. The short answer is not necessarily. Yeah, but I've got more on that coming up.
All right. Mike Tabrizi. And Mike, if you're talking, we don't hear you. All right, and I'll go back to Wayman Smith to see if he was able to get on.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Yes, go ahead.
All right. Mike Tabrizi from Zero Emission Grid Consulting. I have two questions. Number one is just to confirm on slide number 9. Is there any scenario? I mean, my understanding from what AJ said is that the megawatt allocated or approved is not going to change from Batch Zero study to after Batch Zero refinement. Is that a fair assumption?
Correct. Yes, the load allocation would not change after the commitment.
All right. So it's fair to say that the security amount is not going to change, right?
I'm sorry. Could you? I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing. Could you repeat your question?
He asked if the security amount would change. So if the megawatts aren't changing, it would seem that the security amount is not changing. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Is there any scenario that the kayak amount is going to change?
Is there a scenario where the kayak amount would change, was the question?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay. All right. And then my other question is coming to slide number 10, that where it says ERCOT will post the study cases used for Batch Zero. Do we have any timeline, like how in advance of the results of the Batch Zero those models will be released? It might be somewhere buried in these slides. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, I think I covered that in my voiceover, so sorry it's not in the slide. But the intention is as soon as the case preparation step is complete is when the cases will be posted to MIS certified.
Okay.
So if we look at the Gantt chart on 14, it would be as we're kicking off the steady state analysis, that would be when the base cases would be shared.
Okay.
Hi,
okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Wayman Smith. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Wayman.
Hey, awesome. I got 25 different microphone options, so I had to run through them. Wayman Smith, AEP. One quick question, and then maybe a little longer question. But in terms of loads that are going to be allocated during the batch study process, are you still proposing an objective function to maximize the number of megawatts according to shift factors? I didn't see that in the slides when I looked through.
Yes, that you're right. It's not in the slides. Our thinking on that has not changed from the previous workshops. That is still the intended objective.
Okay. And then maybe the longer question, this may be more of a batch one issue, but kind of going back to the question that Clayton asked early on. And I'll preface this by saying that my expectation, especially in the first couple of batches, is there's going to be a significant number of megawatts. And so I would expect there to be some of those, quote, larger, more complex projects that are likely going to be in play. And secondly, I would assume that you want to know going into the next batch study which loads have committed and which ones are not going to commit as a base case assumption when you start the next batch study. And so if you take those two things together, and you have a load that you slot in year 6, you don't know what to tell them in order to gauge their level of commitment, whether or not they want to move forward, because you don't have a project, you don't have a cost, that sort of thing. So how do you know what load to include when you start the next batch study, number one? And then number two, within at least one batch study, or maybe two, right, your 2033 year is going to now be the 5th year, right? So it could be the very next study that 6 year out is now 5 years out, where you're going to include all of the load, assuming they were to commit, which we don't know. And so now it's within the 5 years. What do you do? Because if there's some other process, RTP or RPG, that these larger, more complex projects are supposed to go through, that sure isn't going to be finished by the time you start the next batch study. So how do you know what to include? And the other thing about that, if you go down the RPG route, presumably a lot of these larger, more complex projects are not going to be single TSP, single load justification, right? Sort of by the nature of a lot of these, it's going to be multiple TSPs and multiple loads that are going to drive the underlying need for these larger upgrades. And so trying to do that, as a one-off RPG seems problematic to me. So I said a lot there, and, maybe that's more of a batch one issue, but I'm just having a hard time. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm having a hard time conceptually understanding how this is going to work as you transition from one batch study to the next.
Yeah. Hey, Wayman, this is Jeff. So, I don't disagree that there's some complexity in that scenario that you described. So I think how that would play out is in 2033, you may have a step up in load from what was in your 2032 case, because some of these are maybe complex projects, and we just don't think that we're going to be able to get them done within the study process and by 2032. And so you're right. So 2033, you could have a step up in load. And then you are going to need to have a process. And I right now, I feel like we have the transmission planning processes to do that in the time frame we need to do that. But you're right. By the time you start batch one, you're not going to have all of that worked out. And so if batch one is looking out to, I don't remember if it's 2033 or 2034, let's say it's 2034, that 2033 case is essentially going to show that there is no additional transmission capacity in whatever area that has all those additional loads that are coming in, assuming those loads sign the interconnection agreement, meet their financial commitment requirements. And so what the result is going to be is that 2033, those new loads, they're not going to be able to get any additional capacity, and they will just have to go to 2034. But yeah, I think I don't want to give the impression that the hard work that we need to do to come up with transmission plans, that anything in this is going to gloss over that or make that easy. Like we still have to, ERCOT and the TSPs, we still have to do that hard work to identify what are those bigger transmission projects that need to be constructed ultimately.
Yeah, and it's not clear to me yet exactly how we're going to do that and how the timing for that is going to fit when you start the next batch studies. And I should have said before I asked my question, I think there's some significant improvements, at least from my perspective, in what we're seeing today over where we were before. So I certainly appreciate the efforts that ERCOT has made, and I think there's a lot of good here, but it's still very unclear to me kind of how this is going to work for those further out years. Thank you.
All right, so one housekeeping item. It's an hour and 15 minutes till the lunch break. I'm going to cut the queue off at this point. So, Durga, you're going to be the last one to ask a question. Here's my purpose in that is we take the next 8 questions, make space for Jeff to walk through the batch criteria, which y'all are starting to get. You want to get to that? So I do want to get to that before lunch, and then after that long lunch break, we'll then take questions on that. So we'll see how far we get into these questions. I may even have to cut off this queue, but we'll do our best. Bob King, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Bob King with Tract. It looks like, or I heard you say the final the final case build would be done October 1st, and at that point it would be on MIS. But would the loads have to post security well before we even knew what the base case was? That's a timing issue. Maybe is that a comment for Barksdale? When the security has to be posted, I had the impression it was August, which would be ahead of knowing what the case build looked like.
Was that for criteria discussion? Is that all part of the?
Well, yeah, I think it's what AG has up here. Apologize that there's TBDs because we're still working at this date, but there's 2 sets of security, right? There's your intermediate agreement security, and I think we'll get into more of these details in a little bit here. But there's intermediate agreement security that you need to get into the case. So we need that to know which loads get into the study. Then we build the models. Then we post the models. Then we run the study, and then at the end of the study, then loads have to do the second piece of financial commitment, which is the interconnection agreement commitment.
Okay.
And so that's at the end of that 6-month process.
Okay, I appreciate that, Joe. And then I think it's already been asked too, but at the end of that batch study, when the commitment is made, we have a commitment period and those financial securities are put up. It does seem like there's going to have to be a true-up of that security if RPG comes up with different costs. But so we're really changing the whole process of how we identify security required to cut it off at that point, finalize it. I want to just make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, so at least the way that we have envisioned this, and this somewhat goes to the way that we're reading the draft PFP for 5841, is that financial commitment is put up at the interconnection agreement, which is at the end of the study, and there's not a contemplation that changes if the RPG projects change. If the projects change through the RPG process.
And final real quick comment was brought up by AP just a minute ago, but if we're still trying to optimize the total, it's a little frightening to think that the reallocation might happen in the next batch. You got a bunch of more new loads coming in, trying to optimize the total. Might want to think about giving some priority at least to people that kind of got bumped out and have some load in and wanted more in the first batch. It seems like there's maybe we're never going to go back to first come, first serve kind of deal or something, but there's a fairness issue in there somewhere too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bob. All right, Sam Brandon.
Sam Brandon with Agentic. I think my question just got answered right there, but I guess my comment would be if there was any sort of tether to the financial security that is owed as part of the interconnection agreement, and if that value was to change based off of the refinement process, that's kind of the fatal flaw of how clusters run into doom loops. So, yeah, just acknowledging that would be pretty problematic.
Hey, Matt, I just want to say for everybody, part of the reason why we have, this is Barksdale with the Commission, part of the reason why we tapped the brakes on the rulemaking was to make sure that we're aligning what the PUC's rules require so that the batch rules make sense. And so ERCOT and PUC staff are extraordinarily well coordinated on how we're writing all of this stuff. If it feels squishy, it's because we're trying to build a plane while we're flying it. It will continue to tighten up as we tighten all those bolts.
Thanks, Barksdale. All right, next question, Victor Sowers.
Yes, Victor Sowers, TQ Energy Capital. I'm looking at slide 26. I'm just kind of thinking about, since we started this conversation, large working group, especially data centers and our data centers, when we were able to say...
Sorry, which slide are you on? 26 we haven't gotten to yet.
26, sir.
I'm sorry, say again?
26.
Okay, we haven't gotten to that slide yet, so...
I understand. That's all right.
Well,
so
I'm going to keep us in the... ask your question, but I may ask you to defer until we get to that section. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So we're thinking about, on the reliability side, on the batch studies, whereas if our data centers are on the same circuit or another circuit during a SB6 event or what have you, that our processing packaging going through black fiber, I can move a couple 100 megawatt to another data center that might or might not be on that circuit, but hasn't been called for an SB6 event, but I can do it within 3 to 8 milliseconds. So a lot faster than power electronics can be able to react.
Okay, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to ask the question. Sorry, this may sound rude. I need you to ask the question in 15 seconds because it feels out of scope, but go ahead.
Well, the reason it affects that, I can move load on different circuits within the ERCOT system. If I have different POIs and there's an SB6 event on one POI, but I have another POI with capacity, has ERCOT thought about how quickly we can move processing packaging through black fiber?
Yeah,
do you understand?
This is not... So when we do the transmission plan, we are planning to serve from a wires perspective. We're planning to serve all of that load. So I think what you're referring to is more of the resource adequacy part of SB6, but I think that's a different issue. This is more a wires perspective. From a wires perspective, we will plan to serve the entire load.
Possibly so, but being aware that we can move large amount of load within milliseconds.
So yeah, I would say then that sounds to me more like a CLR, which I think we'll talk about later.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Victor. Okay, Shannon Caraway.
Could you go to slide 14? So the question I've got here is during the steady state analysis portion, so it'd be row 2, do you anticipate allowing the TSPs to incorporate the full suite of upgrade options that they today can do through the RPG, and quite honestly, ERCOT can do through the RTP in partnership with the TSPs? Will they have all those same tools at their disposal that they do today in that row 2?
Yeah. So there's no limit on the types of upgrades that can be explored, but there is a limit on how long that phase of the study can take. So that may place limits on what can be accomplished in that time, but there's no limit on what could be explored.
All right. Then I've got some follow-on comments to that, because it made sense to me that you can't not allow them to do that, or otherwise I think both Wayman, Bill, Evan, a whole bunch of people have brought up really valid points that without the full suite of tools. It's no longer just brownfield, as narrow as we were in your 2.3 version. Without it, we will have locked out the real power of the RPG and RTP process today. So I'm glad to hear that the full suite could be included. So if that's the case, then it seems then to me any in-flight RPG project, because Oncor's got a suite of them out there that's anywhere from over a year old to 5-6 months old. We're sitting here in February today. It does not make sense to me that those should not be able to be included over in steady state. And similarly, AEP. Every TSP's probably got some of these. But it doesn't make sense that we should have a June cutoff or July cutoff. It really should, that those, at a minimum, it should be an October cutoff for the firm portion. And then any time during that steady state process, the allocation portion, those tools could be that were RPG projects that they've submitted there. They should be able to include them here. And similarly, at that point, your RTP, you'll be already within the month of publishing the thing. Those developed projects through this year's RTP should be able to be ones that you've used in that steady state. Otherwise, we're going to have a lost year to 2 years worth of RPG, RTP that's not getting taken into account, if that makes sense.
Let me clarify. So are you suggesting that we delay the start of Batch Zero?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Not in the least.
Yeah.
But to be clear why I'm not suggesting that, but still making the comment I am, on steady state analysis, you're starting that in October. So your case build project, it should be something to where the case build for that, the TSPs already have ideas for all this. That's how they submitted their RPG project in the first place. And most likely, same way in this year's RTP, the same thing. And given that the 58-480 rule on the RTP, on what criteria to go in this year, it is married up with the current draft of what to be an intermediate study case from a site security and those types of things. It makes sense to me that the 2026 RTP ought to have a tremendous bearing. If you're in that, it ought to have a tremendous bearing in your Batch Zero, and similarly, ongoing RPG projects. Because you said you'll include 2025, but RTP, but that whole criteria of what loads went in there, you later said, just because you were in that doesn't mean that you're qualified anymore. So it's really, since the criteria at the PUC is becoming the same, the 58-481 points to the 58-481 one, it seems to me absolutely the 2026 one should count, because the bulk of that evaluation, you will have, the steady state piece you will have done by the time the steady state part of the 2026 RTP will largely be complete before the steady state analysis starts on Batch Zero.
Okay. I think, yeah. Okay. Let me think about that. I might come back to that when I get to the Batch Zero criteria.
Like others, I should have said, this is such an improved process and proposal. Thank you so much. Should have led with that.
Good. All right, thank you. And so I am going to try to clear the queue with this 7 in line right now, and then see if we have time for Jeff to start the criteria before lunch. So Jamil Pueblos.
Jamil Pueblos with Oxy-L Lead With. Thank you so much for this improved process. But really quickly on the 30-day commitment deadline, has there been any consideration for a little bit more time on that? Totally understand the urgency and wanted to keep this process moving, but for some traditional loads, 30 days is really tight. We're reacting to a load commissioning plan, working through multiple teams, approvals, and then just securing that funding. And so, even if we're trying to make that good faith effort, I would hope there's a little bit of grace involved that, it's day 35, but any consideration for a little bit more time on that commitment deadline, because, we would hate to kind of miss out, get included in that refinement if we just miss, X amount of days. So
yeah, so I'll do the history. On the outreach, we definitely had 30 was tight, but feasible if we know the dates ahead of time so we can have all the meetings and decisions made. Every week we slip beyond 30 days is going to slip this whole batch process out. So we defined a critical path to where that window was as big and as small as possible. Tried to find the middle ground. So that's pretty much a fixed thing. And if we talk about within the NPR and PIGR, change that from 30 to 60 days, then shift everything to the right a month. So just to let you know how we got to it. So we're not really here to debate it today. It just changes the timeline.
Appreciate that. And the spirit of collaboration, maybe we could kind of think about that.
You're welcome. Thanks for the feedback. All right, next one is Diana Coleman. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to follow up on a question that Bill Bjorkas had asked earlier, just making sure that we're understanding it correctly. So is the execution of an interconnection agreement that's compliant with 58481, is that required by the April deadline, or is that by the June RPG approval date?
Diana, are you asking about for batch zero or?
For batch zero.
Yeah, I think I'm going to hit that real shortly here, if you wouldn't mind holding that question.
Okay, and this might be a later question as well. So for projects that are already in flight within the RPG process, I know we've touched on this a little bit, but those are subject to 58481. But are they also? They're also subject to the 2026 RTP compliance plan, or both? It's both of them, right? Moving in for batch zero?
I think I'm going to hit that in a minute.
Okay.
This one.
And then on slide 10, we had one question. ERCOT had mentioned that the study horizon for year 6 is where TSPs can show the customer's full load amount. Does that mean that all projects that are necessary would need to be met in that timeline? Like if we go past the year 6 build, how would that factor in? If we feel like it's going to go past the years 1 through 5 in that study horizon.
So are you asking, so if you have a load that is coming in 2034 and we're only looking at 2033?
Yes.
The 2034 load, or if you have a load that's coming in 2035, they would be allocated the full megawatts.
Full megawatts. Okay, great. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Diana. Sarah Johnson.
Hi, this is Sarah Johnson from Heartland Jewel Consultancy. The two-part question. The first is really more of a clarification. So at that commitment period that I guess on slide 14 would be that red blip in the calendar. Just to clarify, the financial requirement there, is that tied to the cost of the transmission upgrades that are expected from that screening report, or what is the base of the financial commitment, for clarity?
Yeah, so the way that we are envisioning this is that would be based on what comes out of 58481 for interconnection agreement.
Okay, so if that is tied to the cost of transmission upgrades, I guess my second part is maybe less of a question and more just a comment of to the extent that there's projects that do not move forward from that commitment period to go into the refinement study, that could leave the projects that do move forward holding more of the bag. Not saying that those upgrades shouldn't get built, but it might be something to consider of how headroom on those transmission upgrades is considered for projects in subsequent batches.
Yeah, no, I don't think, again, the projects that stay, there is no change in their financial commitment. So if other projects drop out, then we're not going back. There's no contemplation in the process to go back and ask them to put up additional financial security.
Understood. I guess then for the projects that do drop out, if they're contributing to a similar upgrade, how does that upgrade reach its funding if it's not increased for the other projects?
Yeah, again, this is based on draft PFP, which has not been officially, I don't know what the right term is, submitted or published. It has not been officially published, but it's for the transmission system upgrades. It's a financial security. It's not a funding of those projects. So that those projects ultimately get funded just the way any other transmission project gets funded today through TCOS.
And Jeff, if you don't mind,
please.
The proposal that ERCOT is laying out today is based on what is in that second discussion draft that staff filed in early January. And as Jeff just mentioned, the commissioners have not voted to publish it in the Texas Register, which is the legal step that launches the formal rulemaking process. So the answers that you are hearing about what is included in that financial commitment, the commissioners may choose to publish something different. The commissioners, when we adopt the final rule later in the summer, might choose to have different requirements. So the answers you're getting today are based on the best available information, and we all should just make sure that we're tracking both the revision request here and the rule at the PUC to ensure that they make sense, they're consistent, and they help improve the process as the chairman has laid it out.
Yeah, appreciate that, Barksdale. That's 100% agree. So we will adjust this process and adjust the requirements as 5841 adjust. Our intention is to remain in lockstep with that.
All right, very good.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Harsh.
Harsh Naik, Oncor. Question on the refinement study. I heard a couple times that the megawatt allocation will not change, but the transmission upgrades will change. So I got thinking, if you had multiple loads connecting to a same transmission line, and then and they all get capped, and they all have, say, 20-30% cap, but then only one commits, the other fall out. When do you revise that person's LCP? Because now that person may have full capacity without any transmission upgrade.
I'm not sure. Are you asking, can they get more megawatts because their neighbors
So there's
have dropped
capacity
out?
now, right? Because not everybody committed. That 1% committed, there is transmission capacity now. So when does that person get that capacity?
The next batch. They can re-request that in the next batch.
Well, so the first batch, they already got the commitment in a way, and the LCP was upgrade the line. Because the loads dropped, the justification for that upgrade went away.
Yes.
So why does that person not get 100% before the next batch starts?
Because that's not that's not a simple analysis, right? It may be that you see this, maybe you see this constraint in the analysis, and so you're planning based on that, but you don't know just because the neighbors dropped out. There may be another constraint that if you were to raise them up, there may be another constraint down the line, right?
But if you knew the shift factors, do you not think you could figure that?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's. I think you're adding complexity to that. I mean, these are tight timelines. When you add complexity, you put at risk being able to meet those timelines.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bob Whitmire. So we have 3 questions left, and then we're going to put Jeff Bilow up there on criteria. Bob Whitmire.
Yes, first, thanks, Barksdale, for the clarification. I'd like to remind everybody on the phone that one of the things in the proposed rule is $1 per megawatt fee rather than, tied to a specific project, so that does cover a lot of this. At ERCOT, I think this is much improved from what you had talked about before. I'd like to also remind market participants that this is an ERCOT batch study. Try not to confuse what you've experienced in cluster studies elsewhere. This is new. Jeff, I'm really supportive of you know how much it's going to cost. You have a firm commitment when you make your non-refundable security deposit. I like that part. My question is, and I understand it locks you in on megawatts, but if the projects change as a result of the 3-month process, do we know that the timeline still holds true?
It has to.
Okay,
yeah, we cannot change the timeline. So I think that is a constraint that we will respect that constraint.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right, and down to Jim Lee.
Hey, Jim Lee with CenterPoint Energy. Thanks, Matt. Jeff, this is probably more of a transitional question and perhaps part of the criteria, but with the study horizon on slide 10 beginning in 2028, what's the path forward for loads that seek energization in 2027? And how does that flow into the Batch Zero?
Yeah, I will address that coming up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Last question, Durga.
Thank you. I'll club my questions together because there's really less time. My first question is, I had raised this in last LLWG about BESS. We have around 170 to 180 gigawatt of BESS in the queue. The thing is, from the time the study starts and the tag process is completes around 1 year, 2 months almost. It's not just that loads drop, BESS can also drop, solars can also drop. Do we think that we should add some extra criteria apart from section 6.9 to reduce the queue in terms of what BESS is added? I'm specifically concerned about BESS because there is around 180 gigawatt of BESS in the queue. The other question clubbed into that is how are we thinking of fictitious generator addition? Because there'll be more load than gen in the case. So, and the location of this fictitious generator is important to find the solutions for the transmission. So how do we look at that?
Yeah, I think the answer to both questions, Durga, is on the slide to the Pigger 127 methodology. I know Bill's raised some questions about when you get to the point where you're starting to add additional generation around the system beyond your list that you can go down. Where you add it is important, and we understand that concern. Don't have a more detailed answer for you today, but we'll try and address that at future workshops and through the revision request.
Thank you. Last question is, I also raised this last LLWG. I think we need to also use this, I think lingua franca, maybe a contingent facility and non-contingent facility transmission upgrades, because we are shifting towards cluster studies like we do in WEC and other areas where there is cluster studies done. If there is a load or a load that comes online, is supposed to come online, and it's dependent on a station or a line, which is a result of some previous batch study, for some reason that load or that generation drops, and this is a contingent facility for this load to come online, how do we handle that situation? I think all people ask this question today and think there's no answer today maybe. But my request is in the next meetings, maybe an example of some sort in the presentation for people to understand it much better, because there should be a distinction between contingent and non-contingent facilities for loads in the future in the studies, and how those are treated differently impacts the cost and the timeline for loads. And these loads are like heavily financially heavy loads. They're like in billions of dollars, and there are chances of these loads falling out in the future. So it's very important to make that distinction for contingent and non-contingent facilities for loads in the future for the transmission upgrades.
Okay. Thank you for the comment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So it's kind of funny. After Jeff presents, we can't say you'll hear this later in the day. So we're going to let him present the criteria slides, and that may take us right up to lunch. But similar to what AG did, we're going to let him pretty much do a clean run through all the slides to get that into play. So the stage is yours. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, and just I wanted to go back to that last question, Durga, because I think this is important, is that after the, on slide 9, that box, after that commitment box, that there is no tie between the transmission projects and the load. So those transmission projects could change over time, the load could change over time. We already have processes that we already use in our existing transmission planning studies where we deal with changes and assumptions. And it will be the same for batch studies. It'll be the same for the refinement study. It'll be the same going forward. Okay, and I also want to apologize. I know there's a flashing light over there, so hopefully that's not bothering anybody too bad. But
they're going to cycle it at lunch. They're waiting us to leave the room to do things. So yes.
Okay.
If you start to twitch, we'll bring in safety.
Okay, so yeah, let's get into the batch zero criteria, and I wanted to start with, as we thought about how we would do this. What were the principles? What were the fundamentals on how we needed to design this? And a lot of this is based on the feedback that we heard through various through the previous workshops and the various ways that we had reached out for stakeholder feedback. And then a part of the change is also because when we originally when we came on February 3rd, we originally had this concept of a batch zero phase A, in which we were going to have to start before the 58481 rule, much before that was going to be laid out. We had some different ideas on that, but I think now that the timing of batch zero, I would say more closely aligns with 58481, that has changed our thinking a little bit. And so when you see here that we have changes from what we had presented previously, that those changes are because of the feedback and also because of that change in timing in 58481. But let me walk through kind of these 5 principles that we used as we laid this out. So the first is that we have a reliability responsibility to ensure that the large loads that we say are firm, or we say that we are not reallocating those megawatts or restudying those, we need to make sure that we can reliably serve those loads. And there are NERC requirements we can discuss on that, but that is job number 1 for ERCOT, is we have to make sure that we can reliably serve the loads that we are saying can connect to the system. Second is that we are looking at the Senate Bill 6 and how the PUC is implementing that. We're looking at those gating rules, and we want to incorporate those gating rules into this batch zero criteria. And those gating rules are both from the intermediate agreement phase as well as the interconnection agreement phase. And so that will be the law of the land relatively soon. And so we need to make sure that batch zero is aligned and subsequent batches are aligned with those gating rules. We also understand that some loads have already gone through partially some existing process, whether that's the Picker 115 process or other study processes. And so as much as we can, we want to respect those processes that have existed before the batch process. One of the pieces of feedback that we heard at the last workshop, as well as individual stakeholder feedback, was that projects that are energizing in the next 18 to 24 months, those projects are likely or should already have met certain milestones, and there are physical things that we ought to be able to check to make sure that those projects are actually going to be energized in that time period. And so we've added, you'll notice when I go through this in a minute, we've added an assessment to see are those projects that are requesting energization in 26 or 27, or are those actually feasible energization schedule? And then finally, there is this concept in the draft PFP, and again, I'll reiterate all the disclaimers that Barksdale laid out. Is that is just a draft at this point. That is not the law of the land, but there is a possibility that could be the law of the land or some version, and that PFP contemplates this idea of reallocating or releasing capacity that loads had previously requested, but they're not utilizing that capacity. And so we want to incorporate that into this criteria as well. Okay, so let me walk through this. We'll see how well this works. I'm going to try to walk through the entire flow chart, and then I'll go into the deep dive. So each of those numbers you see on the slide, that corresponds to a slide or two that has a deep dive on that box or that diamond. Okay, so if we start at the start, the first thing that we are going to check is the load already operational, or have we already granted approval to energize? And if the answer is yes, then we're going to include that as we're calling base load, think what we've previously described as firm load. So that is base load. We're not going back and restudying that. And there's an asterisk there, and I'll get back to that in a minute when we go to that reference slide. But if it's already operational, approved to energize, then that's base load. If it has not achieved that, then we need to check, the next diamond here is we need to check are the studies that have been done, are they complete and are they valid? So getting back to our principle of we need to make sure that we can reliably connect these loads, we're going to check if the studies that were done for that load, if those studies are complete and valid. And I'll get to what that means in a minute, but that's essentially what we're doing. And I'm going to take this lower path here. So if the studies, if we look at the studies and say, yep, we have good studies for that load, then we will check, does the load meet the full commitment criteria? And that full commitment criteria is the interconnection agreement criteria, again, as laid out in 58-481. So if the load meets the 58-481 commitment criteria, then we will then check, is the load planning to be operational by the end of 2027? And again, the reason that we're asking this is the feedback that we heard from stakeholders is if a load is going to be energized in the next 18 to 24 months, they will be able to prove to you that they have done certain activities. And so ERCOT, you should check that. And so if we're a 2028 or later load, you have valid studies, you meet the interconnection agreement criteria, then those loads will be, again, base load, be included as base loads. We're not studying those for reallocation because they have a valid study and they meet the interconnection agreement criteria. However, if you are telling us that you are going to energize by the end of 2027, then we are going to check to make sure that you are actually have development, that you can demonstrate development activity. And if you can, then you will also be included as base load, firm base load. Let me keep going down this path. But if you tell us, hey, we are interconnecting in 2026, but you can't demonstrate that you have any sort of development activity, then we're going to say, you told us you're energizing in 26, but it's not feasible. You're not able to do that. And so we're going to administratively say your studies are no longer valid because we had studies saying that you were going to energize in 26, and now those studies are not valid. And so we're going to administratively set your energization date to January 1st of 2028. And you are going to go into the restudy. We will restudy and reallocate the load amount in batch zero. Okay, let me go back up here. So again, if you are a load where your interconnection studies are valid, so you've gotten all of your interconnection studies done, we look at those and we say, yep, those are valid, but you do not meet the 58481 interconnection agreement criteria, so you haven't met that full commitment criteria, then we will check to see, do you meet the 58481 intermediate agreement criteria? If you do, then we will restudy those loads and reallocate megawatts in batch zero. But if you, even if you have good studies, but you can't meet either interconnection agreement or intermediate agreement criteria, then you will not be included in batch zero. Let me go back up this way. So let's say that we look at your studies and we say, maybe you've done some studies, but we've determined that the studies aren't valid. Then we're going to go, because maybe some assumptions have changed, then we will go and we will look at, are your interconnection studies, calling it partially complete? And again, I've got a slide on this. I'll explain more what we mean by that. If they meet the partially complete criteria, then we will go and check, okay, do you meet the 5841 intermediate criteria? And same thing, if you do, then we will restudy that and we will allocate megawatts. But if you don't, then you're not included. Or if your studies have not progressed to the point where we say that they are partially complete, then those loads will not be included in batch zero. Okay, so let's dive into that. Okay, so again, what is included as baseload? So if you are operational or we have approved you to energize, then we will include you as baseload. So in any loads that went through the interim process, we will allocate the megawatts based on what those loads were included in the 2025 RTP. If you were operational before the interim process, so if you're a refinery that has existed for 20 years, whatever we have studied you in previously, that's what we're going to continue to study you as. So that's what this is intended to be. If you're a steel mill that's been there for 40 years, we're still going to respect whatever those megawatts were. You're not getting reallocated. Loads that became operational after we started the interim LLIS process, it is the lesser of the megawatts that we've previously modeled you at in the 2025 RTP, and I'm going to explain what this means here in a second, or megawatts in your load commissioning plan, if you have a load commissioning plan, or megawatts in an updated ramp schedule that you provide to your DSP by a to-be-determined date in the future. And this date is, I think it is in the future, but probably sometime this summer. And so if you are operational and you became operational after we started the process, so it'll be the lesser of these three, and then we're going to respect what is in the draft PFP in 5841. At least as we are reading it, there is this concept of a 6-month look back. We will take that snapshot on June 1st, which means 6 months prior to that is December 1. And the way this works, at least as we're reading the rule, is that if you told us that in 2025 you were a 500 megawatt load, but the most, if we look on June 1st, 2026, and the most we see that you have ever consumed is 300 megawatts, then that 200 megawatts is going to be available to be reallocated to other loads. So same in whether we're modeled in the RTP or you had a load commissioning plan. So again, if you told us in 2025 I'm going to be 500 megawatts, but we see that 6 months after that, 6 months is June 1st when we take the snapshot, the most you've ever consumed is 300 megawatts, then there is 200 megawatts that will be reallocated. That also impacts your later load ramps. So if you told us in 2025 I'm going to be 500 megawatts, and we've only seen that you are 300 megawatts, if you tell us in 2028 I am 600 megawatts, then it's 600 minus the 200 is 400. And that's the way that we're reading the 5841 on that. Expect I might have a question or two on that when we get to questions. Okay, so again, this is you're included as baseload. So if you have complete and valid interconnection studies and you meet the 5841 interconnection agreement requirements and your requested energization date is before the end of 2027 and you have demonstrated, so I'm kind of walking down that diamond, you've demonstrated that path of diamonds, you've demonstrated that you have development activity, then you'll be included as baseload. And then if you have complete and valid studies, you meet 5841 interconnection agreement requirements, and you'll be operational after 2027, then you'll be included in the study as baseload. So if you are in either of these buckets and you've said I'm 500 megawatts and you meet these criteria, then you will be studied as 500 megawatts with no reallocation in batch zero. So you're set at 500 megawatts in the case. Okay, so let's now switch over to loads that will be studied in batch zero. So studied means you're asking for 500 megawatts. We're going to run the analysis and determine, can we serve all 500 megawatts? Is there a lesser amount? Do we need some transmission upgrades? That's what studied in batch zero means. So if you have complete and valid studies, but you don't meet the interconnection agreement requirements, but you do meet the intermediate agreement requirements, then you are included as that studied. And your megawatt allocation will be determined through the batch zero study. If you have good studies, you meet the interconnection agreement requirements, you've requested energization before the end of 2027, but you can't demonstrate that you've started development activity on your project, then you'll be included in the study, but you'll be studied and your megawatts will be allocated. So this is that path where we're going to set your energization date. We're going to administratively set that to 2028. Or if you've partially completed studies and you have met the intermediate agreement requirements, then you'll be included as studied in batch zero. Okay, so then what projects are not included in batch zero? So you're not baseload, and we're not going to study you. If you have complete studies, but you can't meet interconnection or intermediate agreement requirements in 5841, then you will not be included in batch zero. You will be eligible to be included in a later batch if you meet ultimately the intermediate agreement criteria, but that will be determined in a different set of revision requests. Or if you have partially complete studies, so you have some studies done, but you don't meet the intermediate agreement requirements, then you're also not included in batch zero and eligible to be, if you meet the requirements for batch one, you're eligible to be included in batch one. Okay, so let's talk about the interconnection study. So what do we mean when we say you have complete and valid interconnection studies? This is both of these bullets. We need a complete dynamic model that has been provided to us with any necessary information and documentation such as for large electronic loads, I think we're requiring the DWG large load survey. Fred, sorry, put you on the spot. Is it just large electronic loads, or is it all large loads? I don't remember off the top of my head. You're going to check? Okay, Fred's going to check on that, sorry. And then, so it's that bullet plus, do you have steady state and stability studies that, and this is more of a principle than a specific methodology at this point, but it is, do you have steady state and stability studies where you can demonstrate that the load can be reliably served, considering any changes in assumptions since the study was complete? And for this, we will consider LLIS studies, RTP studies, and RPG studies. So it is essentially, I'll give you an example, but there's a universe of examples that we're trying to work through, and that's why we didn't include everything in the slide today. We will have this buttoned up by the time that we file the revision request, but as an example, if you are a large load and you have gone through the LLIS study, you've met all your 9.4 requirements, and there are no other study or no other loads nearby that meet the interconnection agreement requirements that were not already included in your study, then ERCOT feels comfortable saying, yeah, we look at that, your study, and your study is valid. However, if you've gone through 9.4, you've done all your studies, even if we have said that we've approved those studies, if another large load has come and they have met their interconnection agreement requirements, and that load was not included in your study, we no longer know if we can reliably serve both your load and another load. And so at that point, we would say we don't have a valid study that we can attest that we know that we can reliably serve these loads. And so that load, we would say, no, we do not have a valid study on that. So that's sort of the principle that we're thinking of. That there's a whole list of combinations of how that could work, and so we're still working through those details. And so we'll put that methodology in the revision request in the PIGR. Okay, so that is, I have complete and valid interconnection studies.
Hey, Jeff, Fred finished his homework on the...
Yeah, Fred, please.
It's for all large load.
So all large loads, okay. So all large loads, we need the model with supporting documentation, DWG large load survey. Okay. So then we had a diamond for, okay, if your studies are not done, then are they at least partially complete? And that partially complete is if the TSP has submitted that your studies to ERCOT, steady state or stability, and we have approved that study by TBD date. That TBD date is not a retroactive date. That will be a future date. But again, it's likely that's going to be sometime late spring or summer for that. Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit more. Actually, I think I'll talk right now about it. I've mentioned a couple of times the 58481. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to go out of order here a little bit because I think it's cleaner. So let me jump to the demonstrated development activity. Again, this is from feedback that we heard is loads, if they have a near-term energization, near-term 18 to 24 months, then they should be able to demonstrate that they have development activity. And so the kind of two ways we're looking at it. So one is the load included in the May 1st, 2026 QSA? And the idea there is that we don't want to go back if we're likely making this determination sometime over the summer. Don't want to go back and loads that have already made it into the QSA. Don't want to go back and tell them that you're going to have to go through the batch study. That's kind of awkward, and so we decided loads that make it into the QSA, that those loads are going to be, we're going to say that is demonstrated development activity. We've already had some clever people who think that they can try to get in to the QSA even though they haven't met other requirements. So we are onto you on that, I'll just say. And so don't think that you can kind of skirt other requirements and try to hurry up and get in to the QSA. I'm saying that somewhat facetiously, but not. So the second thing is, and this was, I think, some of the feedback that we heard was that if a load is energizing soon, then they ought to be able to demonstrate both that they have done some site preparation and construction, and that they have purchased all of their necessary customer-owned high voltage transformers and circuit breakers. And looking for feedback on this, but again, this is, I think, what we heard from some of the comments. And so they, so the idea here is that the ILLE will be able to prove to their DSP or interconnecting TSP that they can meet both of these requirements. Okay, let me go back to the 5841. So we've wrestled a bit with the 5841 and just the timing of it. As Barksdale mentioned, we're working very closely with staff, and we are trying to be aligned with 5841 because ultimately that's going to be the law of the land that then ties back into the load forecast. And so we want to make sure that we are planning the system, we are studying these loads with an eye towards what is ultimately going to be in the load forecast, what's ultimately going to be the law for what goes into the load forecast. And so I think that's on the 2026 RTP. I get a lot of questions about that, and I've really been thinking that that's separate because there's a special kind of rule for within 58480. There's a special section that's just about 2026 RTP. And Christina or Barksdale, reel me in if I go too far on a limb here. But I think we have been thinking about that different because what is loads that are included in 2026 RTP may not meet what is ultimately the requirements in 58481. And as we look at the timing that AG laid out for when the refinement study occurs, that's a 2027 transmission plan study, if you will, that will ultimately 5841 will be done at that time. And so what I'm trying to say is that we want to make sure that we are not recommending projects, that we're not letting loads into the study that ultimately wouldn't be there when we get to 2027 and are justifying these projects, potentially in front of the board. So, in other words, I can't take a transmission plan, transmission project to the board of directors in 2027 based on loads that don't meet the requirements to get into the load forecast in 2027. So that's sort of the general idea there. So as we think about that, we want to try to align the Batch Zero process with what is ultimately going to be the loads that are going to be included in the load forecast. And so that's why we're trying to tie this to 58481 and those gating requirements. So there's then kind of two options, two implementation pathways for how we do this PIGR and how that ties in with 5841. So the first option would be that we take the what is in the draft PFP and we replicate that in the PIGR. We just take the rules that are in that draft PFP and we just copy those and paste those into the PIGR for gating criteria for both the intermediate agreement criteria and the interconnection agreement criteria. And then the idea there is that as that PFP changes, so As I understand it, the staff will bring that back to the commissioners at the March 12th open meeting, which is after we will post the PIGR on March 4th. So that's after that. Commission may or may not decide. It's at their discretion that they may decide that they want to publish that. If that happens and that the language is different from what was staff published on or posted on February 13th, I apologize, staff, if I get that wrong, that language there. But the idea is if at some point that language changes in the PFP, we will go back and we will update the PIGR to match that. However, the timing is such that we don't expect that 5841. I think if you look at the current timeline, it's likely that that's 5841 is not done until, I don't know, August or September. I don't remember the date off the top of my head. But if it's not done until that time period, then that means that we will take something to the board of directors in June, the PIGR in June, that has something that could ultimately be different from what is adopted in 5841 later on in the year. But if we do that, that would enable us to start batch zero, call it this summer. We would be able to, get the board of director approval of the PIGR or endorsement of the PIGR in June. Sometime after that, the commission would approve it, and then we'd be able to immediately start on batch zero. So that's sort of option one. And so what that means is on the option one path is we get that earlier start to batch zero. But there is a risk that the final rule could be different from what we have put into the planning guide. So that is option one. There is another option, is that we tie the language in the planning guide to ultimately what 5841 says, which means that the planning guide cannot go into effect until 5841 rule is complete, which may not be complete until this fall, and then there needs to be probably some time after it is adopted that we would allow some time for loads. We've got to gather information from the TSPs and DSPs, and so we would need some time to allow the loads to be able to meet those requirements and gather that information. And so that if we do that, that means that the batch zero would be aligned with that final PUC rule, but that would obviously delay the start of batch zero until the fall. So those are kind of the options as we've seen them. I think there is a third option that we are not considering, is that we would make up our own criteria for intermediate and interconnection agreement, but I think that doesn't make sense to us. It's we've got to be as closely aligned with the commission here in 5841 as possible. So those are the options as we see it. I think that where we are leaning right now is with option one, that we would replicate that whatever's that draft PP language. If you look at the February 13th language, that would be essentially what you would see in the March 4th revision request. But understanding if that changes at some point between now and June, then we would update that language. We would file comments and update that language to change that. Okay, I think, Matt, do you want to take the lunch break now, or?
No. We're
a couple questions. Okay.
I know you probably do. Tell you what, though, it is a hard stop at 12:30, especially for Jeff. So we will stop the question. So here's the thing. So there's 25 people in the queue. We're going to answer as many questions as we can. Then we're going to clip and snip all those questions into later in the day, and that's how we'll resume the queue after the lunch and bring your own generation discussion. So
yeah, and Matt, Matt has been gracious. It's actually my hard stop at 12:30, so I have a prior commitment that I was not able to get out of, and so if you see me run out of here, I'm not trying to be rude and avoid questions, but I do have a commitment that I need to get to, but I will be back later.
The running is just coincidental. All right. So first question, Eric Goff, go ahead.
This is not my question, but Jeff, did you say heart stop or hard stop?
Might be both.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm about to speak on behalf of, as a representative of the Texas Energy Buyers Alliance. TEBA includes some of the largest employers and energy users in the state. And this is the perspective of, that's a unified perspective of 3 of our largest hyperscaler members about the batch process. So I think it's notable, and we've taken a lot of time over the last week to try to get to this perspective. I'm not going to mention names, but our members are on our website if you want to take a look and make some good guesses, potentially. But we're just going to speak kind of generically. So on Batch Zero, we think that enabling existing RPG projects is the way to move forward with this, because those are transmission plans that are already in flight, and as we and others have emphasized, we really think that the batch process should be about enabling transmission planning. So in order to enable that transmission plan for loads whose energization is contingent on an existing applicable RPG project or RTP project, we want to note the obvious thing that RPG and RTP are transmission plans, so Batch Zero should start with those transmission plans that are already in flight. For projects that the TSP suspects might not need significant transmission based on ERCOT-approved steady-state studies and have met all other criteria, the TSP might also identify other sites and be able to tell ERCOT why they think they should be added to this batch as well. In terms of the criteria, the consensus among these 3 hyperscaler companies is that the loads that can be served by RPG and RPT projects that have already been filed, this expressly includes all the Permian loads. TEBA can support that these RPG and RTP projects must also meet the forthcoming requirements from 58481. Whatever those end up being for site control and financial commitment requirements. And we urge that the inclusion of loads with sites that do not need transmission upgrades, including those with co-located generation. We have thoughts about Batch 1 that are logically tied to this. So I know this is a Batch 2. I'm going to just briefly touch on Batch 1 because I think it can be helpful in understanding the approach. So in terms of Batch 1, we think this should be about building a transmission plan for approved loads. And we strongly urge that there be deliberate attention paid by the PUC and ERCOT to address how to include loads with early queue positions or have, if not a queue position, have been submitted for a while, right, and have been in flight for a while, that should qualify for early batches and can demonstrate site control and meeting the financial requirements from the Commission's rule. And are with TSPs that have not submitted any studies to ERCOT in some cases. We encourage that there be a pathway to include loads whose TSP submits those studies in a near-term window, or loads that can qualify directly based on site control and financial commitment. So what does that mean? Loads whose TSPs have submitted studies within a specific window that we have to determine must meet an increasingly non-refundable collateral requirement. So at some point, in order to move forward to the transmission plan, it makes sense for something to be non-refundable, although it might initiate as a refundable obligation, and we're happy to talk that through. For Batch 1, these 3 hyperscalers think that the financial requirement for that batch could be high, and they are open to the $100,000 per megawatt fee, but encourage there to be a consideration of an overall cap for the cost for one site. Like once you've gotten to a very big number, it's a very big number. And then if the TSP has not submitted preliminary studies, but the load can demonstrate, what I think you referred to as commercial activity, Jeff, or development activity, we think that could also be a criteria. So we look at that as all the necessary contracts to develop a site. So that's not a PPA, but it's like the construction of the site itself. Has possession of the material they need to develop the site, and plans to actually construct the data center. In other words, this criteria should identify that there are no additional steps necessary to arrange for construction with the ultimate end-use customer, and that the site, can proceed without any additional permissions or qualifications. So we have additional thoughts, and we're happy to submit this, in a written form to y'all. But we think that this kind of transmission-first approach is useful for Batch Zero, given the philosophy that Batch Zero is kind of picking up in-flight projects, and we want to emphasize transmission planning. And as I stated, to the extent that a project doesn't need transmission planning, it shouldn't be, disadvantaged in a process that's focused on transmission planning. If it doesn't need transmission planning, then that's a benefit to that site. So we'll submit these to y'all over email, but just wanted to share, this perspective that's a little bit different than the one you just presented, but hopefully is logical. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Eric. All right, next, Broth.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. This slide, that number 5, is that a combination of 9.5 plus whatever is being decided at 58481?
No, I think our thinking here is that this is just 58481. So it's the site control, the financial commitment, everything that's in 58481 will supersede 9.5.
Oh, so you're no longer going to be using 9.5 as an entry into Batch Zero?
Correct. Yeah, am I missing something? Evan's saying that we also need the dynamic models, but I think that was in 4. That's in the, do you have your studies complete?
So if I have my studies complete, steady state approved, stability approved, and then if I have the latest DWG survey submitted, then that's number 4, right?
Yeah, and there is nothing that has changed that we would say would invalidate that study.
But the invalidation would come indirectly from 9.5 right now, right? If I submit,
I think it is. I think our view is that, and AG, correct me if I'm not thinking about this correctly, but I think it is. It's really 58481 interconnection agreement criteria.
I was distracting. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the?
So I think the question is. For 9.4 studies to be invalidated because maybe another large load comes in, what is the commitment criteria? Is it 9.5 or is it 58481? I think it's 58481 interconnection agreement.
Yeah, I think with the guidance and what you presented, the evaluation will be made based against the commitment criteria for the batch. Under the current process, 9.5 would be the criteria that would change things.
So that's kind of where I was going. So today 9.5 is used for firm, right, to firm it up. Now will that carry over to whenever 584, 481 becomes the ruling, and then we add that on top of this 9.5? Did I
think
because today
I should throw out some disclaimers that we're still thinking about this, but I'll say what Jeff thinks right now is that 58481 will override 9.5.
But then you'll not have a set of loads until then, right? I mean, So let's say a load got studies approved, and they're working on 9.5, firming it up. Now you're saying, oh, don't worry about 9.5 because we have another criterion after June. So now the loads may risk being restudied for the next 4 months, where they are actually signing the interconnection agreements right now and to satisfy 9.5.
Yeah, I think there, if you're asking, is there a risk that somebody meets 9.5,
yeah,
but then they don't meet, maybe they don't meet the site control in 58481, or they don't meet the maybe.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying I meet 9.5 today.
Yep.
Right. So, and then I can go and meet number 5, the 58481 as well.
Right.
But if you're telling me that I meet 9.5, but it really doesn't matter because I run the risk of being restudied for the next 4 months until 58481 is in progress, that's not ideal, right?
Yeah. And so just to clarify, under the current process, which remains in effect, 9.5 will effectively lock the study.
Yeah.
And that has not changed. I think what Jeff is getting at is that there may be a potentially higher bar for getting into batch zero that is still being worked out, but that does not impact the current process. And I think to Jeff's point, we're still discussing the nuances here. I think there will be a clearer picture of this when we have filed the PIGR next week.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I see this as 9.5 plus full commitment criteria to get into batch load as base load. But we can discuss, And the second piece is that second column where you say, will the load be operational by end of 27? And if it's no, that means, for example, if it's Q4 2028, and if it meets those top two, it'll still be a base load in batch zero. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, Jeff, we're at 12:27. Let me turn you loose. We'll see you at 2:30. For the rest of you in the room, what we're going to do is, right now what the queue shows is from VJ down to Brock Peterson is about 24 questions. We're going to put that on the clipboard, and we're going to set that aside. And we won't lose the clipboard because Corey's awesome. And then what we're going to, when we come back, so there's a admin error on my part. Infineum did reach out a week ago and say, can they have time? So during the morning, we did post their slides. That'll also feed into that 1:30 to 2:30 bring your own gen CLR discussion window. At the end of that window, at the end of the hour, so the idea is the presenters each get 15 minutes ERCOT, so that's 45 minutes plus some ERCOT thoughts, and then we snap right back to where we left off here. And that's the plan right now. Also keep in mind, some questions have been asked about what comes next. The filing of the NPR and PIGR next week will allow comments to start to be filed. So that will be some reference for feedback and record keeping. And then the other part is we will talk about a survey being released today, and our thought is that or later this week would be responding around Wednesday of next week, just for time for the next one. So anyways, at this point, we'll stand adjourned for lunch, so 12:30 to 1:30, and we'll come back on the bring your own gen stuff. All right, thank you. All right. Well, as we're getting settled in, so I'm going to remind you of what we're doing. It's a 1:30 to 2:30 time block. It sounds like what we're going to do is we're going to let AG run through the next 3 slides of the presentation. At that point, we're going to pivot over, and it sounds like, so Arushi was wanting to be a part of this. So Arushi and Sam are switching order. So Arushi will go first, then we'll have Sam, and then we'll have the Infineum presentation also. So again, the 2 presentations are posted now on the meeting page, and then for Arushi is the PUC filing link. So let me give it to AG here for a couple minutes, then we'll roll.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Yeah, AG Springer with ERCOT. I'm going to try and keep mine short so we can hear the other presentations and maybe leave some room for
questions. So I've got 3 slides. You will notice they're very similar to our slides from the last workshop on these 2 topics. That is not a reflection of dug-in thinking or unwillingness to hear ideas. It's a reflection of we have been laser focused on developing the Batch Zero base revision request, and we really haven't had much time for development on these topics. But we still continue to maintain these as priorities to try and get them along with the base revision request to June board if that's possible. So I'm just going to kind of restate our thinking on this currently, and then we'll turn it over to the other presenters. So as a reminder, as we stated in the last workshop, we're thinking about CLR and BYOG, bring your own generation, as separate issues. They're going to require separate sets of revision requests and standards around those. So starting with CLR, it's existing resource type. We agree that the flexibility that they offer can be beneficial to reliability, and we want to look for a way to account for that in planning. But as we said in the last workshop, we believe that there are some additional things that will need to be added to the protocols and the guides in order to facilitate that. So there's going to be some additional rules. We need offer mitigation or a similar concept to ensure that CLR offers don't result in constraint violations once we get to real-time operations. So if we're assuming that we're going to be able to resolve constraints with a CLR, we need to ensure that it actually does get dispatched. There needs to be a structure for a binding commitment for the CLR to be CLR, and then potentially with defined exit conditions that will allow the CLR to elect not to be a CLR anymore at that point. And one thing that wasn't in our last set of slides that I'll note is that we did hear some chatter. I suspect we will hear some more in the upcoming presentations about a CLR that is comprised of a battery plus a load. That is not something that was contemplated under the current protocols or NPR 1188. And so while we're certainly open to discussing that concept, that's going to be a much heavier lift than just accounting for the current rules in CLR in a planning study. And so that makes it much, much more difficult to get that to Batch Zero. So that is just want to make that clear as well. Yeah, and then in terms of how we treat this in planning studies, we're looking to study whatever the minimum load amount, and then potentially allocate the rest as a CLR. Our thinking on that has not changed, and then ultimately planning the system to serve the full load. BYOG, I'm not going to go through all the examples. These are the same ones that we had in the February 3rd workshop. I will emphasize again that these are not a comprehensive list of scenarios, but there would be, we want the capability for a load to be partially served by its generation in terms of a portion of the peak megawatts being served. But again, we still have we're going to need to identify what we really mean by things like never consume from the grid. What does that mean technically in terms of things like speed of reverse power relaying or other following schemes? And then rules to ensure that the large load request is linked to the INRs that it's trying to get credit for. So again, just, this is not a reflection of our thinking is dug in. It's a reflection of these are not things we've had time to progress further since the last workshop. And then finally, just one comment. We're still thinking that loads that are choosing to elect to locate with existing generation would likely receive no special treatment in the planning study, but there are existing requirements flowing from SB6 that would still need to be observed as well. So those are my 3 questions before we turn it over to stakeholders. Any?
Don't ask.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thanks.
All right. He was about to ask if there were any questions. So I know this crowd. All right. It's our third time together. We're getting to know each other. So what I want to do, Arushi, if you're ready, what I'm going to do is be able to set essentially, again, to get through this, 15 minutes for each group. If in that 15 minutes they want to field some questions, they can, but we have to move on to the next person, and then we'll use the balance of time to talk about. At that point, again, 2:30, we'll pivot to all the other topics, and these can come back to it at the end of the meeting if we're here at 4:30 and want to keep talking. But so, Arushi, are you standing by if I open your link?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me pull up the filing.
And it is in the chat as well for those who wish to find it there.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the time today. I will spend about 5 minutes summarizing what is in this filing and save the 10 minutes for commentary, particularly from the folks who will be presenting later in this segment and also others whose thoughts have helped inform this white paper. The Controllable Loads concept paper is intended to be responsive to ERCOT's request at the last back study workshop, so that we can consolidate what's out there on operationalizing the solution, be responsible to the slide that ERCOT presented at the end of that session and just now as well, regarding the elements of CLR that will require what can be seen as additional rules or additionality around Figure 134 as proposed, and some other opportunities and thoughts that have been brought up by stakeholders just in the past couple of weeks, particularly around trying to align what is possible for effectuating both a co-location or a non-co-located scheme that still has the same compliance framework to guarantee contractually enforced reliability under a CLR or a default to CLR solution. So we'll get into big details around that, but I'd like to spend a few minutes just going through the sections and talking about what is in them. In section 1, it's framing the opportunity for load growth. This is where we are trying to give the market basic understanding of what's happening today and what we're trying to solve for. Current market rules and SCED infrastructure allow large loads already to utilize paired resources to mathematically neutralize the constraints of delivery of firm power. That's an operation solution that we effectuate already through QSEs and the relationships that we can privately manage between loads, generators, batteries, and anything else. However, the purpose of this effort is to make that speed to power solution viable in planning and also be able to work towards a future where we do have more loads in SCED that are also supporting bilaterally executed contracts to firm up reliability. If load is privately wearing curtailment risk when a local constraint binds, that captures the whole notion of solving for constraints with anything that you consider as colo, and in other RTOs is requiring serious administrative litigation, rulemaking, endless concept papers, and frankly is a lot harder to actually effectuate because the capacity markets are fundamentally highly administrative in nature. That's not what we have in ERCOT. And if speed to power, putting credit into planning works anywhere, it will work in ERCOT first, which really bears upon us to think of the opportunity as transformative for everything we're thinking about speed to power and loads. Section 2 speaks to CLR mechanics and system benefits. In that section, we are really talking about what is already in Figure 134, and we're also going to end up talking today about how we're going to move that regime that was proposed, which is simply register the load in SCED, follow SCED, dispatch down to 0 if you're required to go to 0, and talk about whether or not we can come to a least common denominator or a minimum viable product set of rules for June 1 that simply allow any configuration in the marketplace, whether or not you decide as a load to contract with 1, 2, or 20 generators, to default you seamlessly with this treatment to be a price-taking load, instead of going to a place where there's unbankable understanding of when that load might actually trip. So we have a hierarchy that has developed in the concept paper through multiple stakeholder conversations, which hopefully can be discussed, not necessarily today in 30 minutes, but in the smaller workshops that I know are intended for us as stakeholders to lead so that we can solve for the operations management, mitigation, and also the hierarchy around what is constraining, what is enabling relief of a constraint, and what the ultimate obligation of the load is. All of that is very important, and we're all taking that very seriously to solve for it. The section 3, Infineum is going to cover this a little bit in their presentation, or maybe a lot bit, which is primarily going into ERCOT's concerns and requests that we come up with topics or solutions for a binding contract. One thing I want to note in this is my kind of personal contribution to thinking about this, that signing a binding contract around operations and electrical configuration and or portfolio management, wherever this thing winds up, means ongoing compliance obligations on the part of the resource that is committing to operate the way they are studied by ERCOT. In one of the footnotes, I have mentioned that there is already in ERCOT practices a way for resources to attest to ongoing compliance to the exact specifics of either an electrical or a resource trading configuration that is essential to maintaining a compliance status. And that is the aux load attestation form for aux integrated BESS. And the reason I put that in there is that I drafted the draft of that attestation, and it is absolutely a binding obligation on BESS that have integrated aux load to annually receive third-party validation that the thing they set up in year 1 still works and does not push them out of compliance with the rules that are predicates to energizing and staying energized. So that's our way of offering not only the idea, but the solution around ensuring that if loads participate in this scheme, we have contracted binding reliability that comes with a compliance price tag. Section 4 is challenges and opportunities. One of the challenges brought up over the past couple weeks to me is that we want to make sure new rules do not inadvertently constrain what is already achievable for large loads today. The example is pretty good on this. A load in West Texas should not be curtailing for 170 constraints going out to a wire in Houston. So a little bit of an opportunity solve here, which is something that's happening in other markets in the US, is CLR the easiest solution because it enables private parties to undertake the risk of figuring out how they achieve firming through their own analysis of what's a topologically neutral solution to firm their load. We all know what that means in technical terms, but for those of you who might be new to the idea, it's pretty simple. It's about private developers figuring out whether they can resolve with contracted counterflows the constraints that otherwise would bind and cause the load to respond. If we can do that anywhere through contract instead of through brute force administrative rules, it's going to be Texas. And I'm not sure where it will land in terms of what the simplest opportunity is for June, but it's certainly bears repeating that this is something that's possible in the US in vertically integrated utility areas in ERCOT, and it is not possible to achieve with such specificity anywhere else in capacity markets today. The last section is alignment with ERCOT's design considerations. There were 4 buckets or 4 areas here. One was, of course, offer mitigation. We're going to have another presentation in a moment about how a CLR can and should assume a contractual self-limiting duty and what that will mean for manual submissions until such time as we have an automatic mitigation process in place. A different presentation today that Sam Brandon will provide will actually propose NPRR 1255's approach for ESRs, which is just-in-time mitigation in SCED, as a narrower view to enable automatic mitigation of CLR offers that solves for the problem that CLRs might present that we are de-risking, and also solves for the contingency around being overregulated, i.e. a load in Texas is solving for a constraint in Houston. Exit conditions are also covered in this section, which can be lobbed into the contract framework as well. And we're also, reiterating that to be modeled as a zero impact asset and batch studies under this proposal, just because the CLR establishes a minimum consumption level of 0, that does not mean that the load goes first. The level exists in the contract as a both contractual and mechanical backstop, and the purpose of this CLR proposal is to allow that facility to neutralize constraints using paired dispatchable assets. And I'm pretty sure we'll have a robust discussion on what is possible and doable today. But I've heard a lot about CLRs being, air quotes, more difficult than colo. but I can't think of anything better than simply zoning in on the obvious answer, which is that loads can contract for their own dispatchability. And that is absolutely an easier ball game than requiring ERCOT to, say, approve 12 different potential configurations and figure out how to manage each for a G-1, N-1 constraint and do all the telemetry and all the other stuff. So that's the overview. And I know there are questions, but to Ajay and Matt's point, it will be, I think, very valuable to keep this background paper in mind as we go through discussion and the other presentations. And then we can dig in. And I look forward to being part of and resourcing and helping with the smaller working groups that can be places for us to shape all this up and support ERCOT in its choice around writing the rules or having stakeholder support to write them. Thank you.
Well done, Rishi. Thank you. All right, so there's 5 minutes left on that time slot. Do you want to let Sam have that, or do you want to ask? We can try to run a queue in here. We don't get much done in 5 minutes, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll proceed on. So, Sam, you want to come up and I'll open your presentation? All right, so it should be right. You should be able to scroll on through.
Thank you. And I'll try to scroll through it. Okay, great. All right, so I appreciate the time, everybody. My name is Sam Brandon. I'm one of the co-founders of Agentic Infrastructure. I'm going to be pretty blunt and race through this for the sake of observing everybody's interest in time here. So I'll be quick, but obviously, certainly outside of the batch workshops, happy to talk about this stuff ad nauseum, and certainly happy to answer questions. So to dive right in, this is kind of a wall of text slide. Maybe to just ignore it. The simplicity here is that for folks who want to pursue bring your own generation or controllable load resources, the higher level goal is to privately assume delivery risk so that you can come online faster. I think as we're seeing from the batch process, there's a lot of concern about people's ability to meet their own commercial timelines based off of the firm delivery of transmission network service that is traditionally required to get service to new loads. And so if there's mechanisms by which we can privately assume delivery risk, then I think that, whether it's bring your own generation or CLRs, there's quite a bit of interest in doing so. And so, as has already been talked about, meeting this June 1st deadline for BYOG and CLR rules is going to be very challenging, but frankly, it's the best tool we have for protecting ratepayers and achieving the economic objectives of all the parties here. And so, we really think that it's basically mandatory that we consider the minimally sufficient rules that will be required to get these in effect for Batch Zero, so that we can have, in the spirit of Senate Bill 6, the best case outcome. So maximize economic development and then maintain reliability and minimize stranded costs, which of course we all want to see happen. So with that in mind,
Look over your shoulder real quick. These little dots right there.
Oh,
there you go.
thanks. Beautiful. Anyways, this is the criteria that ERCOT laid out as the minimum required rule revisions in order to get this stuff into Batch Zero. I always highlight this little green dot. That's what we're after. And so, anyways, this slide, like I said, I'm happy to talk about it offline, but this is just summarizing the minimally sufficient rules that ERCOT laid forth for CLRs. And the only one that I'm going to call out is the bid to buy mitigation one, because I think that's a really pivotal component of this. Otherwise, I think that there are existing stakeholder-supported efforts like Picker 134 and Infineum's efforts where they could address some of these other concepts. And so with that, so briefly here, the concept, without getting too wonky about it, is that if you were going to have a CLR that just bids $5,000 24/7 as a way to avoid dispatch except for reliability circumstances, there are cases where the linear program, SCED, is going to favor violating transmission limits instead of backing down CLRs. And so
there needs to be a mitigation mechanism to ensure that doesn't happen so that we are achieving reliability objectives without overly burdening these CLRs with economic dispatch. Because CLRs in this context is all about relieving the reliability issues. It's not about achieving economic dispatch and responding to wholesale price per se. And so with that in mind, we propose that ERCOT utilizes their existing NPRR 1255, which they submitted to propose mitigation on batteries, as a very elegant solution here. The entire framework would work perfectly. There's already an impact analysis because of an ERCOT-sponsored NPRR. So, they suggested 7 to 11 months and a very manageable scope cost. And the point here is that aside from the fact that it would be a just-in-time mitigation strategy, it would be based off of whether or not it is a competitive constraint. So you'd have to be behind a non-competitive constraint and above a minimally impactful shift factor to actually get picked up in this bid-to-buy mitigation strategy. And the one thing that we call out here is that you can literally copy and paste this exact philosophy applied to CLRs, except with a CLR, you don't have this traditional rent-seeking issue that generators have, where a CLR is a consumer, so you don't need to be quite as stringent in managing the price that they're willing to bid at. And so unlike a generator behind a non-competitive constraint where you could theoretically have market power issues, CLRs do not have that same logic. So we would suggest having a more lenient approach to CLR mitigation that is minimally sufficient to capture the reliability objectives. So that is the context of the ERCOT defined and minimum sufficient CLR rules. And now what I'm talking about with these two concepts here, I think could be, it's hard to overstate how important this could be, because with these two concepts, we could essentially unify all BYOG concepts and CLR such that the CLR mechanism becomes the tool by which you're allowed to privately assume transmission delivery risk on an interim basis until your firm network upgrades are delivered per your LCP. And so the suggestion here is that we take a dispatch requirement scope for CLRs that looks more like what is obligated of wind and solar today. So the existing CLR construct, you would have to follow dispatch like a generator does. So you follow your base point, and then you have to hold your base point, and you can't deviate too far around that. That would be extremely challenging for AI data center loads today, and it's frankly unnecessary as long as these loads are within the compliance of the SSO active power limits that are going to be imposed on them. And so that is not how wind and solar is dispatched. Wind and solar resources do not have to follow SCED, and they do not have base point deviation charges unless they're being curtailed. And so I'll talk about what that means, but the power behind that is if we were to take that dispatch philosophy for CLRs, then there is absolutely no difference between a CLR and a bring your own generator, because the notion with a co-located generator is that you want to build a power plant to help resolve what would otherwise be network upgrades triggered by the load. And so the issue is that if the generator was ever offline, ERCOT still needs to know that that load would then curtail, because then there could be a reliability concern if the generator was tripped off and the conditions on the grid warranted or needed the load to curtail. So the point is that if the dispatch requirements for CLRs are relaxed so that they only need to comply with base points when they're behind a binding constraint and they are the key resource that would relax that constraint, that means that the approach to dispatch for CLRs would be the same for a load that is co-located with a generator. Because if you have the generator online, your CLR is never going to get picked up for dispatch because you would have that generator relaxing that constraint. And so I've probably already kind of ranting about this too much, but simply the takeaway here is that we believe this could strike the rulemaking ability or the rulemaking need for all BYOG concepts. It would just become a bilateral commercial arrangement to be had with a generator. And by simplifying these rules, we can unite the forces of everybody who wants to privately assume risk and get loads online faster through just focusing on these CLR rules. So it's all about simplify the CLR dispatch requirements, which allow us to combine CLR and BYOG into a unified concept that is very clear. And then from there, this is just an add-on saying, then from the, if there's any lingering issues regarding the ramping of these loads, that can all be managed through existing ancillary services and existing system capacity, which is all, frankly, looking for stuff to do. All the ancillary markets are very competitive right now. So this slide details how renewables are treated today in dispatch. You don't follow a base point until you're behind a binding constraint. And then once you are behind a binding constraint, you do have to follow the base point down to your LSL, or for a CLR, it's called your low power consumption point. And so in that case, if you are being dispatched down, then you are facing base point deviation charges. But until you're being dispatched to curtail, you can consume as you see fit. And so here I'm just highlighting that the concept of a bring your own generator and CLR are really the exact same thing from ERCOT's point of view. The only difference is that, privately, you want to build a power plant to manage this transmission limitation. But otherwise, from ERCOT, the only thing that they see is I have as available service to give you, and I need to know when this as available service is not around, then we can rely on the private load to curtail. And so the concept as it is from a market-facing perspective is exactly the same. And really this whole notion of contracting with this generator should be a private exercise. And so if it was a private exercise, that also broadens the scope of what a bring your own generation arrangement can be. There's no reason that you need to co-locate a power plant with a load that you're serving. And frankly, trying to force these speed to market opportunities into co-location arrangements is not only sub-economic, but I think we're seeing that it's also a concern from a reliability perspective. It's better to have resources on the grid that are economic in and of themselves, and then you can contract with them as a load to ensure that they basically they provide you capacity instead of you having to curtail your load. And so this would broaden the scope of BYOG and just make the program so much more clear from a regulatory compliance standpoint and from how you contract with bilateral arrangements to pursue these opportunities. Lastly, this is just focused on, emphasizing the fact that we already have a longstanding precedent of adjusting ancillary services to manage the ramping of resources and loads. Solar and wind are a factor that goes into volumes procured for regulation, and we're already looking at LFLs. And then otherwise, the prices are very, very competitive right now. So there's a lot of latent capacity on the system that can take over this need to help the system grow and meet these economic development objectives. So with that in mind, this is like not even a CLR's BYOG unification 101. This is like a 0.5, I guess. I don't know. But in either case, if we had a dedicated workshop to talk about this, we could go from the 101 to the 201 and the 301, because there are details here to be understood, but there's very credible solutions to the details, which I think are absolutely worth discussing with all the stakeholders interested in pursuing these options. So with that, I'll end with the fact that, if you just look at the transmission tracking tool, you can see that our spend on transmission is already on a pretty startling uptick. And as we go through these processes to integrate load, obviously transmission spend to help grow load is worth it, but there's a huge risk being put on the market that if we do not do this in a least cost, economically rational fashion, it's going to translate to runaway transmission cost. So with that, I think that's about it. But maybe I'll just leave this slide up.
Well, tell you what, I'm going to do something a little different. So we still have your 2 minutes plus Rishi's. So you want to do 7 minutes of just picking out hands up in the room is a good way to kind of navigate applicable questions for Sam? Do you mind?
Sure. I was going to say there's 3 questions on the chat too.
Oh,
but
okay.
Otherwise, I'm happy to just go with the hands in the room.
Yeah, let's run through. Are you able to, Corey, can you call out who's in the queue?
Looks like Jason Cox is the first question.
Bob King, and Shannon Caraway are the last three.
Okay. So who's first? Sorry. Jason? I'm sorry, I'm not in front of my computer. Somebody help me?
Yeah,
Jason,
no
you want to
worries.
ask your question?
Sure. Actually, it's for ERCOT.
Okay, so we're going to hold the ERCOT question.
Okay, then
Okay.
I'll wait.
So who has a
It's
question for the
related to
presenter?
this, but it is for ERCOT.
Yep. Who has a question for the presenter? Shannon?
Matt?
Yes.
I'm thinking this is A.G. Springer from ERCOT, but maybe to avoid confusion about who was in the queue when, let's maybe take the last presentation, then we can just have unified Q&A at the end with a single queue. That way we don't have to.
All right. Sorry, I'm not watching the queue and I'm creating chaos. What I am trying to do
We'll
is,
watch it for you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Okay. So don't go too far. All right. So next up, Eric, who's going to present from Infineum? Oh, look at all the queue. I see why you. Sorry. Thanks for coaching me, guys. All right. Hello again. You're welcome. All right, we'll go to the bottom. And Corey, how do you make, was this PowerPoint?
Little dot on the right. Present.
There we go. All right.
Thank you. Great. Hi, everyone. Liz Myers with Infineum. So thank you, Rishi and Sam. They went through a lot of this, so I think we'll skip through this pretty quickly, and I'll pass things over to Eric to talk about some of the practical discussion points that we have here. So just to cover a few high-level things that I want to make clear, the CLR process is really what will allow it is development can proceed responsibly while transmission upgrades are complete. So I think an important thing to note is that these CLR loads will still contribute to long-term transmission build. It's simply a framework that will allow us to bridge support development and investment while those upgrades are done. And we'll talk a little bit about how that'll get implemented in some of the PIGR and NOGR work as we go through this. So again, high-level overviews on PIGR 134 or the other approaches that we'll be discussing on how to implement the CLR framework. Just really high level. It's setting a framework for requiring large loads to be a CLR until upgrades are made. We recognize that maybe not every single large load will want to do this or have the capabilities to, but there certainly are ones that would take speed to market with some deliverability risk and voluntarily take that risk while also providing reliability to the system in the near and long term. So what I really wanted to focus on today was an example specific to, and this originates from the work that we do. We're an electrolysis-based fuel system, and so we've actually designed our facilities to be able to do market curtailment, both because we are, sensitive to price, but we also, there's timeline sensitivity here. So being able to introduce a load to the market and have a bridge for upgrades to be required really allow some of our projects to move ahead that, maybe longer timelines would require us to look at different market locations. So this nodal price CLR does support price incentivized large loads, both near term and long term. So I took a scenario here, assume 100 megawatt load requesting interconnect in 2027, but transmission upgrades cannot serve that firm load under N-1 until 2028. But those studies also show that the load can be reliably served under normal conditions. So what does this look like in practice under the framework that we're discussing today? Under normal conditions and normal pricing, the facility operates steady state at its 100 megawatts. But when there are curtailment signals from SCED, it follows base point reduction to shed load to an MCL of 0 megawatts if required. And there's varying degrees of load shed on these systems, anywhere from 5 to 15 megawatts a minute to be able to follow that base point reduction. then you look forward to 2028. So in the time in which these loads have entered the market and are running under this curtailment scenario, they're still contributing to transmission upgrades to eventually support firm load on the system. But not for every load does that mean that they're no longer going to participate as a reliability asset based on price signals in the market. So in a post-2028, post-upgrade scenario, under the same load, normal conditions, normal pricing, the load operates at its 100 megawatt steady state. But some of these loads are still price sensitive, so it may voluntarily shed load at minimum operating levels during pricing events, or other market events that support it curtailing its load. So, for some of these loads, this isn't just a short-term get into the interconnection queue and through it quickly, but does provide long-term reliability and support for the system as the transmission upgrades proceed. So again, ERCOT feedback on CLR is something that we've looked closely at, and I'm now going to pass it over to Eric Goff to talk about the approach that we think addresses a number of these that would allow us to advance the CLR concept to be included in these early batch studies.
Eric Goff on behalf of Infineum and Liz, and I'm down here, the other side of the room. Here in the slide, there's a few approaches that try to put CLRs in essentially a box in order to deal with a few constraints. One is Infineum's desire for this to move quickly and try to avoid system changes if possible. And two is to meet kind of the many, concerns that AG and others laid out in addressing the potential issues with doing anything related to CLRs quickly. So this is a contract-based approach where the obligation to perform is both in the protocols and a contract, and that contract approach would allow ERCOT to, cancel if their CLR is not meeting the requirements of the contract, and it would give ERCOT those kind of special rights to do so above and beyond normal participation. That's intentional and creating risk for the load, but it steps outside of the usual compliance paradigm in order to have like a quick action if necessary. This contract-based approach is contemplated for an identified transmission plan that would serve the large load. And then following the conclusion of the construction and energization of that transmission plan, you could be, transition over to like a more normal CLR approach outside of this contract-based approach. And so this agreement would create a duty to submit energy bid curves at a low enough level to not trigger shadow price caps and constraints on the congestion management system for more than 15 minutes at a time, and to actively monitor the active constraints in SCED. The goal here is to not require ERCOT to have to develop some sort of CLR mitigation program, right? I don't think that's feasible to do in this timeline. So putting that duty on the CLR, I think is an alternative here. Two is to set the CLR's minimum consumption at 0 unless a higher amount is approved by ERCOT. So we've all seen, load requests where there's just 0 availability in an area, and so this would require them to be able to go to 0 unless maybe there was some amount of megawatts available at the site, in which case ERCOT could agree to a higher amount. And then finally, as I said, it would authorize ERCOT to de-energize the facility for repeated noncompliance. And we'd have to, I haven't written up an agreement here yet. This is kind of the scope of an agreement. We could figure out exactly what that means if this is something that ERCOT would be interested in. And then the large ILLE must coordinate with the TSP and ERCOT to identify a time to test telemetry and response capabilities in advance of receiving approval to energize. So there will be times when there will be some energy available in order to test capabilities, and we just have to coordinate in order to do that as part of the approval to energize process. And then 3 is you cannot register unless you're eligible for nodal pricing. This is kind of what the PIGR referred to as 1188 compliant. You might have seen people use that language, the same language. This basically just means this is contingent on 1188 being implemented. And then 4, this just describes how the agreement would expire once the transmission facilities have been energized. So this, is significantly constraining for CLRs, and not many sites might want to do this, putting a lot of obligations on the load in order to meet ERCOT and the TSP's requirements. Sam's approach, is a lot more flexible, and we would love to see that as an alternative if there's a phase 2, but I anticipate that might have some system changes that ERCOT would have to implement, and we're trying to design this with my best guess is to avoid system changes. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
All right, so we will, is it worth, can we just tell you what ERCOT's been thinking, just so we can kind of, and then
we want to know.
Okay. AG, can I start and then you can reel me in? Yeah, so we started meeting with our market design folks. So this is Ken Ragsdale, Simon Morty, Dave Mash, the people that have already been chewing on these things, in some case for years. And so I would say that what Infineum is proposing on the screen here, I would call almost kind of a manual CLR. It is the idea of it's a CLR that's willing to stay within the transmission constraints by putting in somewhat scripted bids to consume power. And that's something I hadn't thought of until we saw this today. So that's one way to go. And they've checked the box on contractual arrangement, exit strategy, and some of those pieces. The next level up was what was being presented by Sam, was the idea of a CLR, pure CLR, where it would be that step 2 SCED mitigation, which is there a way for ERCOT to calculate and mitigate a high controllable load bid price down to a lower price so it doesn't affect any transmission security or violate any constraints. So, and that is, as pointed out, was a 7 to 11 month implementation, and it does seem to line up with what that battery logic was in NPR 1255. So that's a possible viability spot, but still more details to come. When it comes to, and AG already touched on this, the idea of making put a big circle around it and call it a CLR because you can use gen and load to balance as needed. That may go into that netted network type thing that Sai's been working on and some cool new stuff in the future, but that is, let's call it out there. So it's not really achievable in the time frame that we're at. So again, we're willing to kind of chew on what's been presented and come back with some more, Bill Barnes said a good word, try to get us in the right direction and see what we can work within. And so, but this was good feedback today. I will say it was not presented on today, but what does co-location look like from ERCOT? We know the self-limiting, NPR, was that 1206? When we implemented self-limited generation, that's the idea of a bunch of solar and a bunch of batteries that can overload, so they can only self-limit how much they can inject. Do we leverage that self-limiting logic into the load realm also? And that would start to give a thing where ERCOT, the wires company, the gen, and the load all agreed that they will never inject more than X, 200 megawatts, ever, until there's transmission in front of it. So that self-limiting gate may be something that we're willing to look at for co-location. Now, the bad news is, if there's no constraints, you could consume, but that's not what you agreed to. You agreed to self-limiting. So that self-limiting we know has drawbacks, but it may be another brute force method to be able to open the door to this. So I think those are the main things, whether it's a netted, but the netted network doesn't work. So whether it's a self-limiting private use network, we don't know enough about yet. And, again, at the next meeting, we can start to get more market design people involved to carve out a little more time for this. But again, we do want to get back to batch zero. So, okay, with that, we'll start to work the queue.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just that for the framing of our presentation, we want to be clear that the load itself is the CLR. It's not a co-located battery. It's not a co-located generator. In operations, you might plan to use a battery or a co-located generator to actually manage those constraints in real time, but the compliance to be a CLR is the privately assumed risk of the load, saying if my generator is out and the system demands, the conditions demand that I curtail, I will curtail. And frankly, for the solar curtailment, usually it's ERCOT is concerned about the loads or the generators ramping down too fast. It's not about being too slow. So that's just appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you bet. So what I'm going to try to do, so we're going to hold the queue as it is. We're going to work this queue and then call it done. And if we have time at the end of the meeting, we'll talk more CLR. But we have a few more minutes left. So Bill Barnes, you're up.
Thanks. So kind of what Sam was touching on, and there is a pretty big difference between operations and planning. So that just really the focus here is what will you guys accept as a either CLR or BYOG arrangement for possible inclusion in batch zero. That's all that we care about at this point. And so I'm looking at slide 36, which is AG's CLR slide, and I just want to make sure it is very crystal clear when you say that a CLR composed of a load plus any other type of generation, whether it be backup gen, whether it be it's not modeled, all it does is offset the load, it can't export, that in planning purposes you will not count that as a CLR, or are you looking at ways to potentially do that?
At this time, we are not considering counting that as a CLR. That could fall under the bring your own generation construct, and that may have impact on how that project is treated in planning, but it will not be the same as CLR. And the other thing I want to emphasize, I've heard at this workshop and at past workshops that there's this, I've heard several comments that say if we had a load and a non-modeled battery that functions as a CLR, the protocols require that if you are placing a battery at a transmission connected load, that battery has to go through the interconnection process and be modeled. That is not an option that is available under the current protocols. And that's part of the reason why when I did my voiceover that I said, to do something like a concept where we have some kind of mix of load and generation being considered a CLR, that's going to be a much heavier lift, not just from a protocol standpoint, but probably also from a system standpoint too. Like there'd be a large number more changes that we needed to accomplish that. And I think given the compressed timeline for implementing batch zero, that is likely going to be a really far reach to do and also include in batch zero. That's not to say that we're not open to discussing some of these concepts in the longer term, but I think we also have to be mindful of that timeline.
Okay, that is the vast majority of what I wanted to clarify, because I'm concerned that we're trying to force you, ERCOT, in a direction through a CLR concept that you're not comfortable with, which is just going to waste time, and we're going to end up in a spot where we're not achieving any of what we want to accomplish as a part of this.
Yeah, I would characterize our comfort is in looking for ways to account for what is currently possible in the market and in real-time operations, to give credit for that in planning if we can ensure that the load is actually going to behave that way when it gets to operations.
Okay, so then that leads me to the feedback that you're looking for, which is next slide. The question at the bottom. So what should we be focused on for batch zero? The vast majority of the arrangements that I have heard from talking to other stakeholders and what we're looking at is scenario 3 of BYOG. That covers what Sam described, that covers everything that I've heard as a CLR, unless you're crypto or you're an electrolyzer. So in terms of prioritizing rules for potential inclusion in batch zero, I think we need to look at scenario 3. And that is really, honestly, not that different than what we've done for cogen facilities for 40 years. So I've heard the self-limiting concept. That certainly has potential, but we would like to know and have more detail, if possible, at the next workshop on how ERCOT could consider incorporating scenario 3 into batch 0.
Well, and I think we saw scenario 3 as that self-limiting type thing rather than as this CLR piece that would be going up and down. So
we'd like to unpack that a little bit more if possible.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right. All right. So still working the queue. Evan Neal.
Evan Neal with Lancium. Just a couple questions for a couple different presenters and maybe some for ERCOT. And just want to say, thanks for all the awesome, obviously thorough thought that went into this and all the different presentations. I think the context Bill just laid out was also very helpful and would agree with some of his sentiment on the BYOG. I guess the first question is, I think it's for Sam. I mean, Sam, you talked a lot about protecting ratepayers, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the proposals are. Are we saying that for CLR loads, we're still going to build and plan for the transmission in the batch study process?
Yeah, so the idea is that all loads will get firm service eventually, but for these network upgrades that are being approved, it is a significant reduced risk to the general rate base, which I guess, 58481 is not in effect yet. So the traditional way that transmission is paid is it's socialized across the entire rate base. So spending huge on transmission is great if there is a proportional increase in the megawatt hours served. It's not great if that doesn't come to manifest. So if that load already exists before the transmission is delivered, that risk is completely hedged for the ratepayer.
Well, I guess that's where I'm getting a little lost, because if we're saying we're going to build the transmission, but then we're also saying that the load that's going to come online technically cannot be served during the peak, then it's not adding to that socialization. This is the increase of the megawatt hours that are being allocated to the rate base. So I guess I'm just a little confused how that we're protecting ratepayers there. But
you're saying because of the existing 4CP mechanism?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, going outside, for that specific project, we're all aboard people paying their fair share. Like, there should be a non-coincident peak charge. But I digress. My point is also that if there's BYOG that's not co-located, that load's never going to curtail for 4CP. It's just going to be the other, regional generator that it's actually alleviating those constraints. It's not going to be the load itself trying to gain some sort of economic advantage with the transmission allocation.
Okay, I think we can get into the weeds quickly here, and I want to move on
Sure,
for the sake of time.
Yeah.
But I think you answered my question. So thanks. I guess a question for ERCOT: are we kind of considering how we are guaranteeing we're not going to create any new SOLs with this type of construct? I mean, I specifically, what you guys saw on your slide is it was basically like automatically approved. Like, are there any guardrails on that, or are we kind of going to make new Far West Texas scenarios?
Yeah, I don't have anything new to share on that right now. I would expect to have more color at a later workshop.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Just think of something to consider. And then just kind of like thinking from the
last question, please.
It is. Eric, is what you guys propose, is that something that would happen after the studies have been done? So you would have like a firm allocation through the batch study, and then you would explore CLR pathways after the fact?
Yes. So in order to have a transmission plan, you need to have a transmission plan, right? And you either get that because you're going through the large load process, or you have a transmission plan through some other mechanism to get you approval to energize.
Okay, great. Helpful clarification, and I think that's actually a really eloquent solution to this that would help make this move smoother with the timelines that we're working with, unless there's a reason that anybody else has why it should come beforehand.
I like eloquent solutions, Evan.
All right, Jason Cox.
Yeah, thank you. Jason Cox with EQ Energy Advisors. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Would like to go back to Bill Barnes' comment where he's wanting to separate planning from operations. That's absolutely critical. And my first question is toward the more of a statement along the operational line. I think ERCOT should have the CLR concept as well as the self-limiting facility concept and let people pick and choose, which fits best for them, because I think operationally they both work, even though they may take very different setups. Now, to the planning part of all of this, a while back in the large load, the flexible load working group, ERCOT had a position that there were some contingencies that they were studying for that curtailment, whether it was manual or even CLR, was insufficient to solve for. Has ERCOT thought through that position again? Is that still their position? Or has the thinking changed since then?
Hey, Jason, this is AG. I think that's similar to the question that Evan just asked, and we expect to have more color on that at a future workshop.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, next, Bob King.
Well, I think I'm going to change one thing and just say I hope we do have another workshop, get into this in more detail, because I'm now thoroughly confused about some things. But are neither of the proposals for an ongoing CLR? And that's, I guess, AG, when you said you're not going to treat it as a CLR on planning, it's because Sam is saying, no, we want firm eventually. So this really is a temporary fix. Is that true of yours too, Eric?
I'm sorry, I missed your question, Bob.
Yeah. Are you, like Sam, proposing that you apply for firm transmission connection, but in the meantime use CLR? Or is there a
you have
CLR?
to go through the firm process and get approval to energize through one means or another. It's not like a sidestep to having to get a transmission plan.
Well, let me try to jump in the middle. I think the idea is the planning said it would come back and say you have almost no load, but then if you're registered as a controllable load resource, you could operate there and then go up beyond that periodically in that construct. So you've planned for and will approve transmission to build out eventually. So the projects are coming, but this is a bridge solution for that 3-year gap until the wires show up to operate as a CLR, I think is what, through all the interviews that I've had, that's what I keep hearing, is we'll use CLR as a bridge. It's not our favorite, but that's what we'll do.
Right. So I was even thinking if I've applied for 500 megawatts, and at the end of the report of the batch, I'm told I get 70 megawatts, and that's not enough to really be economic. Do I have a choice then to choose, okay, but how about CLR for the rest of it?
Well, yeah, it could be a CLR for the top part beyond 70 megawatts, correct? Yeah.
That would be the time that I could apply?
I don't know about the timing stuff. We'll work on that later, but conceptually, that's what we're trying to get to, yes.
Okay.
And everyone just heard it. He just said he's going to work on that later.
Write that down.
I'll set up another meeting.
All right. And then can you explain to me why Sam is not right that bring your own generation CLR look the same from the grid point of view? I think we do that in ERS, for example. I mean, there are ES generators where you're just monitoring the generator, but some ERS participants are really loads that have backup generation that's coming on. You don't see that. You just see reduction in demand, right?
I believe the big difference in ERS is that it's smaller than a megawatt. It's an aggregate of a bunch of little stuff. This is 10, 30, 50 megawatt.
No, I've got a 10 megawatt customer in ERS.
9.9 or 10?
9 point.
No, because numbers matter on that one. So let's set that aside. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Finish your question.
No, you got the question. I'm trying to understand why they couldn't be under one rule. If this is a bridge thing and you've got a load that finds a way to be a CLR from the point of view of the grid impact, seems like you could fold those together. But I hear what you're saying. You want to be able to model the generation. I guess I'm still not clear that changes how it operates, though, and how signals come to it from SCED, for example.
We need another workshop. Okay.
Yeah.
And to answer the question directed at me, from our proposal, nothing about the batch process changes. There's no procedural change to batch 0. If you're in the batch 1 or batch 0, it's the same process. You just get to decide if you're going to privately assume transmission risk beyond what your LCP suggests. And then otherwise, to answer Bob's question directly, I kind of actually want to get clarification from ERCOT. When you talk about BYOG, does that include unsynchronized backup generation? Does that not qualify as a CLR? Unsynchronized backup generation?
So unsynchronized backup generation that will not be synchronized to the system, that is not part of bring your own generation. We're talking about loads that would bring synchronously connected generation.
Thank you.
That's my confusion.
All right.
Whose question is exactly what we're trying to figure out how to clarify? Is that a CLR?
The way I've interpreted what ERCOT has said, not to jump in, but I've intentionally thought about this a lot. It's going to have to be another protocol revision to have a site that can have a mix of different kinds of resources that's dispatchable. Maybe it has its own site price. I don't know. We'll have a lot of thinking that has to go into that.
I don't see how ERCOT would care if it's unsynchronized, to be honest.
All right, so I'm going to reel this in. We're going to work the last 3 questions and then go on. Shannon.
Try to make this quick. Agreed with Bill Barnes' comments on your BYOG scenario 3, the G-1, N-1. I really think we need to solve that. Needs to be in here because it's just traditional planning at that point. So really think that's key. I'm intrigued with Eric's presentation as a way to, quickly bring additional tools to bear to where even the G-1 piece can be privately worn. I think that has a lot of merit, and we should and it seems to be easily implementable. I really like that. And then lastly, on Sam's presentation, while I really was intrigued by a lot of the concepts he's laid out, and I would love to explore it in another workshop, I would point to the last slide where it's really showing how transmission spend's going up a lot. I just want to caveat that with, yes, but you got to remember load is going up insane amounts, and that's what's driving it. And to the degree that they're there and consuming pretty, higher than the load factors we have today, it's probably driving rates down in the long run. So we just got to keep that in mind when we look at sheer dollars.
And Shannon, you got me thinking. So a homework assignment over the next 2 hours, and maybe that relieves Jeff from some questions, is do you guys want to help us ask the right questions at the end of the presentation today of what do you want to see modeled as CLR combinations or gen combinations? I don't know what that looks like, but the last item on the agenda was workshop talking about what survey should be to get the signal of what configurations are the most desirable for people. So in other words, we can't come up with 20 scenarios and we can't solve them. What are the top 3? So Shannon, you ticked that off in my head, which was, generators plus load, G-1, N-1. So if you all think about those questions, we can put them in the survey at the end of the day here. Okay, so we're going to close the queue with, where are we at? Shannon. Okay, Brandon and then Jesse, and then we're going back to our regularly scheduled program. Brandon Brickley.
All right, this is Brandon Brickley, Regis Energy. Question for Sam. If you could walk through again just one of those scenarios, I think that what Bob was asking is same vein as what he was asking. If you could walk us through, so somebody in your mind, they approach with a 500 megawatt request, they go through the batch process. Everything we talked about this morning plays out exactly the way it would. And then what's different from a time frame? And then are they just subject to the price signals at that point? Is it just that's the downside of it is if the transmission's not built, you're likely to have congestion and therefore higher prices during congested times?
Okay. Sorry, that's going to be more than a couple of minutes. So if y'all want to hit the break, that'd be great. And again, when we do a workshop, let's walk down all that. But I felt like it's let's do it all again, and we don't have time. But it was a lot. And last question is Jesse Gasson.
Hey. Oh, sorry.
Shortening the question, hopefully enough here. Great presentations all the way around. Jesse Gossett, founder of VWire. Our understanding of the current status quo is that steady-state thermal limits and post-contingency steady states and SOLs can be managed through SCED, 15 minutes and under, economically. Yes, there might be some greater dynamic stability or cascading type upgrades that are triggered through these studies that cannot be managed through SCED, and maybe that's a way of bifurcating the sort of the hard cap, if you will. And so playing out the scenario, a 200 megawatt request only, or well, let's say a 400 megawatt request can get 200 firm through Batch Zero. 100 additional of that is the first two categories manageable through SCED. Could be CLR enabled, and then the last 100 is that firm interlock where, sorry, we just can't give it to you. It can't be managed through SCED unless there's a PRAS or something implemented. All of this, I think, in a lot of the comments that we've heard today really boil down to when can you get that CLR designation. And I think my understanding, and from what I'm hearing in a lot of sideline conversations, is that that ability to designate for the non-firm granted portion after your Batch Zero study comes out to enable as much energization as possible is going to be essential. Because I have heard a lot of sideline conversations that are to the effect of nobody's going to be happy with the firm allocation amounts. And the way we see the market is that there are private mitigations for CLR designated loads who go down that road, become a CLR, and then bring their own mitigation in a private manner while those upgrades are built. And I think the question for ERCOT, and maybe this is a crazy idea out of left field, but I would kick myself if I didn't ask, is can we go as far as to allow for that designation for this board meeting in June so that we can ensure that it's captured in this Batch Zero process with maybe some straggler concerns that are to be figured out later. Everybody loves kicking the can down the road. They give us the ability to say, you can designate as a CLR. We have to fully understand the implications of that, so maybe you can't energize that CLR component until we figure out some additional proceedings, if necessary, depending on maybe the flavor, but at least pull that designation sort of qualifying event to ensure that Batch Zero, which is a massive amount of load, doesn't effectively fall out of this flexible situation, given that we already have an interim flexible large load interconnection process that we're effectively transitioning into a future CLR-enabled world. So it almost feels like by not doing that, we're disadvantaging Batch Zero.
Yes, good question. I think that's why it's the workshops leading up to the board approval is whether or not what elements of a CLR are implementable or not implementable within the time that it actually energizes also. So there's the batch needs to run, and then there's the systems are live and running and making sure that that gap isn't too far away. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll make just an additional comment on this because, I think, I'm hearing from stakeholders the real interest in this is that there's the potential to connect more megawatts sooner than we would otherwise. But I'd urge you all to keep in mind that from the ERCOT side, we are giving credit, if we get to this point where we're crediting CLRs in planning, we are crediting that as part of our meeting our NERC obligations. And so I don't think we can really credit a CLR without really knowing what that's going to mean when we get to operations. And so, I think there is potential that we may be able to write the NPRR in such a way that the planning part can be unboxed before the operations changes are in place. That is possible. I'm not committing to that, but I don't think we can agree to say a load that declares it's going to be a CLR is given credit in planning without knowing what that really means in terms of the pillars that I laid out in my slide when it gets to operation. I think it's all got to be in that revision request that defines the whole thing before we can do it.
All right.
Oops. Okay. Just real quick follow-up.
Yep,
aren't we assuming that the entirety of the load fully is firm load in the base case contingent on those upgrades? Maybe I'm missing something in the expectation from a study standpoint.
I was speaking more towards we need to define those pillars that I laid out. So how do we ensure that the CLR is going to be dispatched in operations and not just allow the constraints to violate? What does it mean to be effectively obligated to remain a CLR in operation. I'm blanking on the third one, but you get where I'm going. Those are the things that have to be defined. The operational rules around CLR, those do exist, but currently there's no obligation to be a CLR, and even after NPR 1188, there's nothing to prevent a load from deregistering as a CLR once it gets to operation. And so we have to close those gaps I laid out before we can allow for designation and treatment and planning.
All right. Great conversation. Corey, can you do me a favor and load up the queue? So we have 24 more questions for Jeff. Welcome back, bud. We missed you. We solved world's problems.
All right. That's great.
When bosses are here, we can do a lot. No, I'm kidding. All right, so Corey, it's loaded up. All right, so if you want to jump in the queue, we're starting from where we left off 2 hours ago. And if you have new questions for Jeff related to this, I want to keep the door closed on Gen and CLR stuff until the end of this queue. So please, we're going to stay in this topic for the foreseeable future. VJ, please go ahead. And granted, that's 2 hours ago, so we may have lost some of these people. Cameron, go ahead. Cameron is coming to the microphone in the room. Dramatic entrance.
Thank you all for waiting for me to get to the microphone. It's good to see y'all. Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. First, before I move on to my actual question, I just wanted to mention I appreciate y'all's work that you've done on this. I think we're moving towards a maturity and focusing on projects that are the most mature as well as financially ready to commit to building, if not have already. And so I would consider some of Eric's comments earlier on that piece and during this discussion. My specific questions on slide 28 and how you would define ERCOT's interim large load interconnection study process, particularly on steady state and stability studies. For those that have been restudied several times, would they have an opportunity prior to the window closing to be considered into baseload?
So I'm going Jeff, feel free to correct me, but I believe during your presentation you said that the date for meeting commitment criteria would be TBD, but in the future. So we'll likely have more clarity on that by next week.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next, Bernardo.
Hi, Bernardo from Serena. So given that, as we discussed in other workshops, that different TDSPs, they are not applying consistent timelines regarding the start of steady states and stability studies. I was wondering why we should not consider as a cutoff the date that was submitted the request for starting the studies instead of the studies finalized. So we'd like to hear comments about this, please.
Yeah. So let me know if I'm missing you here, but I think that it's our goal is not. It's not looking at when somebody started a study or finished a study. Our goal is to look at, is the study that we have valid? Does it tell us if the load can reliably connect or not? And I think that's not as dependent. I mean, there's obviously some dependencies there on when the study was started. Likely if it's 2 or 3 years old, things have changed and it may not be valid. But I think our goal is not just looking at a date, but it's looking at, is the study valid?
Yes, but how to address this? That different TDSPs, there are some TDSPs that they are waiting for some discussions and some guidance in order to start the studies.
Jeff, maybe I can weigh in on this one. So I think maybe a couple points that I would make in addition to what Jeff has said. In general, ERCOT has no
visibility about the individual TSP practices for how they handle these requests. Really, what we have visibility is when they are submitted to ERCOT. I'd also add, we don't have the large load queue graph that we have been showing TAC. We're going to be showing it at LLWG going forward. But, there's that consistent large orange section of what people call phantom load. Some of those requests are quite old. We in recent months have gone through and cleaned some out, but some projects get submitted and then never make forward progress. And then we have other projects that get submitted later and move forward very quickly. And so I think it is difficult for that date submitted to, first of all, be measured reliably, but then also it's not necessarily representative of whether the reliability has been evaluated or whether the project has even moved forward at all. So we've tried to gear these criteria based on the reliability of the system, whether that's been assessed, and then whether or not the project has met objective milestones to demonstrate forward progress. And so that's how we've structured it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, Prashant.
Hey, this is Prashant from Black Mountain. I have a question on the flow chart. You can just go to the flow chart that you guys had. Yeah. So for inclusion in the batch zero as base load, why is ERCOT not considering the loads that have been considered through the current planning process? I mean, ERCOT is telling currently in every meeting that the current planning process is effective and basically all the loads should proceed through that. Should all the loads that have met all the 9.5 requirements considered firm should automatically be included in the batch zero as base load instead of basically the reason I ask is, I mean, it's not easy to meet the current 9.5 requirements. We are exposed to 50, 60 million, depending on the location of the project. And especially if there are one separate TSP and a DSP. And adding to that, if you are basically asking another 100K per megawatt, it is considered more or less like a duplicative cost from the developers. And it just puts a lot of administrative burden for ERCOT as well. So, and it basically discourages all the firm loads from the PGR 115 to get into the market in an accelerated fashion. So we request ERCOT to basically consider the firm loads through the current planning criteria to automatically get included in the batch zero as base load. And this could also have some advantages because if you are basically funneling each and every project into batch zero with curtailable load or load allocation amounts, at the end of the day, there could be several of those projects and none of them can get built because allocation could be only 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt that can make projects infeasible.
Thanks for your question and comment, Prashant. So I think this is similar to the question Barath asked earlier this morning. I want to emphasize again that the current process remains in effect. As we saw after the February 3rd workshop, we have now moved in a significantly different direction from what we presented on February 3rd, and there's more road to tread here. I think the question that both you and Barath have raised about what impact 9.5 compliance should have in the chart that we've got up on the screen in light of the upcoming 5841 rulemaking, I don't think we can give a more detailed answer than what we've already said in response to his question, which is we're going to need to take it back and think about it a little bit more. But we can bring that back to the next workshop. And in the meantime, the current process is still the current process and projects. That is the path for continuing forward.
It makes sense. Thank you for considering that request. One follow-up question is for the batch zero. the intermediate criteria requirement. It's still like 100K per megawatt. Since the load amount will not be known until the studies are complete. And again, this goes back to the rulemaking process. So our feedback is to basically push that 100K per megawatt to the post-study, our commitment window. So, and basically replace that with maybe 8K or 10K per megawatt load filing fee to get into the load, but move that 100K per megawatt to the post-study, because nobody is going to finance a project just where it requires 100K just for putting an application, and how much amount of load you get when you get is unknown.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comment. I hope Barksdale's not upset with me, but I'm going to say I think that is a comment for the commission in the 58481 rulemaking, because really what we want to do is just replicate whatever is in that rule. We're going to adopt that.
All right. We'll move on to Haynes Strader.
Hey, thank you. Two quick questions. One is a clarification on, I think the question Cameron was getting at. If you go to slide 28 real quick. Understood that the dates of when things close are still TBD, but in these first two bullets, when it references ERCOT's interim LLI process and loads operational before that, what is ERCOT's interim LLI process? And when did that start?
So that refers to the interim process that was established by market notice. I believe it was March 25th, 2022, but sometime in March of 2022. And that process was the effective process until the implementation of Planning Guide Section 9 on December 15th of last year.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, second question is just when, if you go to these following bullets, if you have facilities, so like if you look at most interconnection agreements, there are instances where a utility may have been delayed in serving your load relative to the load ramp that was originally approved. It's not your fault. And there's lots of examples of construction delays that have impacted load consumption that may be a year, 18 months off. I'm not talking about stuff that's just sitting there, not being built, not happening, but stuff that literally has dynamic situations that those billions of dollars in many cases have already been spent to hit the load that's been previously dedicated. Can there be a more nuanced way than simply looking at the meter and saying, hey, you didn't hit the load that was in the load ramp? Because I feel like we communicate with the TDSPs on our projects very proactively, and they have RLOs and there are lots of clawback rules. But when we have delays, we try to communicate that, and sometimes we're ahead of schedule. But I think having a somewhat draconian policy concerns me.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that feedback. I think we can
capture that for internal discussion. Thanks.
All right, next question, Bill Barnes.
Hey, Jeff, slide 32, please. So a lot of TBDs on here. This is basically you're in flight and not done, so kind of right on the line. So the TBDs are really going to determine like where you fall.
Yep.
And I know you guys are still thinking about what that is, but are you leaning more towards early summer? Like, should we expect the TBDs here to be after like May 1st?
Not going to commit to that. I'll say that's where I'm leaning is, it's probably late spring, the summer. I think that's the time frame that we're looking at right now.
Great, thanks.
All right, next is Evan Neal.
Okay, Evan Neal with Lancium. I got a few things I want to talk about, and then I'm going to hold Jeff honest to the one he told me to answer earlier, so that doesn't count towards my 3. So I guess maybe slide 27 would be a good place to start. Okay, so is my understanding correct that for loads that have been going through the interim process, like say they went through it in 2022 when it started and they got an approval for years out, and they signed a contract, and they put money down, those in the contract, and they're starting construction, and they're coming up to energization, is that box number 5 mean that they would then need to post new securities with 58481?
Yeah, so we've talked about that. I don't remember.
Sorry, Evan, just to clarify, which box 5?
Oh,
there's. I think he's
okay,
you're talking about
full
this,
commitment.
right?
Sorry, yep, that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure the answer to that either, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll take that back. May not have an answer today.
I can recommend no, but
okay.
Thanks. So for slide 28, for loads that are already energized or approved to energize, I guess like an administrative point and then maybe more practical point on the megawatt allocation here. I think it's kind of concerning to see that maybe a load like that just energized very recently and is on their ramp path up could then have that capacity taken away just to what has been observed in a few months. I mean, I think that just doesn't really align with how things work for development, and I think would be a very, very dangerous precedent to set. And then on the administrative part, I mean, I would invite Barksdale to keep me honest on this, but I think the scope of SB6 was to new large loads. And I mean, unless I'm mistaken, I would think if something's already operational, then it is not in that bucket. And to the extent that, you know, in 58481, we're talking about reallocating capacity that would apply to new loads, not already existing loads retroactively.
Because I was mentioned, I'm going to say that I don't necessarily share your opinion that SB6 was intended to apply only to new large loads.
Okay, that clarification is helpful. I would then lean on my first point that just as drafted here is very impractical and could have some serious consequences for some projects that exist today. And then I promised to keep you honest about the one I asked earlier today. So where do you see like Permian Basin loads, officer letter loads that were, you know, you justified through officer letter or maybe a forecast in previous studies? How are they being incorporated into this whole thing?
So I think it depends. I think that they still have to follow this path, right? So if you're previously an officer letter load and you're operational, then you follow the operational path here. But if you're previously in the future, then we would expect that you would meet the 58481 interconnection agreement requirements in order to be included in the load forecast. It looks like Barksdale wants to.
If you don't mind, I want to clarify that this is going to sound super obvious, so sorry, but this is about large loads, right? This is about 75 megawatts and above. And so if you had an officer letter load for a 75 megawatt or above load, then this will supersede that. If your officer letter load is below that 75 megawatt threshold, then the HB 5066 officer letter load requirements remain what they are today.
Okay, that context is helpful. And I guess I'm just trying to drill down to understand like the extent we have approved transmission for, I mean, the obvious conversation is in the Permian, for the extent that there were loads where that transmission was approved for them and they're over 75 megawatts, their capacity is at risk and could be reallocated through this process.
I'll say off the top of my head, I think that's correct. I might want to think about that a bit more, but I think that is a potential outcome.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. That's it.
All right. Monica.
Thanks, Mac. Again, this is Monica from Wistraf. 3 questions, as allowed. From this slide 27, Jeff, the first 4, the number under 4, when you say the studies complete and valid, are you meaning some studies are completed and approved? Or valid means you will go through another process to figure out the validity of that study again?
I can take that one. So I think one of Jeff's later slides, it is not sufficient that the studies are approved, because especially for large loads that have gone through the current LILIS process, projects that have approved studies but have not yet signed agreements, in other words, have not met the requirements under Section 9.5, if there are changes that impact the study assumption, their studies would need to be updated. So there's already that possibility today. And the forthcoming PIGR will have, I think, much more detail than we have in the slides as to how that would be measured. But there is that risk of projects that have, through the various process, approved studies today. When we review and establish the loads that will be in the batch or eligible to be in the batch, that determination will be made.
So then, Ajay, if the loads have signed the interconnection agreement, then can they consider themselves valid?
So I think going back to the chart, that next step after interconnection agreements complete and interconnection studies complete is looking at the commitment criteria. And so if we go back to the principles that Jeff laid out, the first obligation we have is to the reliability of the system. And so looking at the whether or not we have valid interconnection studies to determine the impact of that load on the system, that comes first, but then the next step is the commitment status of the load.
Okay. So, and then kind of similar follow-up question. So if the study, when will the study be deemed final in this batch process? Is it after the end of and I'm looking for any subsequent process for certain things that needs to happen. Will it be after the batch study process or batch refinement process?
Yeah. So, Jeff, can we go to slide 9? I'm sorry to make you go all the way up there. So, going back to the discussion that we had around restudies this morning, the batch study is final, but it's really final the batch zero study would be final after the end of the large load commitment, because that's really when we are having that final list of loads, and at that point we would make the refinement study. So the idea is the refinement study would produce the transmission plan of what is to be built, but that's based on committed loads. So, I know there was some discussion about, there needs to be a second commitment period after the refinement. I think that really risks kicking us back into the restudy loop we're all trying to get out of right now. And so the study is final at the end of the load commitment period, and then we plan the system in the refinement.
Okay. And then for slide 14, and this is kind of not, I know this timeline is tentative, but for a load that is looking to energize in Q4 2027, and it meets all the other contemplated criteria at the moment, it is studied as firm. Does it have to wait for this batch zero process to play out before it submits for QSA for Q4 energization, because the timeline won't work out? That's kind of.
I think the answer to that's going to depend on the status of the project currently, and so the answer is going to probably differ if it's a project that is already met 9.4 and 9.5 and is near energization versus a project that is currently under study. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say definitively how it would be impacted, but the current process is in effect. So, loads that are nearing energization are certainly able to proceed in that direction, provided they've met all the required milestones in this current process. Right. As to, if we go back to the flow chart, Jeff, the intent is for this structure to allow for loads that are kind of caught in that transition to be treated as firm, provided they can demonstrate that they're really there.
Right.
And that's how we're thinking to address that transition period.
So in the same vein, actually, they have demonstrated everything, and they're while the batch zero process is still being kind of run, and all the different process steps are being done, and this load is under construction, and it is ready to energize Q4. It can go and submit its QSA in the March timeframe to meet that timeline, correct? Not wait for batch zero to finish based on the other timeline. That's kind of the disconnect I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say specifically talking about a hypothetical project. However, the intent is for a project that is in that type of situation should be able to meet the last two diamonds down on the bottom of that first column there. And it should be able to demonstrate those, and then it would be modeled as firm and not subject to further assessment in batch zero.
Right. And then you can continue to, it's following the processes like QSA, checklist, telemetry.
This process is not intended to modify the QSA, other than it may have to touch slightly the eligibility language to make sure we get these loads into the QSA.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Sunil.
Good afternoon. Sunil Dakal from Lone Star Transmission. On the same slide here, 27, on the block, will the load be operational by the end of year 2027? I do not see the point of this block here. Do we need to switch the condition, no to yes and yes to no here?
Yeah, I think the point of this was feedback, based on feedback that we got from the previous paths of feedback, was that loads that will be operational in the next 18 to 24 months, that the feedback was your queue shows there's a whole bunch of load that's energizing in 26 and 27 that is taking up capacity on the system, that a lot of that load's not actually going to be there. And so ERCOT, you should ask the load to prove that they've started development activity. And if they can't show that, then that means they're not really going to be operational, and therefore taking up capacity on the system that is otherwise, should be available for other loads. And so we're trying to incorporate that feedback, and that's why we've included that condition.
Okay, but still for me, it does not make sense, but I'll jump to slide 32.
Sorry, Sunil, if I could, this is AG, I'll maybe jump in with a corollary. And I believe this is maybe a question that we asked in our survey toward the end of the day here. But the concept behind that, will it be operational by end of 2027 box also, is that there is some point at which it is not necessarily reasonable to expect construction activity to have started. A load is far enough in the future that they can't demonstrate construction activity because it hasn't started yet. And I think one of the questions that we have that we would certainly be open to stakeholder input is the end of 2027 the right point to draw that line or not? But we do feel there's a line there.
Thanks, AG. All right, Shannon.
Sorry, I have one more question.
All right.
Can we jump to slide 32? I know in earlier proposal, ERCOT did not consider a approval of the report, right? The earlier proposal was studies submitted. Why did ERCOT change their position now from studies submitted to approved? Certain projects, so what we Lone Star has found is certain projects are easier to approve, certain projects are extremely difficult to approve based on locations and the area. Now again, the projects, the load projects will be handicapped by the study approval process. I just want to understand why did ERCOT change their position from study submitted to study approved?
So I think the way I would characterize it is this: is when we presented at the February 3rd workshop, the criteria we were laying out was for inclusion in a Batch Zero A that was meant to be a very quick to execute assessment for loads that were set to energize in the near future and were going to get impacted by this transition and potentially delayed for a long time. And so in order to account for that and execute quickly, we drew a certain set of eligibility criteria. With the direction and from the commission and the change to a stakeholder-driven process that's going to push this study out much further in the future, it sort of necessitates different eligibility criteria as a result. We're no longer trying to execute a quick to execute and short duration study. We're now looking to do a much more comprehensive study that is going to start further in the future. And so the bar for showing realness is going to reflect that.
All right. Thank you, E.G. All right. Next question. Shannon, Caraway.
Slide 27, please. In regard to 5 in the left set of columns, does the load meet the full commitment criteria? This is the context of my question. Now can we go to 32? Second bullet there on 32 is, or the second bullet, second sentence is LLIS, RTP, RPG studies may be considered. You're still drafting the methodology on that. So the question I've got, in the context of slide 27, for a load that was a Q4 27, so it's kind of one that's got to meet that criteria as well. And it was modeled in the 2025 and or 2026 RTP as such, and the TSP believes they can meet the associated upgrades and the time to make that Q4 energization possible. Are you saying in that type of scenario it goes in as firm in Batch Zero? I just want to, I've got more questions, but that's at the heart of the first one.
Make sure I understand. So it's a load that has a 2027 energization.
Q4 in my example.
And they meet the interconnection agreement criteria?
Yes.
And they and we have a study that we can look at and say, yes, we, in an audit, I can attest to, we have a study that shows we can reliably serve this load.
I was given in the context of your second sentence, an LLIS, RTP, and RPG studies may be considered. So in the one I gave you, it was RTP as well as RPG, as well as LLIS. So
yeah,
it's
so
in that context.
I'll say if we have a study that we and again, there's a lot of scenarios, and we need to consider all those scenarios when we're drafting the methodology, but the principle is if we have a study that we can point to and say, yes, this load was studied and shows that we can reliably serve this load, then that would count.
All right.
That would pass that criteria.
Also here on 32, I just wanted to comment that we completely agree with what Eric said earlier, that all ongoing filed RPGs and 2025, 2026 RTP loads, both, they need to be counted as firm, and their transmission upgrades that went with those must be modeled. Otherwise, not only will we lose a year plus forward planning opportunity, we're about to lose 2 years back of planning, and that just will be a catastrophic mistake. Those need to go in as firm load and the firmness of the transmission, because I asked you earlier and y'all established that during your Batch Zero process, the TSPs are able to be involved, and it's able to be more than just brownfield like y'all had previously considered. So the TSPs already know the solution. They've already presented it to you in an RPG or with you in an RTP. So I think Eric's point was really well made there. If we can go back to slide 28. Here I want to amplify something that Evan said, and I think a lot of people have said, is reallocation at just 6 months out. There needs to be some discretion related to under construction data center or frankly anything else that you're creating a massive financing hurdle. If you're out there and you're building this thing in under construction and there's weather delays or frankly could be any number of force majeure type events that could cause this to be delayed, if you come along and say, too bad, so sad, we're going to just reallocate that. I mean, we don't do that to TSPs who are in the middle of, they've went through, they've permitted, and they're building something, and then we, after the fact, say, ooh, you were late by 6 months. Never mind. Or we don't do that to generators either. So here, we just got to have a little more refinement of that criteria. Lastly,
and if I could address that. So I think I went over this really quickly before, but the intentions, we've added this bullet of if you give us an updated ramp schedule, so you should know, hey, I've got delays.
While while you've experienced a delay?
We want to allow for you to give us an updated ramp schedule.
Okay. I somehow had missed that point. That's very helpful.
Yeah, it wasn't just you, because we got the question a couple times. So.
Well, there's a lot of words to read.
Yeah,
last
understandable.
Thing is slide 34. And I think this fits into some things that AG said. First of all, thanks for listening to us and bringing back some criteria in this area. I'm thinking on the begun site preparation, on that piece of it, is this tied to a greater than or less than or equal June 30th submitted deadline to ERCOT by the DSP/TSP? Because that's when the beginning of your case setup started. So that first question's on that, begun site prep.
Yeah, it's. I think we're talking about what's the appropriate date there. Don't have that today. We'll have that in the filing.
And the reason I was thinking that June 30th is that's the end of your period right before you go into the case prep.
Yeah, and we have to also consider there's some time it takes for that information to pass from the ILE to the TSP or DSP to ERCOT, and then modeling information has to go along with that. So it's.
I agree. I was thinking in the same context as your RTP. You've given an April 1st end of day cutoff to these TSPs, DSPs. I was just trying to take that same concept and use it here by suggesting that.
Yep.
And lastly, on construction, in the context of begun site prep and construction, this fits in, I think, with what AG said, but I just want to be clear. To me, it needs to reflect, there's engineering that's been done, EPC that's been done or it's in the process of, and this needs to be in the form of an officer attestation letter where if you sign it, you better have some stuff behind it that you can demonstrate. But I don't think this needs to be construction as in, there's already a building, a shell, and they're loading servers in there. Golly gee, I wonder if I will meet this test. Because at that point, how did you get the darn thing financed in the first place if you didn't know that you were even remotely firm for this because of all the iterations we're all having to work through together? So hopefully that fits within what y'all are thinking as AG clarified it, but hopefully y'all can make sure that follows into the rule.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously open to feedback on if these are not the right words or if the right words aren't in the planning guide revision request. Obviously open to feedback on that.
And I would just also add again, from the flow chart that the reason that this is only applying to loads that are energizing in the near future, and again, we're certainly open to feedback about whether we've drawn the right date there, is because of feedback that we've received in the first two workshops that data centers that are not already under construction have no realistic shot getting energized before sometime in 2027. And so we are trying to account for that feedback. So
those comments have been made, and they've been made by some very legitimate developers. But you got to think of it in the context of A couple hundred megawatts is very different than, oh, I have 5,000 and it's at the end of 27. I bet I can be there. You know, there's absolutely time to get several hundred megawatts if you're at the point you're ready to go today, and you won't already have facilities built, certainly as we sit here today.
All right, I'm going to work the queue. And we still have about 20 people, so if we can limit to 2 questions each, that'd be great. Lee Bratcher.
Lee Bratcher, Cipher Digital. Quick question on slide 27. I'm assuming the meet full commitment criteria on in the middle of that diamond there, is that the equivalent of interconnection agreement on the PUC's 58481 page?
Yes.
18?
Yes.
Okay. And on my last question on slide 28, and this is a question and a comment. My understanding and reading of this was a little bit challenged, Jeff, a second ago when you said, well, we included that bullet that says megawatts in an updated ramp schedule as provided to the DSP. But I was under the assumption that you were looking at the lesser of those 3 tick marks. So if you had something in, you know, the first or second tick mark there that was lesser than what you provided in an updated ramp schedule, you would be brought down to that number. Is that not what that is trying to say?
Yeah, I think what we're I think what we're trying to get at here, and if I need to wordsmith it, then that's fine. But it is, you told us, as an example, my example earlier, you told us you were going to be at 500, but you're actually only at 300, and so we're going to reallocate the 200. What we're getting at here is if you, and that 200 is going to be reallocated in perpetuity. If you come back and tell us, no, my ramp schedule is actually only 300 this year, and I won't get to 500 until next year, then I think that we would take that, and it would be so yeah, it would still show 300 this year, but then you would still be able to keep your 500 if your 500 is not come until next year.
Okay, I understand. I think that makes it a lot more palatable. Just a comment on this slide. You might also consider, a deposit if someone's saying, hey, we've got this large site. It's being energized over time. It's not going to hit their maximum capacity by June 1st of 2026. It will hit that in the future. But we're willing to put a deposit down to make sure those megawatts aren't reallocated. But what you're saying with that third bullet point is that wouldn't even be required. You're really just having to demonstrate that you're going to update your ramp schedule, I guess.
Right. Yeah. It's a free option to update your ramp schedule.
Okay, that's much more palatable. What if? So I guess ERCOT is assuming that loads that have not been using half their capacity for 5 years will just choose not to update their ramp schedule, and then that capacity will come back to the.
I think that's that's possible. Yeah, but I think ultimately at least the draft PFP in 5841, that there is a look at that going on. It's a rolling look at that. Are you meeting your milestones in your ramp schedule? And so you couldn't just every 6 months come back and say, I'm at 300, but I just pushed my 500 megawatts out till next year. I don't think that rule contemplates that. So this is kind of I think or at least I view this as a one-time kind of free. I will true up and tell you what my actual ramp schedule is now that I have more information. Because we didn't really have that previously.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chris Mattis.
Chris Matos, Google. I think there are some general questions with clawback and legal questions, so maybe we should park that issue for some survey discussion. One question is on the diagram slide. What type of development activity are y'all considering in that last section 6? I don't think it was entirely clear to me.
Yeah, so we're looking. So either you're already in the May 2026 QSA, or we're going to look for you to attest that you have begun site preparation and you have purchased all of your necessary customer-owned high voltage transformers and circuit breakers.
Got it. And then this is a bit back on the more general side. One of the things with the various studies that has been noted by the room is that some TSPs have different practices, and that is kind of the crux of the problem that got us into this point in the restudy process. And so I think in our next workshop, it might be good to start putting some skeleton on what the administrative and centralization processes are going to look like, because as you enforce these, or you start bringing online these deadlines for certain types of studies and materials, it's not clear to me how I'm supposed to submit my AEP versus my Oncor versus my any other TSP style loads if things are being done differently in that environment. So at least starting of a skeleton of what that can look like next. I think this did have to be first, but I think we're quickly broaching that administrative subject.
Chris, let me ask, can you help me understand a little bit more of what that concern is? Because I think we're trying to apply, at least as we think we've laid out in this slide, trying to apply a standard that really respects any TSP's process. It's really, do you have a valid study? However you got there.
I think I'm just concerned. I'm not always sure what your definition of a valid study is. I mean, you go to the market notice, right? Now a Lilith study is not valid unless it has a no solar or low wind night scenario. So, you know, in the past couple of months, we've got a lot of really, I think, competing definitions of what are valid studies as we continue to update these things in real time. And if y'all are okay with a carte blanche, that's a study that's valid, conducted within whatever timeline, cool. But that's just not sort of the recent history that we've gotten from ERCOT, and I think the feedback that TSPs have subsequently gotten when they're submitting studies. And so I just want to be sure if that's the case and we're on that page, like this is it's a study thumbs up.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right, John Russ Hubbard.
John Russ Hubbard with TIEC. Could you go back to slide 27? So I wanted to drill down a little bit on what Evan had talked about with the Permian Basin Reliability Plan to make sure I'm understanding it, because I'm not sure how putting them through this process would work exactly. So, for instance, a lot of them haven't predated the Lilith Pigger 115 interconnection process, and they were really foundational in the 2024 RTP and moving forward with 765s. And so I don't know if that counts as having met the full interconnection study. And then I also, for 58481 requirements, a lot of them have signed interconnection agreements, so I don't think those would really apply. So I'm just trying to figure out where to place them through this process. So I think some clarity around that would be helpful.
Yeah, so the two things you mentioned, so we will look at studies. If we believe that we have a study that shows we can reliably connect that load, and perhaps that is a RPG, a study that has gone through the RPG process, then that would check the box on that. and there's a lot of nuances, and understand we didn't provide a lot of detail. We'll have more detail in the picker. And then the next box is, and I'm assuming this is load that's not operational, right? If you're operational, you're already considered in that base load.
Yeah,
But if
because
it's
they
not
would
operational,
they'd be waiting for the Permian Basin build out. So there's no waiting.
So we would look at do they meet the 5841 interconnection agreement criteria?
Got it. So if they have the security, okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, next question, Sandeep Bjorkas.
Yeah, this is Sandeep Bjorkas, LCRA. Since I put my name in, my questions have changed over time. So catching up on where we are. So you have, finally you have two main considerations in this process. We have the studies and then you have the agreements and security. Studies question is a lot more with ERCOT. We'll handle the financial security and all. So on that, you have all the information necessary for most of those loads that have already been in the queue to determine whether they are valid or not. Is that something that you'll have a list available to us sometime soon? Release that ahead of time so you can start looking at which ones qualify for baseload versus allocated.
So we are expecting to put out a list today, or at the latest first thing tomorrow morning, that we will share with TSPs that gives our view on the status within the current process. So it does not contain measurements against the 5841 criteria. It's in the proposal for publication. But it will measure against the current process. So that will at least give TSP some indication of where projects stand at the moment.
Yeah, thanks for that. And that's, each TSP will see their set of projects, but correct. Not everybody's project.
Correct.
That's good. So that's one question. And a follow-up is, if the project lands in the included in batch zero as base load, that determination is made before the 6-month process starts. Is that also considered as ERCOT's approval of that large load study from a study standpoint, assuming the other requirements like your QSA and everything is met? So can we officially start working toward? A lot of loads are kind of in that process where they're looking for that clarity. Do I have approval or not? Or do you have to wait till end of the 6 months before you can officially start?
Yeah, I think couching this in the fundamental assumption on this chart is that loads that are included as base load are either operational or approved to energize, or they have valid studies plus commitment. And so under the current process, a study that has been approved plus commitment is already able to move forward. So that reality is not really changing. But yes, I would say at a conceptual level, inclusion as base load. And somebody asked about the QSA earlier, and I said we're probably going to have to look at the criteria for inclusion in the QSA to also align it with the batch. But that would also, inclusion as base load in the batch, I think would also line up with ability to move into the QSA.
Yeah, thanks for that. And that's why I asked the first question of if you all can release that list of what's considered as complete and valid, that will be great for us.
Great.
Thanks.
All right. And can I just make no, I don't think that we have this in draft bigger, but I think it's been asked a couple times. So if we could just make a note, I think it would be helpful to be clear on that. I think that my only hesitation is if we sorry, I'm caucusing with my team in front of everybody, but I think that if we go down that option one path and then 5841 says something different, I think that's the only risk. But anyway, I just because I don't have any way to take notes here, I just wanted to make that note for y'all.
Very good. Greg Blue, you're up.
Hi, Greg Blue, Tech Peak Energy. Kind of a follow-up to my question this morning regarding the 2026 RTP So currently under this eligibility criteria, it's not in there.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I would kind of follow up on Shannon's comments that I agree that if a project is in that plan, it should be counted as firm, it should be counted in to Batch Zero.
Yeah, I think I think here's the challenge that I see with that, and I may need legal help with this if I go astray. Let me know. But I think it is what will be the law of the land in 2027 when we define what the final transmission plan is. It will have a potentially different criteria for what is a load that is eligible for the load forecast than what is in the 2026 RTP. And if this is if we have to come out of this with an actionable transmission plan, then we need those things to match. And if they don't match, then I don't have an actionable transmission plan. I think that's where I'm trying to go. We want an actionable transmission plan to come out of this, and if those are different, then I don't have that.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the incentive for a large load to get into the transmission plan. Is there any incentive at all?
For the 2026 RTP,
Yeah.
It is so that the 2026 RTP will plan transmission for that load.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Sandeep Sharma.
Sandeep Sharma, NextEra. So Jeff, I've got a few questions, but I'm going to go and lean back to I think what Chris said about this slide. The word complete and valid are very subjective, and I think most of the morning presentation provided a lot of certainty, and as a developer, I don't get a lot of certainty with these words like complete and valid because these are completely subjective to ERCOT. And I think what my suggestion is that if a TSP conducts a study and submits that study, I think there is some study that when the TSP does that study, the TSP is actually working with ERCOT staff, scoping that study and completing that study, meeting all the criteria laid out by ERCOT, including studying P7, making sure it meets all the requirement from ERCOT. When that study is submitted, that should be considered valid, in my opinion. And then if there are any gaps, I think those gaps will be identified as you put those studies in the batch process. Because the whole reason we are in batch process was because, every TSP is doing their study and it's not consistent and there are gaps, right? The idea of batch process was to catch those gaps. And so unless, at the end of the batch process, if ERCOT is still concerned with reliability, I think the TSP submitted studies should be considered, in my opinion, valid because they already have a good starting point. So that's my suggestion. And by doing that and leaning more on, 58,481, I think you'd get a really good set of loads that are commercially very serious about developing. So that's just my suggestion.
Sandeep. So I appreciate the tension in that the words that we have are they are subjective. The reason we use these words is we're trying to convey the principle. The PIGR is going to use very specific language as best as we can come up with. It'll have language that is very specific for this is what we mean by that. But I would characterize the issue with the existing process that is causing us to go to this is that just because a study is done and it may be TSP did everything right in that study, something has changed and that study is no longer valid.
Right, but I think that gap can be studied with the batch process, right? So when you study that in the batch process, you will catch that, right? That's the whole reason because even after you do the batch study, a new load comes, your previous batch study is not valid, right?
So in the purple, you're right. But if in the green, if I keep going back to my 500 megawatt load, if I have a 500 megawatt load and I tell them that your firm, your base load for 500 megawatts, but the batch study then identifies I have a problem with that 500 because I have a different 500 megawatt load that showed up in that same neighborhood. Now I have a reliability problem.
No, and I'm not advocating you consider that as a firm load. Okay. I think it still gets into the input for the batch process. Yeah. And whatever TSP allocated, I think that gets revised with the batch process. But it gets into the batch process so that it can be studied and get its LCP as a result of the batch process.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I think that's the intention here is even if your study is not valid, you have a path to get to being purple.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. George. George C. All right. Move on. Brock Peterson.
Hey, Brock Peterson, Satoshi Energy. A lot of my questions have actually been answered, but I still have the first one I asked earlier. I don't think, and I could have easily missed this, and during all this, so apologies for that. But so I have a project. Let's say it's we're in the network operating model. We've done everything. The last ERCOT checklist item is you have telemetry. If that is expected to be done, let's say in August of this year, is that something that still would be able to move forward with energization under this framework, or is that something that's having to wait for the Batch Zero to be complete before I could energize?
So, Brock, just to make sure I understood, you're talking about a project that is reached, I guess, what level of maturity under the current process and looking to energize in August?
Yeah, so if you look at like the ERCOT energization checklist, I'm in the production model. I have a signed interconnection. I've done everything except for the last thing that we always complete on that is telemetry, because I have to have things in the ground and telemetry flowing to ERCOT before I'll get that final approval to energize. So now I'm kind of in that period of waiting for construction to be complete to have the telemetry, to the QSE that then flows to ERCOT, and ERCOT says, "Yep, we have the telemetry on the breakers. You're good to go." If that's something that's going to be happening in the August timeframe, is that something that I would be able to still go through with energize, or am I going to have to wait in the batch process in that example?
Yeah. So the intent is for projects to proceed through the current process at the moment. As a reminder that the QSA is now a prerequisite towards receiving approval to energize. But then if we go to the flow chart, the intent is that if that load is already under construction and is intending to become operational this year, it would be able to demonstrate the development activity because it's already under construction, and so it would be able to proceed forward and would be modeled firm and batch zero.
Okay. Under this, y'all have done a great job laying out that would be as kind of the way I've described it would be as the firm. My question is more on just like the mechanics of would I still be able to energize while this batch process is going on?
Yeah, that's the intent, yes.
Okay.
And also, before I yield to the next question, I know we had this at the last couple workshops where we've been kind of using the word firm as a shorthand. We're not referring to whether a load is able to vary its consumption or not. It's really whether the load is subject to restudy in the batch process or whether it is treated as base load. And so you'll notice the word firm does not appear on this chart, and that was deliberate.
Sorry for the faux pas.
No, I just didn't want to. I didn't want folks to. We've also been talking about CLR, so I just didn't want to lead to more confusion.
Yeah.
There.
So baseload. I do have a second question, if you don't mind. I think I caught this earlier, and I wanted to just verify it. So I've met 9.5. I've gone through the LLIS process. Would my studies that have been approved by ERCOT be considered valid, or are they still subject to potentially being considered invalid?
I think this is similar to the question I think that Bharath had asked and one other questioner that, this chart is organized around the upcoming 5841 requirements. And so what impact does 9.5 have? I think we don't have a definitive answer that we can give in the room today, but we have marked that as something that we'll take back and bring some clarity on.
And understand I still need to meet 5841. My question was more on understanding what has the potential to be considered invalid from ERCOT's perspective, and maybe to kind of make that point a little bit more. So let's say I have a load that I submitted and it was studied in 22, 23. I've been continuing the development of that asset. I'm sure other loads have been requested in that time. Am I now subject to? And I've completed 9.5. I've completed everything as kind of currently is laid out. And I now, because of those other loads, and because I was in the process early, there's potential for me to be invalid. And then how is that kind of treated with respect to loads that have come after me? And I think that's something. I know some people made some comments earlier on about. I know Bob King did this. I see a nodding head. That where you are in the process in kind of the current serial and how that's reflected in this new process, I do think is important to think about. Is from a developer's perspective who's been working on these things for the last 6 years.
No, we appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think we can give an answer one way or another on a kind of hypothetical like that, but the current process remains in effect.
Okay, and we'll look forward to seeing what the TSPs receive tomorrow.
All right. Here's where we're at. I had hoped from 4 to 4:30 to do this harvesting of good questions to survey out. I'm going to give this another 20 minutes to see if we can go through. So no more are coming into the queue, but it's mission impossible. We have 15 people in 10 minutes or 20 minutes. So I'm going to press through. So be brief and amazing, and if you can, just ask the one amazing question. Be great. So Blake King, no pressure. Go.
Okay. That said, I'll try to be fast. I'll start with this slide. I'll just say that the communication isn't kind of particularly clear without substantial context. And I know, Jeff just said that we're trying to get at the concept, or maybe it was AG. But if it's possible in the future, flowcharts that reference like current planning guide criteria like 9.4 complete and 9.5 complete, or 9.4, 9.5, 9.5, 9.6 complete, I think that would really help and help cut down the questions instead of these kind of more principle-based sentences. I just wanted to provide that feedback. And then if we could go on slide 28. I'm going to reiterate on like the thing that 5 people have said already. So related to operating or approved to energize loads, I really get the intent here, but there needs to be some sort of discretionary check, right? Like we design for design day conditions at 120 degrees when the load profile is maxed out, and like there could be legitimate reasons why that hasn't happened yet, and so there needs to be just some sort of discretionary check as to why you haven't hit a ramp schedule before something is reallocated. And then last point, really quickly. Sorry, was someone going to respond?
No.
Okay.
Got it.
The last point I want to say is that earlier today, Jeff made a comment about folks trying to sneak into the QSA, and I really understand why he said that. I think it's a really interesting point of view to hear that from ERCOT, but I do want to say I feel like it's a blind spot. The rules to this process are changing, and developers don't know what the results of the QSA are going to be. So there's a real hunger for certainty, and getting results and utility milestones is paramount to developing these assets. So if you have a ramp schedule that's like on the border of a QSA date, there's a really strong incentive to get in an earlier QSA and get results. So like while it may feel like folks are trying to sneak into an earlier QSA, from a developer's position, it certainly feels like the criteria are sneaking away from us. And I just wanted to make that point. I know exactly why Jeff said it, and I think it's really interesting from a point of view perspective.
Got it, Blake. Yeah, and apologize for being so casual with my words.
All right, Luke Hinson.
No offense taken.
Well played. Luke Hinson.
Hi, Luke Hinson, Clean AI here. My comment is around the third option for co-location, and that some of the clarity that we've been trying to get around that is, does it then, if you have separate generator and load, are you then required to have a whole separate POI, a separate bay with a separate meter, separate POI, essentially? And then it's going to cause us to add more infrastructure and more delays in order to build that out. And it might be a reason to prioritize allowing the CLR concept, or allowing that bring your own generation to be behind the same POI and same meter.
All right, thank you, Luke. So noted. We were going to stay on the criteria discussion right now. Thank you. All right, Roth.
Hey, one quick comment. Same thing as I think Blake said. If you can reference the planning guide in the flow chart, that would be awesome. 9.4 and 9.5 and stuff like that. And the second question was, in that flow chart, the box says full criteria. Yeah. So are we talking about everything that is listed in 485, 481?
Yes.
$1 per megawatt site control and all those.
Yes.
Things? Okay. Thanks.
All right. Next question, Ross Klinger. Ross, if you're talking, we can't hear you yet. All right. Mark Bruce. And Mark, if you're talking,
hear me okay?
Yep, there you are. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was struggling with the mute. Jeff, my question is on slide 33, and I just
13?
want to understand.
Which slide, Mark? Sorry. Go ahead.
Slide number 33.
Thank you.
And, my question is, I'm trying to understand your concern about dissonance between a revision request processed by the stakeholders and adopted by the board in June and a commission rule that gets adopted sometime after June. Help me understand your concerns about that dissonance, why in particular that's a problem. And I just wonder if you guys have discussed, or maybe Barksdale has a thought, about if there was a plan for the proposal for adoption to include language that makes it specific to batch 1 and beyond, then do you not sort of get a seamless transition process on gating criteria for batch entry? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mark, this is Barksdale. Yours is one of several outcomes that we are definitely considering, but we have to just be transparent and say that there is the possibility for the commissioners to choose to do something different than what the stakeholders do with Batch Zero. And so we're being transparent, and if that should start to come to pass, then staff, like we did with the compliance plan, will try to come up with some creative way to make sure that everything is as harmonious as possible.
Okay. If I could I'll burn my second question then on a follow-up to that for you, Barksdale. Do you have any particular concerns in mind if there is criteria adopted in a revision request and then there are subsequent criteria adopted in a rule in accordance with the direction of the commission? Can those be two different things, one for batch 0 and one for batch everything else?
The commission rules will take precedence over the ERCOT protocols, and so if the words don't exactly match or the concepts don't exactly match, then we have to do an analysis on whether there's a conflict, and if a conflict exists, then the rule prevails, and then if the rule prevails, what does that do to ERCOT's protocols and planning guides? So that's the thought process. To hypothesize about how we resolve that conflict at this point is a little premature, but I think the note here is that we're just trying to be transparent in saying that is one possible outcome in our multiverse, and we want to plan for it.
Thank you. That's helpful for those of us who are thinking through all those things. I appreciate the insight. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Andrew Kiefer.
Hi, this is Andrew Kiefer from Denton Municipal Electric. Can you hear me?
Ooh, we can barely hear you. If you can get closer to the microphone, appreciate it.
How about now? Is that any better?
That helps, yep.
Fantastic. So I understand the PUC needs to do 58481, and we have to implement whatever the statutes say. But just a big picture question, I hope this is a softball. Why do we need this departure from traditional reliability planning as it relates to large electric consumers and interconnections?
Sorry, you cut in a little bit. Just say it one more time, is big voice.
Just why do we need this departure from traditional reliability planning as it relates to large electric customers and interconnections? I know we have statutory directives. I know the PUC needs to do what they need to do in Project 58481, but it seems like we're adding more process or reforming the process. I'm just trying to ascertain what the need was for that.
Yeah, this is Barksdale. I'll take a stab at answering you. I mean, so first of all, there's the statutory directive from the legislature in Senate Bill 6. Second, there was the large outcry from the industry that things weren't working as smoothly as they could here in the interconnection process. And so the Commission has stepped in at the request of state leadership to try to help create a new process that would allow for quicker interconnection of large loads while maintaining reliable operations here in ERCOT. And then third, once ERCOT proposed its initial path forward, folks said, hey, that's not really going to work. And so the Commission directed ERCOT to take this stakeholder approach. So I think you're hearing loud and clear from our state's leadership that a new process is needed.
Thank you, Barksdale. Excellent. Evan Neal.
Real fast on slide 28, I just want to echo the comments that Blake made about headroom and just like a planning study, you got to design for the hottest day. But also, I think there was just some confusion, Jeff, when I heard you talking about that second bullet and the sub-bullets. In the top, it says the lesser of. And so I guess I was just a little confused by your comments where an updated LCP would suffice, because I guess my reading of the language would still be that if you observe something smaller, then it would default to the lesser of. So just, can we get a quick clarification?
Yeah, so you're saying you give us an updated ramp schedule. Yeah, I think that the intent is that we would respect that ramp schedule, which I'm assuming would be, at whatever you have consumed, and then lower than whatever your previous ramp schedule was, at or below what your previous ramp schedule was.
Okay, yeah, I guess my point is that like we would give you a ramp schedule for like, say 100 megawatts, but just because it wasn't that hot, you'd only ever observe maybe 70 or 80. And so I wouldn't want to then get the lesser of that 70, 80 when I need 100, right?
Understood.
So just want to make the clarification there. And then just thinking out loud for your options 1 or 2 about the 58481, have we considered just maybe starting with 58480 requirements, since the outcome of this is going to be a transmission plan, so we know that that's the minimum that we at least have to comply to? I guess maybe that would work into the options here, but just throwing that thought out there.
So 58480 points to 58481, right?
I mean, I could lean on Barksdale maybe. Juliana says yes, so yes. I take her as the truth. Okay, great. I was just thinking maybe that was a way to handle it, but sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, Monica.
Hey, Jeff, just on slide 38, a very quick question. Trying to understand the use of word may as per the SB6 rule applicability is considered. We would actually think the batch process kind of needs to be mindful of the in-flight 39.169 projects to avoid any delay risk. So trying to understand why that may was. SB6 rules may apply, so.
Yeah, go ahead, AG.
Yeah, this is really just intended to be a disclaimer that the net metering provisions in SB6 in the subsequent rulemaking will still apply regardless of any changes in the batch. So there's no intent to impose anything new here. It's just a reminder that, if a load elects to net meter with a generator that was standalone before September 1st, 2025, there are additional requirements that go along with that.
Okay, you're trying to just point out here that those rules will still apply. Nothing new needs to be done for that as per the batch process.
There is nothing new in the batch process that would impact those requirements that were established in Senate Bill 6.
Okay, but the timing will kind of still need to sort out, right? When the batch process ends and.
Yeah, I have to, as far as the timing, I'm going to have to defer to Christina on that one.
Yeah, Christina Switzer, Senior Regulatory Counsel for ERCOT. I think that's something that's also being discussed in the rulemaking at the PUC in 58479. So I don't want to get ahead of that on what batch would mean and what those rules would mean here for the 39169 loads.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody's doing great. We have 3 left, and then we're going to hit the questions here. So Andrew Shaper.
Hey guys, Andrew Shopper with Shopper Energy Consulting. I had just 2 comments. One was on slide 33, which is the harmonizing the batch process with project 58481. And I know y'all are showing the first option here, but this is really kind of inconsistent with what we heard in the open meeting, which is that the commission is not ready to adopt the language that was put forth in the PFP. So I think our concerns there would be, there were like 6 or 7 different things in that draft language that not only diverged from what stakeholders had submitted, but also raised serious concern around duplicative security. And I think you guys saw a whole lot of comments already started to come back from stakeholders on that. So I think our perspective is that option 1 is not really workable in an interim stage. I think I like Evan's idea on the 58480 rule actually maybe is simpler or looks simpler. And then I want to echo Blake's comments as well on the flow chart. And I think we need to be as clear as possible on this. This is a big market communication issue where if the market is not sure that 9.4 and 9.5 are valid under the current planning guide. I know it's been said in the PUC open meeting, ERCOT has made this comment that it's valid and your studies are good to go once you meet those 2 things, but there's a lot of hedging language around this, and I think that we need to be really careful about that. And you see this kind of, are interconnection studies complete and valid? Well, what does that mean? I mean, I think we need to really tie this back to the current planning guide if we can. And then if there's an incremental commitment criteria that comes out of 58481, when it is eventually adopted, then I think that maybe that shows up in this next little, number 5 there. But that I think would really clarify things for the market. And I think that's really important too, because right now, there's continued uncertainty around, if you finish these steps in the current process, you should be considered firm and you should be considered baseload. So I'm not going to use the firm word, but I'll defer.
Yeah, so I appreciate that comment. I think, let me state it this way. The current 9.4, that is a pathway to get a complete and valid study. However, because we are putting this, we will have not a retroactive date, we will have a future date. We need to make sure that we don't have a whole bunch of studies that come in at the last minute and we have loads that, let's say, invalidate other studies. And so that is a reliability risk, and so we have to make sure that we have complete and valid studies. So I would say 9.4 studies is a pathway to that, but because we are not applying this retroactive, then there is a risk.
Understood. Yeah, no, thank you for that too, Jeff. And I appreciate that. I think in a perfect world, there would be a clean cutoff between the current process and the future process. And I understand that there could be a whole lot of last minute studies come through that folks think would make them into the base load. So appreciate that, and thank you all for the time spent putting this together.
All right, Shannon Caraway. All right, that saves us time. Shannon, if you come back, we'll get you in. Prashant.
Hey, this is Prashant from Black Mountain. I just want to go back to my previous comment on, I think it's PGR 127 on the generation selection. Can ERCOT take the comment back internally and provide an update in the upcoming workshop? The comment was basically to utilize existing generation to the full extent before actually putting generators from that basically meet PGR 127 requirements. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Prashant. So I think at this point, I'm going to pause and I'm going to go to the front of the room and experiment with something we've never done before, which is to see if we can collectively come up with great questions over the next 20 minutes. I know that sounds awful. I'll start with an easy question while I walk up there. Rachel wants to know if she's willing to set up a food order for the March 10th meeting if there's people that will do it. Raise your hand if you would like ERCOT to set up to where you can buy your lunch ahead of time. It's okay if there's 5 people. Okay, that's not going to make it. Okay, thank you though. All right, Jeff, let's switch.
Yeah, and while Matt's walking up, we'll say, I really do appreciate the feedback. Y'all have been very engaged in this, and your feedback has helped us to refine this. I heard positive comments today, which I hope is telling me that we are getting that feedback right. And maybe there are some things we still need to work on, but just encourage you to continue to provide that feedback. It's extremely helpful for us.
All right, so, and I may glance, hey, Marco, as we're going through this, I may look at you and say, did you get that question? Because I was going to try to type it out, but heaven help me. That would just be ugly. So here's what we think are good survey questions to start from, and then what do we want to add to the list? So picture this. We send this out just like we did the other survey. You open it up. You clicky, submit. ERCOT's going to tally the data and bring it back to you. We hope this helps get the stakeholder community into those graphs that show where do developers, TSPs, people stand on what are the best designed elements within the NPR. Irrespective of the survey, in parallel to this, we're still going to release the revision requests on March 4th. But again, so the first one is, what should be the latest in-service date for projects that will be required to demonstrate development activity? So is that what's the current date on that right now? That was the end of 2027. Is that the right date or not? So that'll be that question. What information should be required for projects to demonstrate development activity? So you've seen some of the things today on that piece, whether or not you want to add to that. What date should ERCOT set for projects to meet the intermediate agreement or interconnection agreement criteria to be included in Batch Zero? Do you agree with ERCOT's fundamental principle for Batch Zero? And if no, why not? Do you agree with the proposed Batch Zero refinement study approach? If no, why not? So again, this is that after selection study. And maybe there's some questions we want to hang off that one. I've heard people say, well, are you going to give us more megawatts if my neighbors drop out? Or things like that. So we can go back to that one in a minute. What should remain confidential? I know Shannon has hit this one a couple times, is what does it look like to be more transparent in this project? So what should remain confidential in terms, for example, customer identity, point of interconnect, requested megawatts, awards by year, associated transmission upgrade list. Which co-location configurations, such as load plus battery or things like that, should ERCOT prioritize when defining the bring your own generation rules, or controllable load resource designs we talked about, and ... So first of all, does anyone want to refine what's on here? Or it's confusing. If you read it, I was like, I just wish they had said the right question. So is any question wrong or incomplete that you see here? Doing this at 4:30 is always going to get less. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I would just specify that CLRs are included in the BYOG question.
Yes. Okay. Very good. Thumbs up. Got it. What questions have we not asked that you would really like to weigh in on? Yes, sir. Jesse.
It's sort of on the BYOG, but I think knowing how many large load developers or how many large load clients that expect or think that they will be included in Batch Zero would like to have the option to designate any non-firm delivered megawatt allocations out of the Batch Zero study. to become a CLR to allow for interim operations while those upgrades are being built.
Okay, yep. So it's first of all just finding out if you're not awarded the full amount, are you willing to stretch into that design element, into the controllable load resource headroom? Okay. Will you use CLR construct? So let me repeat back what I think it is. If in batch 0 provided less for your ramp, would you consider using controllable load resource to consume power beyond your ramp as a construct, or whatever the right words are for it? But
yeah, I can drop it in the chat.
That would be great. Okay, other questions? Bill.
So definitely agree with the clarity on what CLR arrangements should be prioritized along with the BYOG configurations. I asked this earlier, and you have questions on the different criteria, so I think we might as well add this one too, is what date should ERCOT be looking in terms of the cutoff of partially complete studies?
ERCOT
slide 32.
Partially complete studies, yep. All right, slide 32. All right. Yes, sir.
I would just add on the first bullet point, further clarity around how do we define development activity. I know we said site development, construction, and purchase of equipment relating to high voltage transmission. But I think just some clarity surrounding that, particularly with respect to maybe deposits for the high voltage transformers and circuit breakers.
Yeah, so maybe what we can do is as we're asking the questions, we can even point people to the context of the question. So do you think more words are needed, or if we just reference back to this slide to say, looking at this?
I think maybe just some clarity around the words. I mean, how is site preparation and construction defined?
Yeah.
Would it be site preparation or construction? Typically, construction wouldn't begin until site preparation is largely complete.
Right.
And then just clarity around purchase, the purchase definition. Is it deposits, or is equipment complete or delivered on site?
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I see some
I
questions.
think on that, I'm sorry. Sorry, Phyllis. I think on that topic, just the site is commensurate. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Like Shannon said earlier,
Yep.
just like, if it was a 50 megawatt site, it would be easily get there. If it was half a gig, it wouldn't be. So it just needs to be commensurate to the size.
Okay. So in terms of demonstrated development activity, big site versus small site, one takes a lot longer versus, okay.
Yes.
Commensurate, great word, with capacity. All right, thank you. All right, so I see some coming in. NPRs going to the June board. So these, let's see, for Matt. So I'm sorry, Corey, is this how comfortable are stakeholders for any PIGers, NPRs going to the board for June approval? Oh, it moved on me.
Yeah, this is it's all right, I can just say it out loud. This is a Rishi Sharma, Frank. So in the morning, for lunch, this was proposed as some PIGer language, it doesn't matter what the issue is, could go to the board as essentially the skeleton for approval or great boxing or whatever, but we realized that there's some wiggle room to actually do more work after. I heard it. I'm not sure how comfortable stakeholders are with it, but it would be great to know as we think about how much work we're trying to get done, whether the guardrails or the comfort around approaching it that way is, enjoyable and not likely to cause problems later. That's all.
Okay. I'm saying okay. I think ERCOT is going to feel better at the board with as many specifics as possible, especially if it's something that does not exist currently. And to that end, if something does exist, like on this, I'll just use the example for the CLR, the idea of possibly considering an existing defined design such as that step 2 mitigation and folding that in, that's a maybe. But the other one of gen plus load and call it a CLR, that's a probably not. No matter how many words we put on that for the June board, ERCOT doesn't want to roll the dice on a market design that hasn't been developed yet and start planning to something that may or may not show up as a construct in our real-time operations.
Yeah, and I think, so I heard the comment about it in the morning session before we had this, but we were talking about the other picker or morning picker convo, and it was mentioned there, and it was surprising, but maybe it was related to a topic where you felt that you could actually continue to work on refinement after a board approval around picker language.
So I just gave you, on refinement after board approval of picker.
Yeah.
Try and remember what I said. If it was, challenge me on those. If I say things like that, maybe that's why somebody was clapping when I said it. I didn't mean to bind ERCOT to let's pass something for planning and hope we'll figure it out in the future. And again, I think any of those things that go to the board would have to have the story to say this NPR is something up for approval, but this has not been worked out yet. And I doubt there would be any of those. Or they're very small if they are. Okay,
right.
We'll keep talking.
Yeah, that's a great, nice framing for us to figure out, like, okay, what are we doing for June? We're doing as much as possible and leaving very little to a guess thereafter.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Here's a question that came in to add to the list. If during the commitment period financial security and megawatt allocation get locked, how will the cost differences be unveiled in the 3-month study adjustments or accounted for? So I think that's going to be in the next one. That's not necessarily a survey question. What I hear is when we get to the 3-month, I almost called it restudy, heaven help me, the refining process, the idea is megawatts that were already awarded stay awarded. It's whether or not the transmission projects change or get smaller so that we're not building lines for load that dropped out. 2 requests on mechanics of the survey. What is that? Monica?
Matt, one, when you send out the survey, like last time, also send us the PDF of the questions.
Yes.
And the other one is when we hit submit, can we get a response back, like that it made it there? And it would be great if we get a copy of a response because we folks like to save it off.
It's SurveyMonkey, so it does what it does. You can ask us, and I'll give you what I got. And if you want to say, did ours get in, I can ask someone to go check. But I can't create a system that does cool stuff yet. Okay. So it's just a SurveyMonkey, and then it comes, we have a little data set. So, yeah, Sandeep.
Now, the PDF that you provided last time was extremely helpful.
Yeah, I will proactively do the PDF. For those of you that don't know, it's hard to go into a survey if you're doing it on behalf of your company. You don't know what all the questions are. So we'll try to publish a PDF and push it out so you know what all the questions are so you can collaborate on that. So, happy to. Yeah, Martha.
Hey, did you already cover what the schedule is going to be for this survey? Like, when does it go out? When is it due?
Yeah. It depends on when we get it. If we get it, I'd like you guys to have 3 or 4 business days at least, and to hit the mid spot, so then for the March 10th meeting, we can turn it around for you. So I was thinking if we get it out Friday, would be a Wednesday deadline. If we get it out on Monday, maybe it's a Thursday deadline. So something like that.
Okay.
Is that reasonable?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Other feedback. Survey question from Jesse. Do large load customers who... Oh, that's one you just did. Okay, great. So I can snip that in. All right. Yes, Bharat.
Would it help for the survey to be after you publish this figure?
No. We're just trying to get feedback.
Okay.
So, once the figure, then you guys can give comments to it and do that piece. And we can keep running these surveys as a tool. But what I don't want to do is delay your feedback for another week. Let's get it now so we can keep working on it. Anything else? Who'd have thought we'd end early? My goodness. All right. Well, I can't thank enough on behalf of the ERCOT team. We can't thank you enough for the support. It's been kind of an exciting ride to realize we're actually building something that's working. And thanks for the good feedback today. So at this point, we stand adjourned, and we'll talk to you again on March 10th. Thank you.